Whoa, I'm here! And I'm snotty! Oh my god. Sorry. Why am I snotty? Hi everyone! My timeline was so good on twitter.com I couldn't get off it because there's so much art that I missed. Hello everybody, how are we doing? Sorry, I'm just working out my my freaking jacket in the back here because it's a little cold, but it's not cold enough to wear it yet. But it will get colder for sure. Alright, hi everyone, how are we doing? I am editing now, it's editing day. After editing, it depends. If my friend is still awake, I will be leaving the stream to watch a movie with her. If she is not awake after the stream is done, I will be playing Pokemon instead. But it depends if she's awake. And I know she's watching this. I know she's got my stream on. And I'm looking at my chat with her and seeing what she's going to say. But it depends. Maybe she's got it on mute because she's sick of hearing my annoying voice. Anyway, it is what it is. I'll tell you what's going to happen at the end of stream. So if she's still up, it's Pokemon. If she's still up, I'm gone. If she's not still up, it's Pokemon. But until then, I have to work. So what am I talking about? I'll put on music. Wait, start from the beginning. Oh, I full screened it by accident. Oh! Why is there two of me? Oh. That was why. Cloned. She didn't respond, hang on. She muted me. I knew it. She's sick of my voice. Oops. Oh, never mind. She's just fucking years behind. How did she manage that? Hang on, my nose is snotty. Give me a sec. I don't know what happened. It's cold, that's why. Give me a minute. Do you want to see what I've done for this cat? That's supposed to be where she's meant to be sitting. She's sitting there, but you can't see her. I put that on the floor because she likes it. She was sitting on it before. Aren't they just annoying? You're very annoying. That's for you. Oh my god, she just pisses me off. She just pisses me off, she does. That's for you. I know you're gonna discover that. She will discover that at like 4 AM and go, actually, you know what? This is a good place for me to sit. There, Blueberry. Oh, whatever. She's left. She's left. So, hi Sky. I haven't seen you around in a while. Oh no, they're just evil. My friend is dedicated to staying up, but we'll see if she can manage it. Because she's a real passer-outer. Like phone in hand passed out, which is amazing to me. And again, I know she's listening. I can't do it. I can't pass out with my phone in my hand. It just doesn't happen. Maybe that's part of the illness. I've only ever passed out once with a gadget in my hand, and it was when I was 10, and I was playing Pokemon on the DS. The original DS. The pastel pink one that I love so much. And I woke up, like, baffled, like, whoa. Whoa, what just happened? Now, I'll see what my goal is today. Hi, Kenny. I think my goal would be 5 minutes today, but here's the thing. Usually these editing streams are very quick, like as in easy. So if I get to 5 minutes and it's like 2 hours in, I'll keep editing. On a textbook. Hello. Oh, I'm not pink. Oh, fuck, I forgot to... That's right, I just wanted to end it. End it all. Tsubaki, wow. Now, Tsubaki and Sky, I get you two confused. And I think it's because... Can you both read the Japanese rules? Is that why? I think that might be why. Every time I'm like, what did the rules say? It's one of you two that speak up and say, oh, it said this. I'm 90% sure that's the reason. And you both start with S. You can't? Okay, sorry, Tsubaki. I've just decided that you can speak Japanese. I put that upon you. Damn. So that's even worse, because that means Sky, sorry, Tsubaki, that means every time you've been in chat, and I've been like, hey, can someone give me the rules? I wait for you. I wait for you to say something. That's so embarrassing. I don't know why I did that to you. I wait for you or Sky to say something. I afflict you with speaking Japanese. I have a question. A what if. For... No, would you rather? If you could learn another language and speak it, but you forgot your mother tongue, would you do it? You're basically substituting languages. Wow, not even thinking about it. Maybe. Hello, Crash. Not fluent in your mother tongue. I didn't say you'd be fluent. In the substitute language, you speak the substitute language to the same capacity you speak your mother tongue. So if you're an English speaker and you're like shit at it, guess what? That's how you speak with your mother tongue. Okay, I shouldn't say mother tongue. Your primary language. The one that you use the most and you're best at, I suppose. But if you're just not good at speaking, then yeah, you're cooked. I wouldn't do it, by the way. So I'm with you guys. There we go. Perfection. Alright, good. I got that sorted. You'd swap English? Now here's the thing. There are many jobs for people in Japan if you speak Japanese and English. So if you swap out English for just Japanese, you're gonna have a bad time. It might be a bit tough for you. I need to keep speaking English because otherwise how am I going to see the most stupidest, worst discourse on Twitter every week? How am I going to keep up with what the Americans are doing? Ouch. You can do whatever you want. You just switch languages. You can learn it again, but you've forgotten all knowledge of it. All of it. You have to learn everything from the start. American media's everywhere, yeah. Even in Australia. Honestly, it kind of sucks. Like, I'm fortunate to speak the language that is spoken pretty universally. Obviously, it's not the only language, but, you know, it's a very known language. But at the same time, it's a curse because we rely so much on other countries' media that we just don't make our own. Like, we just watch American and English shows because English. Big sigh. God, how far in was I with this? There we go. Oops. Go, that can go there. And let's... I'll do that later. Actually, I don't have a... Do I have a need for this? And is my Mel stick point in pink? Or do I have to fix that? It is! Yay, I've got Mel pointing with a stick in pink, thank God. Sorry, YouTube chatter. In India, you're not highly educated if you can't speak English, but people know like 7 different local and regional languages. Hello, English is easy. I was gonna say, Ria, I was talking about this on another stream. I was saying how annoying it is that Americans think they're so special that they have to say they're from a state when you ask where they're from, like globally, clearly globally. And they say I'm from like California. And it's like, I didn't ask. Like, I am asking what country. I honestly, the state doesn't mean anything to me. And then when I asked Americans, why do they do that? They said, oh, because the states are so different. They're just so different. It's like different cultures. And I was saying, that's every country in the world. Every single country in the world has a different culture per state. Some smaller than others, but every single country does that. And I was laughing like, do you seriously think North England and South England want to be associated with each other? They don't. They fucking don't. But they're forced to be because people ask where they're from and they're going to say England or Britain, right? It's what they always do. So it's like, this is why, listen, I understand we rag on British people, but they get a one-up. And the one-up is, they don't give me a fucking county when I ask where they're from. They just say England. And I was saying that it's especially ironic because when you ask someone from India where they're from, they say India. And from what I know, India is so vast that different regions will speak different languages. But they will still say, I'm from India. Because the unfortunate truth is most people are not going to know what the regions are, right? It's just such a self-importance from Americans that they don't even realize. Like, that's the patriotism. That's what you're being, it's coming out of you. Because like I've had Americans say to me, oh, but like, they want to know, like people want to know. I'll be honest with you guys. Most people from other countries, we don't know the differences between your states. The most we know is maybe like Texas and New York are different. But if you say California or New York, it's like, okay, like I didn't ask. I just didn't ask. I just, like they say, where are you from? Like, where, America? Oh, like the North. I don't know what states are in the North of America. Like, just say America. Like, unless they follow up with what state are you from? There's no reason. We just want to know if you're American. I remember playing this game with my friend Coop, Micro Rockets, where we went to Japan. And you can hear the American accent, right? But of course, the question is, are they Canadian or are they American? I can't tell the difference. Canadians will say they're from Canada, by the way, just letting you guys know. So, but every time we asked, trying to figure it out, and every time we were playing a game, if they are American, are they going to say their state? Fucking every time, without fail. Every time. Never did they ever say USA or America. Every time they'd say their state, and we'd look at each other like, I don't know the difference. I don't know the difference. If you give me a state, I'm like, you're American. Like, like, I know that Americans, like, I don't want to be associated with, like, the South or the North or whatever the fuck. And it's like, it doesn't make a difference to us. Truly. Because to the world, you're American. And that's a true answer. Americans, you are the same. Like, the fact that you all answer like that, it's just insane to me. Again, because, oh, but the cultures are so different. Once again, that's how I know you don't have a worldly understanding. Because, again, North and South England are so abominably different. They do not want to be fucking associated with each other. And yet they still suck it up and say England. Like, it's just insane. Most times someone does ask if you speak the same language. Well, of course. But of course, in America, fucking all the primary languages are English, you know? It just doesn't make sense. Like, do you think I want to be associated with Queensland? I had to live there. I don't. But I still have to say Australia when people ask where I'm from. Thought I was American. Oh. No one has ever thought I was American before. That's a first. That's truly a first. I usually get guessed that I'm British. Never have I gotten American. Wow, I'm terrified. What have I done? I need to change something. Change something stat. Hello. Anyway, nothing to the Americans here, by the way. I'm just letting you guys know that is an inbuilt patriotism that you don't even know you have, right? That's not something any other country in the world does. Unfortunately, most YouTubers are American. We can change that. I was talking about the state thing again, Loki. I was talking about how when you ask an American where they're from, they say a state. And to the rest of the world, it doesn't make a damn difference. Like, we just in our heads go, America. We don't know what the difference of your state is. Like, we don't. Unless you're asked, we genuinely don't know. We just go, okay, America. Okay, let's do this. I forgot this needs to be at the top. Get out of here. Oh, you're both French. Wait, Sky, are you French? Hang on a minute. Now I'm confused. Wait, now I am getting confused between the two of you. Did I just assign you French, Sky? I know Tsubaki's French. Are you French? You're Finnish. What the fuck is going on? I'm sorry. Oh my god. I assigned that Tsubaki can speak Japanese and assigned that you are French. Oh, you speak French. Okay. No, never mind. No, that was reasonable. They speak French. Okay. I feel less bad about that now. Now I feel less bad about that. Oof. That was a close one. Okay, that's why I'm getting you two confused. You both speak French. That's right. When I say something about the manga, one of you two say, in the French translation, it said this. That's why. Okay, I'm understanding now where my brain's at. The wires are eager to cross. Yes. Oof, now it is getting cold. Oh, my 11:48, 11:51 video wasn't on the playlist. Sorry, let me change that now. Let me fix that. Yeah, I find it hard to put things in playlists because do you want to know what it does? If you put something unlisted in a playlist, it is available in that playlist. So what you have to do is you have to put stuff in playlists. Like, sorry, you have to unlist things for videos. And that means that only I can see it, only people with the link can see it. And you do that to make sure the monetization and the ads are fine, right? So basically, so I can get paid. But if you add it to a playlist while it's unlisted, people can fucking see it. What a horrible system. Because technically the link's in that playlist. So I keep forgetting to add things to playlists because of that. Where are my playlists? There it is. Well, I've not kept up with my One Piece stuff either. Oh wait, no, hang on. Yes, I have. I just had to press next. Okay, the One Piece stuff is kept up with. I once accidentally put I think it was a Germa stream in one of these playlists, I think the One Piece one, because there was a time where YouTube did this thing where if you say add video to playlist, it would add to the last playlist you were in, and it was in my liked videos. Like, I've got a liked playlist because YouTube does that automatically. So I like went to like add something to one of my playlists. I think it was a Germa stream, and it went to my One Piece videos, and I went, whoops. I hope no one saw that. There you go, it's in the playlist. I apologize for that. Why did I pick 1175 to stop at? Well, isn't this a funny thing? I didn't pick it. I started making the video when 1175 was out. But I also, like, I usually make a chapter review per break week. I should have had this done sooner. So I'm just getting this done, and then I'm gonna move to the next chapter review, and then I'm gonna get done what I need to get done after that, which is a Patreon video that someone has been so patient about for such a long time. People are gonna get the notification, MelonTeee just added to this playlist. And they're gonna be like, what? Oh, that was ages ago. My full government name, MelonTeee. Government. Fuck. The Covenant. Rip me when I don't have the chapter 1152 title card. Oh fuck, I say nothing about the cover art story, which I forgot was finished. Well, Yamato is becoming more like Odin. By the way, did you guys see the Yamato time skip thing and how crazy that made people? And I felt insane because I was like, how's everyone looking at this in the most bad faith light ever? Because first of all, the time skip things that Oda writes, they're in the... So basically, Oda in the SBS will do like character in their 40s, character in their 60s, right? But part of it is clearly a joke and clearly not canon. Because that's why I celebrated when in fucking Food Wars, the Food Wars Sanji, they kept his 40-year-old design. And I went, now Oda has to use it. Because there's no guarantee that because he had those in the SBS that he's going to use them. Like, there's no guarantee. So when the Food Wars Sanji manga used his 40-year-old design, I went, he's stuck. Now he fucking has to use that design if he ever shows them when they're 40. Because now it's in this spin-off. He must, right? At least that's how I felt, because we love his 40-year-old design. But there's no guarantee that he'll use those designs. There's none. And the reason I know this, and the reason I know these SBSs are mainly jokes, is because Zoro is like, when he's 40, he knows 4-sword style. And when he's 60, he knows 6-sword style or something. Like, that's the stupidity we're talking about here. Do people seriously think that when Zoro's 60, he's going to carry around 5 swords that he can use efficiently? Like, it's a joke, right? In Yamato's one, you have Yamato when he's 40, and he's like, hey Luffy, it's Wano, let's go stop there. And so many people are like, oh, Yamato's speaking to Luffy, that must mean Yamato's going to join the crew. Once again, it's an SBS. There's no guarantee that this is like going to happen. It's a technically like non-canon manga, right? Again, the only reason I use the first mate thing for Oda's SBS is because that's the author directly himself saying Zoro's not the first mate. But for the SBS shit, it was truly a joke, right? So for the 40 stuff and 60 stuff, a lot of it is a joke. So he did that with Yamato, and I was like, okay, whatever. But then the 60 version of Yamato said, I don't want to be a big shot. Right? And it's like, whatever that means. But for the bad timeline, it's Yamato with Odin's hairstyle saying, I am Odin. And then in the 60 version, he's turned to dust and turned to ash. And so many people went, see, this is proof that Yamato has to drop the Odin act and blah, blah, blah. It is a joke for the fact that Odin got fucking boiled alive. And it's a joke that Yamato was following Odin to the T, that he even fucking turns to ashes in the way Odin did. That's the joke. That Yamato is not even differentiating their own life to the point that he dies like Odin did. That's why that's the bad timeline. Not because, yeah, the one where he overdoes it. Exactly. Because so many people said, see, Yamato has to drop the Odin act. That totally goes against what Yamato wants in the canon story. Yamato still knows they're Yamato. He just admires Odin. Right? Yamato literally calls himself Yamato, the son of Kaido. He knows he's Yamato. He knows he's the son of Kaido. He doesn't call himself just Odin. That's the point of the bad timeline. And I was like, how the fuck are you guys purposefully looking at this in the worst way possible? The point of that bad timeline is he doesn't differentiate himself from someone else. But the reason that would go against like the bad timeline and how we view it, how people viewed it, would also go against the canon story for Yamato is Yamato literally had a whole fight with his dad about what's so wrong with admiring someone. Yamato even says, I admire Odin. Right? I admire Odin. I want to be Odin. In the same way you have someone you look up to, you want to be just like them. It's the exact same thing. It's the same way Luffy wants to be Pirate King. Luffy wants to be like Shanks. It's the same fucking thing, right? It's just the way people were taking it was driving me nuts. It was driving me nuts because he calls himself the son of Kaido. The son of Kaido, for fuck's sake. He doesn't call himself the son of the Kozuki clan or whatever the fuck Odin's dad was, right? He calls himself the son of Kaido. So the point in the story is Yamato fought against Kaido because Yamato was like, but I admire him. The point of the story is Odin's own samurai said to Yamato, you can be that. You can be a samurai. You can be just like Odin, right? Everything in the story is affirming Yamato, for what he wants to be, the samurai he wants to be, all of it. And yet people will look at that bad timeline ending that is clearly an overdoing it joke where Yamato does not differentiate themselves from Odin in any way, that he gets boiled alive and turned to ashes. Like, it's just so stupid to me. Like, oh God, I hate these people. Not an ounce of media literacy in them, I'm telling you. Future where he overdoes it. Fuck, does it seriously? God. I am sick of these people. Oh my God, I'm so sick of these people. Because people went crazy about it. What did it say for the good timeline, Sky? Did it just say good timeline? Oh my God, these people, you guys don't piss me off, but the people that were going, see, were pissing me off. Because again, it doesn't make sense for Yamato's story that it's a bad thing for him to want to be Odin. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It is a bad thing if you are not you, right? If you're just not you anymore and you overdo it to the point you follow someone that you die. That's a bad thing. It's just insane. Look, I'll never fucking forget where so many of these same guys were saying the good timeline was Yamato. It's not usually labeled. Well, the good timeline was Yamato saying, Luffy, it's Wano, let's go stop over there. And Yamato 60 going, I don't want to be a big shot looking tired. But I assume, again, that's similar to Odin. Because Odin didn't want to be a big shot either. Remember? Odin didn't like that aspect. I assume it's Yamato being tired in the same way Odin was tired. So people were going crazy, and it's like Yamato's good future is genuinely like Odin's. Like, what are you guys talking about? And not to the point that he overdoes it, that he dies. Don't know much about you. What's my deal? Is this a trap? Are you trying to bait me? My deal is I like One Piece and I'm scary and I'm pink. Yeah, and wearing Odin's moon crescent symbol. I was gonna say, he's literally wearing Odin's outfit. Right? I think he's just tired. But the amount of people that were like, oh, Yamato's gonna join because of that. And I was like, I'm not taking an SBS essential gag answer to dictate what's gonna happen in this story. Again, unless it's the author straight up saying this character is this and this character isn't this. Anyway, but I'll never forget when when people were saying, Yamato doesn't call himself the son of Kaido. He doesn't call himself Yamato, son of Kaido, so he's not. He doesn't see himself as a man, actually. And then the very next chapter after all that was literally Yamato saying, I am Yamato, son of Kaido. And it pissed them the fuck off. No trap, first time watching a stream of yours. I was just browsing and wondering what I was getting into. It's One Piece. We're One Piece. We're One Piece here. Sometimes I play games, very rarely, but I'm editing currently, so this is my work. I'm a One Piece content creator, which is... I get no bitches! Anyway. No, I like my job. I'm so fortunate.
Whack his pee-pee.
I was looking chapter 1152's title. But yeah, that made me unbelievably crazy the way people were speaking about Yamato's good and not even bad overdoes it ending. Just drive me crazy. Especially with the cover story, we literally see Yamato is following Odin's footsteps to protect Wano. Are you a theorist? I analyze. I do not theorize. Rarely do I theorize, but I analyze. Oh, is my VOD channel not linked to the main one? Sorry, I'm just so self-important. I was like, people know my main channel. Well, I honestly thought if anyone watches me here, they're gonna be watching me on my main. Does that make sense? But I didn't even think about people would be coming here and being like, I like this lady. Wait, you make videos? Like, I never thought of that. That's beyond me. You make some good stuff. Thank you. Kaido and War. I defend Kaido with my life. I think he's just such a phenomenal antagonist. Oh, have I not linked my stream channel with my main channel? But every time I stream the chapters, I put on YouTube, my main YouTube, streaming the chapters for people to see. But I guess I haven't properly linked it. All right, I'll consider. It's very weird. Well, the funniest thing is Yamato is getting bitches. Like, the girls in Wano, they love Yamato. Yamato's getting bitches just the way Odin was. So people either have to accept Yamato is queer in one or two ways. He's either trans, or he's gay, or both. Ace exists. How could I forget? But it's like the women love him. They love him. We literally see in the cover art, they like waving at him with hearts in their eyes and hearts everywhere. Like, he's just like Odin. I still stand though on my favorite ship of Yamato, which is Hiyori and Yamato. I love them. When I saw the cover art of her making a little bento box for him, I went, fuck. God. I love them. I just think they'd be such a good match. Well, Hiyori wants a big, strong swordsman. Or just a big, strong man. Bitch, that's Yamato. Like, hello? Like, Hiyori... Zoro, you don't want him, okay? Listen, girl, he's already treating you like trash. Trust me. Trust me. You can do so much better than him. Is it both if Yamato is a guy? No, well, you see, Yamato liked Ace. So, it would be both. Maybe Yamato, perhaps a bi-king. I'll accept this. Or a pan-king. The Avatar movie got leaked, and I'm not touching it. I'm not touching that! Yahoo! Not a fan of woman obsesses over one man who's not into her trope. The only one I accept is Boa. Because I understand why that's happening. That actually makes sense for why she likes Luffy. Because it's not even like a real... Like, it's a trauma response, basically. You know? Like, I get why Boa sees Luffy like that. Because Luffy does not objectify her in any way. And that makes her feel safe. But... for Zoro and Hiyori, come on. Come on. Fuck off. Girl, like, Hiyori, girl, like, I just keep, girl, I feel like I have to wake her up. There's stronger than him, there's better watched than him, there's more attractive than him, they'll treat you better than him. He was so fucking rude to her. Not on my watch. Well, because Yamato, he said, I'm son of Kaido. He said, I'm the Oni Prince, son of Kaido. That's why. Ace. Shut up. I disagree. I don't, for Boa, sorry, YouTube chat, I don't think Boa needs to find someone else. I think she can be very happy on her own. But I keep saying Luffy can't like her back. It can't happen. That's a paradox. If Luffy likes her back, then she shouldn't like him anymore. The only reason she likes Luffy is because Luffy doesn't like her. And because Luffy is truly not out to like harm women, basically. Because I'll never forget the test that she gave him of men are self-important. They'll always serve themselves before helping others, especially us. And the test was, you can either have a boat or you can free the girls from the stone prison that I put them in. What's your choice? And she knew in her head he was going to pick the boat because they'll always pick themselves first. And Luffy didn't do that, right? Luffy said, I can figure out a way to get off by myself, but thank you for giving me the option so you can free them. Like, he thanked her. He bowed and thanked her. Oh, thank God, please free them. And that shocked her. But of course, the reason I know that's not the only reason that Boa likes Luffy is because imagine how Sanji would be. Like, Sanji would have the same answer in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, he'd say, free the girlies and I'll figure out my own way off the island, right? But he's a fucking menace! He's a menace! Of course Boa wouldn't like him. He's a menace, so Boa would not like him. Turned into stone, exactly. So, Luffy, the reason she likes Luffy, it's multiple things, but the main thing is Luffy doesn't objectify her at all. At all. So if Luffy ever liked her back, it's a paradox. It wouldn't work. Because then she wouldn't like him, you know what I mean? Sanji literally turned to stone just by looking at her through binoculars. I'm sorry, that did make me laugh when I read it. I went, for fuck's sake. He's a goofball, alright? I know he's got issues, but he's mine, you know? But I also love that Rayleigh is like Boa's dad. I just love that. I love that Rayleigh has such a connection to Shakky that he also helps protect Amazon Lily. Oh my god, now that's a man. That is a man. But also, Rayleigh being allowed on Amazon Lily at his own will. Go away. Go away. I told you that was a woman. I told you Rayleigh was a MILF. Right? Rayleigh helping free the Boa sisters and continuing to help Amazon Lily to this day. Fuck. Shakky, I truly see why you like him so much. I really do. Rayleigh's a bit of a drunk bum with a yearning for Roger, but I see it. I see it, Shakky. I really see it. Opinion about the Shakky saga, God Valley. I love the God Valley flashback. I loved it. While I wasn't expecting it to be what it was, like I really wasn't expecting it to be something about Shakky and Rayleigh. I felt it when they see each other and they cry and they hug. I went, ooh. And Dragon, oh, God. It was awesome. And Roger, oh, and Rox, oh my God, so much, oh, yeah, oh, you know what I mean? It was, oh fuck. I felt a lot of it. Yeah. I hate your guts. Fuck yeah. I miss Sanji, but I was getting an eye full of Rayleigh, so I was enjoying myself. And an eye full of Shakky. And surely Sanji is like Rayleigh and Shakky's illegitimate child. Like, like for real, my God. It still cracks, I say it in this, it cracks me the fuck up that Shakky and Sanji had like a similar introduction, which is beating up customers in their cafe. That cracks me up. Both smoking, by the way. And I'm like, Oda, what is happening? What is happening? Is there a demon on your shoulder or something? No, Shakky was in her bar. She was literally in her bar beating someone up when we met her for the first time. And the smoking. Oh, fuck, what chapter do we see her for the first time again? Shakky. One Piece. $4.98. See? This is the first time we see her. No, she wasn't on Amazon Lily's ship. This is the first time we see her. Welcome, what'll it be? She does not associate with Amazon Lily at this point. Because we don't know she's associated with Amazon Lily yet. That was a secret. She wasn't on the ship at all. This is the like... Hello? Welcome to my crappy restaurant. By the way, the slow reveal of who Shakky was fucking incredible. Because I remember thinking, why in the world is Rayleigh allowed on Amazon Lily that and like that? Like, I remember thinking how weird that was. How come he can just come on Amazon Lily? Oh, it's because he saved the Boa sisters. Why did he specifically save the Boa sisters? And why did he keep such a close relationship to them? Oh, we find out Shakky was originally an Amazon Lily Empress. She was from Amazon Lily. Oh! And then that leads us into the God Valley flashback between the two of them. The slow bits of information being revealed about Shakky that were honestly there all along. With like the fucking spider theme she's got going here. It was always there. But he did such a good job at building that up until we got to God Valley. That was just awesome. We learned that she used to be a pirate, but we don't know from who or from where, right? Bar owner and former pirate. Shakky, what is happening? Her little child Hachi, oh. Hachi is their son. When people say, did Rayleigh and Shakky have a son? Yes, Hachi. Stop pissing me off. I will get mad. Oh fuck, I forgot to mention Luffy telling Loki to join his crew. People are gonna get mad at me for that. Oh well. Wait, did I forget to mention it? Probably. I forgot to mention it because it's not happening. I'm not even saying this to be copium. I'm saying that's not gonna happen. Loki's place is clearly not as a Straw Hat. After this flashback, it's clearly not as a Straw Hat. It's the same with Bonnie with Egghead, and everyone was so convinced. She's not gonna be a Straw Hat. Well, again, I think with Loki, he's going to be one of the rulers of Elbaf. Him and Hyduden will become Elbaf's kings together. I just think that's so obvious. Like, I think it's there in the pudding. I'm so sure that's what's going to happen. And he will become a pirate with his brother, right? They will have to both be old and new tradition together. I just think that's so obvious. I do think it's obvious. I think that's very obvious. Listen, if it happens, I get to say I told you so. But every part of the story is saying that both of these two characters will be working for Elbaf's future. So they'll probably be under the same pirate crew together, which Hyduden already has, which is under Straw Hat Luffy. and they'll both become kings together just like their father, who they both did love, was hoping for. That just, again, it just seems obvious. Because I thought Loki didn't like his dad. He does, he loves his dad. They both love their dad. They can both work for Elbaf's future without being co-rulers, but he's not being a Straw Hat. It's not becoming a Straw Hat, because so many people think if Loki becomes the ruler of Elbaf, he's stuck on Elbaf. That's so untrue. Harold was literally sailing back and forth consistently. Constantly. When he was the ruler. Loki becoming a ruler or one of the rulers does not mean he's stuck on Elbaf. I'm not sure where that's coming from. It's not like Vivi. Vivi was in a different situation. Well, if there's an Elbaf left, considering what's happening. Well, someone was like, Mel, why aren't you joining the Loki will be a Straw Hat agenda? We need you. And I was like, because it's not going to happen. Again, I've played these games before. It's not going to happen. The more I read this story, the more I'm like, his place is definitely not a Straw Hat. No, Loki fits with the dynamics. I like Loki. I just do not think being a Straw Hat is what he truly wants. I do agree though. He'll meet up with Shaggy, which again, it's Shirahoshi. That I'm so confident about. Every panel Loki is in is so tough. You and I are the opposite. For me, every panel Loki is in is so cute. My pervert lens. It's not even pervert. I think he's cute. I think he's a cutie patootie. Well, to me, Loki is very similar to Law. Incredibly similar to Law. People really want him on the crew because, again, his dynamic with Luffy is really good. It's not gonna happen. I'm just so fully confident of it. I know Oda's tricks. What are you sending me? Shut up! Shut up! God, you crack me up. What was that on the bottom there? Oh, it gives me the link and everything. That's cool. If I fill this, will it give me snow? A pathetic fucking amount of snow. Do it again. Ah! I knew that would happen. It looks natural. God, I don't know where Blueberry went, but she's really pissing me off. On the floor just for her. It looks like someone's been like Thanos snapped to be on the floor. Lady Orlean, oh my goodness, I haven't seen you around here for a while either. Not to my knowledge anyway. Maybe you were just here yesterday and I didn't see you. If you were, I apologize for that. Well, my thing is people are going, well, Loki can just be shrunk down to be put on the ship. Do you really think Loki wants that? Do you think Loki wants to be smallified? He does, like, have some pride of being a giant and being from Elbaf. I don't think he wants to be shrunk. Yeah, fight a human-sized opponent in a fight. Not because he wants to be human-sized or shrunk down, but because fighting a human-sized opponent makes him hit a fly. I don't think that means he wants to be smaller. It's just a bit tough. It could be useful, but I don't think he'd want to stay shrunk to be on a ship. If he can even do that, by the way, which I don't think he can. He can turn into a big dragon. And if he did have the ability to shrink and grow, they'd need that devil fruit user on their ship always, wouldn't they? None of it seems likely. Absolutely none of it. Unless Vegapunk made a device, but again, I doubt it. You're making me want to fully join! You are on the losing side of history. You're on the losing side of history, Sky. I literally have someone who was like, I bet $1,000. And I said, you can bet that. I'm not betting that. Attack Imu first. Brook. Nah, Brook's shattered. Probably Luffy. I think if Zoro tries, he's getting flung back. Fucking immediately. I think anyone else is gonna get flung. I think they're all gonna get flung back, mind you. I'm way too confident. Because I am right. I've played these games before. I was way too confident with Bonnie. And I was right. When people were like, it's gonna happen. Even people who I've never seen go in like that were going in on Bonnie being a Straw Hat. And I was like, it's not happening. Didn't happen. It's the same situation again. Yeah, you were right about Bonnie, which is why I'm shocked you're on the Loki agenda. I'm shocked. We are seeing the same pattern, Sky. We are seeing that Loki's own family, themes, and everything connect to his home specifically, not to the Straw Hats. Even Rocks connects to Elbaf, not to the Straw Hats. Throw up. Aaron, why? Why are you here? I agree Loki's going to help the Straw Hats. I agree he's going to be with the Straw Hats under their fleet. That's why I'm saying he's going to join Hyrule. That makes the most sense, does it not? Hyrule is his brother who he must reconcile with. That's definitely going to happen. If it doesn't, I'll cry. Hyrule is part of the Straw Hat fleet, and Hyrule is one of the princes of Elbaf. Everything points to Loki and Hyrule joining up. right? I want you both to work together. And look, ever since we saw Harold saying, Loki, I love you, and Loki being strung up, and Loki saying to Haiduden, you seriously fucking think I'd kill our dad? I'm just like, his story is definitely with Haiduden. It's not gonna be with the Straw Hats. Frankie's dream was to make a ship that would sail around the world. They do not apply to Frankie. I don't know what Loki's dream was, but it's certainly not to make a ship that sails around the world. Shut up, Aaron. Yeah, Bonnie's not joining, mate. Bonnie is with Kuma. That's all she wants. There's literally no reason for her to be a Straw Hat. She just wants her dad. And if you're slandering Usopp, get out of here. Yep. Listen, they're new. Be nice to them. They don't understand. This is a making fun of power scalers community. They're gonna forgive Loki. And you know why they're gonna forgive Loki? They're already on the verge of it. Loki is protecting them with the dragon. Yes, he fucked up with the fire thing, but he's still protecting them. And Yarul just announced Loki was not the one that killed Haiduden. Sorry, that killed Harold. That wasn't him. They're already on the verge of forgiving him. That's gonna be easy. Snap. Loki will be forgiven. Like, they're still mad. They're mad about Loki causing fire. But of course that was an accident. And they'll probably be more lenient towards him now that Yarul can speak and stand up for him. They're not all going to forgive him immediately, but they will be better on him. Again, they've got Yarul, one of the most respected elders on Elbaf, now defending him, now backing him up. Gaban as well. Gaban will speak for him too. Haiduden, by the end of it, I'm sure will speak for him. Loki is going to have people that are fully respected in Elbaf helping him, speaking for him. Right? And now they know Loki was the one that did not kill Harold. Where Boba? He's innocent of killing Harold, but he didn't defend Loki otherwise. That is defending him, because they all thought he killed Harold. That's straight up defending him. And with Loki helping to save, trying to help to save Elbaf, that's more reason for them to want to forgive him. He is truly reaching a point where Elbaf will want to forgive him. Let me get Boba. Hey, Boba. Gucci, Gucci. Hello. Oh, you're so sleepy. I'm sorry. Up. Restart my PC. Oh. She is so floppy. Look at her. You are so floppy. I hear you purring. You are such a fake I don't give a fucker. Oh, meow. I'll put you meow. Sit here. Look, I did this just for you. How about this? How about this? How about I make it like a nest? Like nest, right? How's that? Is that what you want? Come here. No! Come here. Come here. Come on, look, I made it a little nest for you. Come on. Come on. Come here. Yeah. Here. What do you want? Oh, gosh. Isn't that cozy? Isn't it cozy? Yeah. You like it. You like it. You just like it. Oh my god. Never mind, she pisses me off. When I wear that, she's immediately on me. I need you guys to know. She jumps on me. She loves it. By the way, Bonnie's arc is gonna be with the Revs. Bonnie's arc will be with the Revs. It's, again, it's clear as day. She's got extended family with the Revs, and her dad was part of them in a huge way. Again, there's nothing about Bonnie that, like, fully pushes her towards the Straw Hats. The Revs, I believe, are truly the place for her. They can help protect her and also help her do what she would love to do. Pixel, that never comes up. That never, like, they don't even know who that is. She could do that, but even if she does do that, again, the Revs make more sense. Lilith probably also the Revs. Remember, the amount of characters we met in Egghead were connected to the Revs. Vegapunk is friends with Dragon. The Revs are like the central point for so many characters in Egghead. The Revs, in my opinion, have always been the main home base for these characters. Yeah, Bonnie knows Kuma's not a biological father. She saw the bubble. She saw Kuma's whole story. She doesn't give a fuck. That's her dad. And the same way Sanji knows Zeph isn't his biological father. Doesn't give a fuck. That's his dad. Kuma will come back. Trust. If he doesn't, I cry. She doesn't want systematic change, but she's got safety and family in the Revs. She can be a child exploring with the Revs. The Revs offer her shelter and safety more than anything. They offer her family. Ivankov is part of her family, do not forget. While she's never met Iva, imagine how ecstatic Iva would be to see Bonnie. Iva would say you look just like your mother. Right? She doesn't have to be an agent at all. Uncle, Auntie Iva. This is why the second I've been saying this, the second that Egghead was about a girl wanting to find her dad, I fucking should have known Sanji would be an important part to the arc. Like I should have known he would have been part of the centers of the arc. If it's ever about a parent, a child and their father, it's about Sanji. It's about Sanji. Especially their found family father. Anyways, I'll get to do huge backflips when Loki does not become a straw hat. It's no place for children, and yet he recruits people like Sabo and Koala. It's no place for his children, his son. And the reason for that is because Luffy is his weakness. That's why. But if Kuma and Bonnie came to the Revs looking for help, looking for protection, looking for family, they're not gonna reject them. They're not gonna reject them at all. Especially with Kuma. They were trying to save Kuma. But he wouldn't put his daughter in danger. What are you not understanding? The Revs can protect them. That's what the Revs are there for. The Revs are the safest place. Do you seriously think the Straw Hats are safer than the Revs? Genuinely. If that's your argument, you've got a bad argument. People keep saying the safest place Bonnie could be is with the Straw Hats. That is so untrue. The Straw Hats walk into danger. That is what they do. The Revs are the safest place you could possibly be for someone who is an outlaw and needs protection. That's why the Revs exist, to protect the common person, because the Marines don't do that. They say they do. They don't. But Bonnie being with the Straw Hats, that's a dangerous situation. Look where the Straw Hats go. Look at what they do. Ah! She should not be with the Straw Hats. The Revs are like the safest place for a girl like Bonnie to be. I mean, they've saved countless peoples and have countless like villages and towns that they've protected under them. It's Yanarina, it's not the safest if you're part of like the fucking management. Do you know what I mean? The reason Guinea got kidnapped is because she was one of the leaders of the Revs. But they've protected countless innocent people that didn't join them. The whole point of the Revs is that they protect who the Marines won't. That's what they do. That's why, yes, they are the safest place. Because Bonnie and Kuma can't go to the world government. They can't go to the Marines. The Marines are not going to protect them. The world government is not going to protect them. The Revs will fully protect them, right? They will give them places to be that are safe. They're safer than the Straw Hats. I can tell you that right now. That's what the Revs do. This is literally their bread and butter. The reason the Revs exist is so they can protect people. That's why they exist. Bonnie and Kuma, if they don't go on missions, they will get protected by the Revs, right? That's what they do. Yes, they are safe. The Revs are incredibly safe for people who need that protection. Just saying. It's a whole lot safer for a little girl not accepted by the Marines and the world government to be under the Revs than on a pirate crew. That's the point. That's the point. That's what the Revs are. That's why I always say the Revs existing is like the smoking. They're here to protect people. They are here to protect people, mates. That is what they are here for. Are you reading with your eyes closed? I'm yelling at you. Why do you think the Revs exist? What do you think they do? Why do you think they want to overthrow the world government? Just cause? They are literally here to protect people. Ivor even said that. The Revs just want to help people. That's what they're for. That's what they're here for. Why do you think Dragon was fucking appalled at what he saw on God Valley? Because he joined the Marines for justice to protect people. Never did he see that. He made the Revs to protect people. The Revs literally started as a Peace Corps. They started as a protest group trying to help the common person going against the world government. That didn't work because they weren't being listened to. They had to forcibly step in to help people. That's what they do. All of their missions, that's why Kuma joined the Revs, so he could protect people, so he could help people. That's what their missions are. Remember, one of their missions, when Guinea was kidnapped, either said, we can't go after Guinea, our aid ships are full, i.e. the ships they are using to protect and help innocent people are full. That's what the Revs exist for. They exist to protect people. They are literally the fucking parallel to the Marines. The Marines say they protect people. They don't. They only protect who they're told they can protect. The Revs actually protect people. They actually protect the common person. That's why they exist. They exist to counter the Marines. Because they are literally doing what the Marines will not do, even though the Marines say they do it. That's why Dragon made the Revs. Saying the Revs don't help people is fucking crazy. That is crazy. You need to get media literate now. I'm serious. How have you come out of One Piece with that idea? That is what they're there for. Their ultimate goal is to protect people. That is what they do. That is what they do. That is what they do. They are there to protect people. Oh my god, you're actually driving me fucking crazy. They will protect people. They will protect people. And Bello Betty was wrong. Bello Betty was wrong. I don't remember if she said that in the manga, mind you, but that's incorrect. They actually protect people when they just need it. They literally will protect the random common person. The random common person. They saved all of the Lucia. Sabo on his, well, all of it. Sabo tried to save as many people as he could in the Lucia. Not because they fit an agenda, but because those were innocent people that needed saving. They didn't even care if they joined the Revs, by the way. They didn't care. That is their goal. Is Bello Betty Dragon, by the way? Is she Dragon? No. Dragon wants to help people. He wants to protect people. The reason he wants to take down the world government is because the world government is not protecting people. Because he's believing the world government oppresses them. And he's right. He wants to fucking free people. You think Kuma joined the Revs just cause? Kuma's whole thing is saving people. That's Kuma's whole thing. Kuma's entire point of his character is, I want to save people. I want to help people. Why the fuck would he join the Revs? Literally, the part in the Guinea and Kuma flashback, when they're in jail, is Guinea saying, like, we can't save this place because it goes up to the world government. It goes right up to the world government. And Kuma was like, well, how are we meant to do that? How am I meant to save people if it goes up to the world government? If we want to really change things? Oh, the Revs. Like, why the fuck is Kuma a founding member if one of their main goals is not helping people and saving people? This is literally part of the story. This is why the Revs exist. They are there to save people. He created the Revs. He created the... Do you agree that one of the Revs' main goals is to help people, yes or no? Do you believe? The Revolutionary Army saving people without leading country to revolution first. Yes, Lucia. Yes, fucking Lucia. They didn't care if Lucia was going to join the Revs or not. Most of the Revs' goal is that. And do you believe the Revs as a whole are there to save people? Do you believe that's why the Revs were created? Yes or no? Is that what you believe? Because otherwise, why? The goal you're saying to overthrow the world government, that is there so they can save people. That's why that goal is there. Not because they just want to overthrow the world government, but because Dragon wants revolution. He wants freedom. There are bad apples, but the Revs exist to save people. Also, the only bad apple we saw was Bello Betty. And her bad appleness was, oh, we only want to get people that want to join our side. Bad apples? The bad apples on the Marine side are fucking protecting slave owners. I've never seen a Rev protect a slave owner. Fucking never. I've never seen a Rev protect the Celestials. I've never seen a Rev protect the world government nobles. Aside from fucking, what, Cobra. But even they said, that's not our job. Right? I'm not understanding why you saying there are bad apples is a oh, well, the Revs aren't there to save people. So you agree the Revs are there to save people, but because of what one Rev said, which is Bello Betty, you think as a no. Like, what are you talking about? Your original statement was the Revs don't save people. That's not their goal. Do you still believe in that? Is that still a statement that you stand on? Is it? Or have I changed your mind here? Because I'm telling you, that's incredibly illiterate. Betty was being sarcastic. In all my years, I cannot believe I've heard someone say the Revs don't save people or they're not here to save people. That is literally what they were formed for. That is quite literally what they were created for. They are created to do what the Marines won't do, which is actually help the innocent. That is what they're for. Lucio overthrew their monarch at the time. I don't have any other examples, but my examples is they let in slaves. They actually help people. And Rat Down Under, do I have to say, why does it have to be anyone else that's not trying to overthrow? Right? And Rat Down Under, the reason they're going for people that try to overthrow their government is because those people are about to be targeted. They are about to be killed. Right? Those people trying to overthrow governments are innocent people who are suffering. Now listen, I don't know why I need any other example than that. I don't know why I need further examples, but Lelucia was full of innocent people that they were trying to save and trying to help. So I'm not sure what your point is here. They only help people that will overthrow their governments, but that's not true. That's not true. They help who they can, where they can. They also cause revolutions by joining a place because they will tell people what's going on, right? You said the Revs don't, you said the Revs don't help, like they're not there to save people. In fact, hang on, I can find all your messages now. You are making me mad because that is what you said, but I still believe they would be the safest place for a little girl who is not accepted by the Marines and by the world government. They are. Bonnie cannot be under the Marines. She cannot be under the world government. Pirates are dangerous for a little girl. They just are. They're not here to protect people. They're here to overthrow the world government. Do you still believe that? You did word that wrong. You worded that horribly wrong. Ah! You worded that horribly wrong. But my answer for you, Rat Down Under, is the only reason we haven't seen that is because we haven't seen a lot of the Revs. But we know that they protect people and they protect innocent people because that is their core. That's why they exist. Right? They're not like the Marines. The Marines were created to be justice for the world government. They are clearly the world government's army. That's why they're there. Right? The Revs exist because they are doing what the Marines can't do. The Revs are there so they can help people. The only reason we see them protecting or saving people who like form revolutions or something is because the places they go to, they do start a revolution. And that's because everywhere they go is oppressed. Everywhere they go is oppressed and needing of that help. That's why, right? They can only go where their resources allow them to go. Who needs the most help from them? Save the people at Tequila Wolf. There you go. Bonnie would be in more danger if she joined the Straw Hats. So look at Bonnie now. She's currently on an island where the world's biggest, greatest, most scariest fucking leader, Imu, has arrived. You think that's safe? The Revs can offer Bonnie more protection than the Straw Hats can because the Straw Hats are actively going into danger. They can just take care of a child because guess what? The Revs are splits. Here's the issue with the Straw Hats. The Straw Hats are on their own. There are only, what, 10 of them? Bonnie is forced to stay with them. The Revs are a whole organization. The Revs can take more care of Bonnie than the Straw Hats can. Because again, the Straw Hats actively go into danger. The Revs will have organizations where they don't go into danger. I'm sure the Revs probably have a fucking aid program for that. They have aid ships. There is literally no reason the Revs cannot protect children. There's no reason the Revs wouldn't have areas where they can protect children. The Straw Hats do not. I just think it's an absurd statement to say it's safer with pirates who are actively heading into danger than safer than an organization that is actively wanting to protect people. I think that is an insane statement. I understand Luffy is very strong, but the pirates he's a part of, the areas he's in, are not safe. Luffy is someone who actively seeks danger. That's part of him. How is that safe for Bonnie? It's not safe for Bonnie. It's not. I just think that's an asinine statement to say that being with the Straw Hats is safer. They're both in danger, but one of them is an organization actively putting forward a foot to help people and have people under them to protect them, and one of them is a pirate crew! What are you not understanding? One of them is safer. One of them is safer than the other one. That does mean they're safer. It does mean they're safer. If you're a little girl, if you are Bonnie and the Marines won't take you and the world government won't take you, you're safer off with an organization that actively wants to protect you in areas than a small pirate crew that's sailing into danger. The Revs are clearly safer. They are so much safer. This is an asinine conversation. We are talking about a pirate crew with a captain that actively wants to go into danger compared to a revolutionary organization with a leader that wants to protect people. But you're saying that you don't think that one of them is safer. I'm saying you are wrong. I'm saying one of them is clearly the safer option. Clearly the safer option, and it's the Revs. It's insane to think it's not the Revs. Unless you're a frontliner for the Revs, you're safe under them. They will protect you. That's their job. That's what they're there for. She will be safer under the Revs than she'd ever be with the Straw Hats. The Straw Hats will protect her, but they are sailing into areas where she'll need to be protected. The Revs will not sail Bonnie into areas where she'll need to be protected, will they? Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's the difference here. I'm not saying Bonnie is going to be a frontliner in the Revs. I'm saying the Revs can and have the capacity to protect her. Because Dragon would want Luffy with him. But also because Dragon was a wee bab without a true revolutionary army when he had Luffy. He was still an upstart. Hang on, safety is a bad argument for where Bonnie will end up. Then why did you say that? Then why did you say she'd be safer with the Straw Hats? That's why this argument started. Because that's why the argument of the protection of the Revs even started. Because of the safety argument. So what argument do we have? That she wants to be with her dad? Then she should be with the Revs. Kuma will not be staying with the Straw Hats. Of course he won't be. He'll be going off with the Revs again. So again, it's the Revs. Everything points towards the Revs. Like, of course she's gonna go with the Revs then. She will go wherever her dad goes. And that's gonna be with the Revs. Kuma is not gonna stay with the Straw Hats. That's never been his place. So what are we arguing exactly? But if safety were an argument, it would be with the Revs. Again, it's asinine to say that an Emperor pirate crew being with them, the frontliners for an Emperor pirate crew, is safer than being under the Revs. I'm sorry, that's an insane argument. The Revs' job is to help displaced people and to help innocent people who have nowhere else to go. That's their job. That's what they're there for. That's so much safer than the Straw Hats. That is so much safer. Like, I cannot believe that's even an argument. But it doesn't also apply to the Revs is what's getting me. Your argument is not an argument because it doesn't also apply to the Revs. It only applies to the Revs if you're an innocent person, part of the world nobles, who's not a frontliner. Sorry, who's a frontliner. If you're a frontliner on the Revs, yes, you're in danger. But they are literally there to protect the common person. You think everyone they're protecting is part of the Revolutionary Army? I disagree with your argument there. I disagree that saying, well, it's also not safe with the Revs. That's asinine. The only reason you wouldn't be safe and looking towards the Revs is because the world government and the Marines will not protect you anyway. You are already in danger anyway. So if you've got no one to turn to, you've either got the Revs or you've got pirates. One of them is a lot safer than the other one. A whole lot safer than the other one, and it's not pirates. It's Revs for a reason. That's also an asinine argument. That's just an insane argument. The frontliners know they are in danger. Dragon literally is like, I can't ask you of your life. You have to want to do that. But if he's going to protect people, it's not going to be on the front lines, is it? being under the Revs is a lot safer than being a pirate, especially a fucking like straw hat pirate. Just comparing the safety of the straw hats to the Revs are safer. I'm not saying she's gonna be on the front lines with Ivankov, Sabo, and Koala. I'm saying her family is in the Revs. That's giving her a lot more safety, right? I'm not saying she's gonna be fighting alongside Ivankov. I'm saying part of her family is in the Revs, which gives her more incentive to be on the side of the Revs, doesn't it? To be under the Revs. That makes a whole lot more sense. I'm not saying she has to be a frontliner, but her being with the Straw Hats forces her to be a frontliner. It forces her to be under the Straw Hats in the original 10. Doesn't it? And what's safer, being under the Revs or being on the Straw Hat crew? What's safer there? It's not being on the Straw Hat crew. Again, insane argument to say that it's actually kind of a similar safety argument. It's not. It's not a similar safety argument. It's just not. I don't know. I think we're so... Because we see Luffy come out of a fight all the time, we think that's a safe place. It's not. Luffy does walk into those fights. He's looking for danger. The Revs don't do that. The frontliners do that. But they clearly have spaces where they protect people. She will be on the Revs side, but that doesn't mean she'll be a frontliner. But in general, it's safer to be a Rev. It is, like, especially under them. The Revs are a whole lot more organized, that's for sure. No child soldier. They had Sabo and Koala, but Sabo and Koala were not on the front lines. They were being trained, especially by Kuma. But the Revs offer a whole lot more protection than Luffy would. Especially if you're Kuma and Bonnie. There's no incentive for Bonnie to be a Straw Hat is what gets me. Right? Again, I'm not 100% sure about Bello Betty. But you gotta remember, the Revs started as a peace protesting corps. That's how they started. And then they became an army because no one would listen. And Bello Betty was with them when she was younger. We don't know a whole lot about the Revs. But if you want to fight and you want to fight with the Revs, then I'm sure Dragon wouldn't be super against that since he had Sabo. The whole point of the Revs is Dragon's not asking this of you. But if you have that justice and you have the justice, if you have that will and that's what you want, and that's what you want to fight for, then he's your guy. He will help you. He will aid you. But again, it's just saying being a pirate is safer than being under the Revs. I just think that's insane. Especially when the Revs exist to protect people to the best of their abilities. Don't piss me off. Betty is a recruiter. And to motivate people to fight for themselves, right? Also, Betty's quite wild. But also, the fact the only bad apple we've seen in the Revs is allegedly Betty is crazy. We see the marine bad apples and they are rotten to the fucking core. I wouldn't even call Betty a bad apple. Like, I do not deny there might be some issues with the Revs, but I would not say they're like they've got bad apples in them. Not to this point, because we haven't seen any. Not to the point that we've seen them in the Marines. Right? I never said she'd be with Ivankov. I'd say she could see Ivankov, right? We don't know much of the Revs yet, that is true, but we do know the Revs have been created because they are against the Marines specifically. They don't like what the Marines are doing. But from what we've seen of the Revs, like, think about the leaders we've seen for the Marines and think about the leaders we've seen from the Revs. That enough says it all. The leaders we've seen for the Revs are people who are searching for true safety. They are searching for a true freedom and liberation. Dragon, Kuma, Ivankov, Guinea, right? The leaders for the Revs clearly are people that truly want this liberation and do not want to basically poison their position. The leaders for the Marines are fucked. They are fucked. That in itself says enough. Akainu is fucked. Like, that says plenty to me. I think that says more than enough. Again, I'm taking Bello Betty over a Marine Admiral. I am taking Bello Betty over Marine Admiral. Bello Betty's sins, again, they're not even more neutral. Bello Betty is just... She wants this liberation, right? To the point that she clearly is a bit harsh, but I'm not going to call her neutral by any means. I'd say just like Guinea, just like Kuma, just like Ivankov, just like Dragon, she's seen the extremes of the world government. And she wants freedom, proper freedom. I'm not going to call her, like, neutral for that. I'd say she's quite extreme, but I wouldn't call her an extremist. Well, what Bello Betty did was... In fact, what chapter did she say that? So I can see the context of that. Because for all I know, there's a context missing. And for all I know, she said that because she's talking about recruiting. She was recruiting? The hell does that make her the bad guy? Of course she's gonna say, like, we're not gonna want anyone. Give me the chapter number and we will discuss this. So I can see the context of this. Because I highly doubt it's gonna be, I'm only saving people who want to join the Revs. That's her job, to recruit. My whole point is, the Revs have always been a smoking gun in comparison to the Marines. Every time people say the Marines do this, the Marines do that, I can say the Revs. The Revs literally do what the Marines don't or refuse to do. That's what they're there for. But a core of the a core of the Revs, and the reason for the creation of the Revs is because of the oppressions and the danger the people are in. It's not because Dragon just wants to take over the world government just to change the system. That came from somewhere. That came from the fact people are in danger. That came from protection of people. That's what it came from. That's why the core of the Marines are vastly different to the core of Dragon and the core of the Revs. The core of the Marines are not protecting people. The core of the Marines are to protect the higher-ups, right? And to protect the people that the higher-ups say that they can protect. And the core of the Revs are to protect those who the world government and the Marines do not protect, because there is an issue here in the system. There is an oppression here in the system. Those two cores are vastly different. One works in favor of the system and one works against the system. And they both want to protect people, but there are different cores there. So the Freedom Fighters, which was Dragon, was made after God Valley. And that's what created all of this, right? And then the Revs fully became an army after Ohara. 904. So the reason the Revolutionary Army became an army is because Dragon originally wanted to be peaceful. He wanted to lead peaceful protests, right? That's what he was doing. But after the genocide of Ohara, he realized this isn't enough. People are dying while we're being peaceful, while we're peacefully protesting. We need to help them. And Ohara was a radical change for him. Because there was nothing more he could do. He wasn't being listened to. He wasn't making change fast enough. Which is a great way to show how that happens in real time. Dragon was told, don't think, yes. Oh my god, this is the same chapter where Ivankov is like, I can't believe Sanji didn't tell me he was a Vinsmoke. What a cad! They are so funny. What are you talking about with Bello Betty? She wasn't saving. Oh my god, you have the... Mate, you've got a very poor read of this. This is not... This is what Luffy does. So do you remember when Luffy was like, Kobe, like, I hate you. And he was saying, Kobe, I hate you because Kobe wasn't standing up for himself. This isn't Bello Betty saying, I'm not going to save you. She's saying, what's the call? Will you die or will you fight? Choose your own fate. Is being the hero someone else's job? It could be yours. She was going to help them no matter what. But she wants to motivate them. Obviously, that's her fruit. To want to survive. To want to fight back. She's not a bad apple at all. She's not even neutral. She's just trying to want people to want liberation. She's not any kind of neutral. I'd say she's fucking awesome. Like... We have not seen a single Rev who has been like super extremist, as in, you know, extremist as in like to the point of Hody Jones. We've not seen a Rev being super extremist to the point they want people to die. We've not seen a Rev only save people for their own gain. And we've not seen a Rev be a bad apple. We haven't seen a single Rev like that, not one. And I do believe that's for a reason. Because their creations are different and their cores are different, right? But she doesn't have words before this. She doesn't say anything before this. I don't know what you're talking about. All she says is... Oh, she says, okay, she says, what is it you want to do, you passive, unresisting trash? But the reason she's calling them trash is because they are being called trash. Again, she's being sarcastic, as Mama Mad Dog said. That's why she says here, what's the call, you trashmongers? The pirates are calling them trash. So she's like, so trash, what are you gonna do? Exactly as it is. She's being a motivational speaker. How dare you say that? I knew something was up. I was like, Bello Betty does not sound the type to be like, I'm only saving you because I want you in the revs. I was like, there's no way. There's no way she'd say that because Dragon wouldn't have someone like that leading the revs. The whole point of the revs is they want to save as many people as possible. Like, why would Dragon be like, oh, you only want to save people that want to join the revs? Sure, you can be an army leader. That doesn't sound like Dragon. Dragon wouldn't do that. Something was wrong. I knew something was wrong. Not my revs. Her devil fruit's motivational. She said, are you going to take this lying down? I knew it! So as far as I'm concerned, we haven't seen a single bad apple in the revs compared to the multiple bad apples we've seen. The multiple bad apples we've seen. The Marines are nowhere to be seen because they are no longer under the protection of the Marines. And you know why? Because they basically usurped their fucking king at the moment. And the Marines are not going to protect those who go outside the world government. They don't. It's not what they do. Just not realizing it. Because here's the thing, while I agree we've seen more of the Marines than we've seen of the revs, the issue is we've seen the leaders of the Marines, we've seen the admirals, we've seen the leaders of the revs, we've seen the so-called admirals of the revs. It's night and day. There is a stark difference. There's like maybe 2 good admirals of the Marines. One of them was drafted, Fujitora, and then all the revs of the leaders that we've seen all clearly do want to help people and don't want to use their position for their own power. That says everything to me. Because even the joke of Borsalino Kizaru, he's just there for a job. The revs are not just there for a job. They don't even get money from this shit, right? That's such a stark difference. Anyway, this is what my streams are for. By the way, I always have to say this. I know I was yelling at you. It's because I'm very passionate, right? I'm very passionate. And I always think the Marines get such a bad run for their money. I always think people treat the Marines poorly. Sorry, the Marines. Fuck! No one clipped that. The revs! I think the revs get treated so poorly. And I think no one understands the revs because no one looks into the revs properly. And I defend them to the day I die because I hate the way people gas up the Marines and not the revs, because the revs are the ones that deserve that, not the Marines. Anyway. No! Right? The revs are not going to go after people, pregnant women. The Marines will... Sorry, the revs... Do I keep doing this? The revs will not go after pregnant women. The Marines do. Now apologize to Bello Betty. Oh gosh. Yeah. Thank you, Gob. Never in my 27 years. Thank you, you're a real one. Listen, sometimes I yell at people and I scare them off. And I'm like, no, I'm not mad at you. Just at your opinions on One Piece. I'm not angry at you, just the things you are saying. It's tough out here. Don't get me started on the whales. Maybe I am more Bello better than I thought. That made my whole body freeze up. That got me. Again, look, I've talked about this. The ones that get me the most are when someone has an opinion. This is not as bad as the Rev one, but someone, like, I'm not talking about... You didn't fully read some of my comments. Bad and ends better. It's true, I didn't fully read some of your comments because you made me tired, man. Anyway, the ones that get me the most are when someone says something that is such a dog shit awful opinion that's so far removed from like what the story's saying, and then as I'm arguing it, people go, they're rage baiting, and then it's like, how many times do I have to tell you guys, stupid people exist? Like, this rage baiting thing has given stupid people the ability to hide. And it's so funny because it's like, guys, I'm telling you, 90% of the time it is not rage bait. People genuinely have these opinions. And we need to have the conversation, because the issue is if you say it's just rage bait, that shuts down the conversation. And then the person who is so-called rage baiting will never have that conversation. And I've had it. Even if it is rage bait, the conversation must be had. Apologize again. Pure defamation. Like, it gets me so bad when people say, that opinion's rage bait, but I've seen that opinion echoed by hundreds of people before. And it's like, it's not rage bait. My rage baiting is making up a guy in my head. I'll make up a guy in my head and I'll rage bait myself. No, I know you weren't rage baiting. I know. But sometimes it happens. Weapon. That's my rage. Yeah, my rage baiting is just misinformation. That's exactly it, Yanarina. I see someone come in here with an opinion that I have seen copied and pasted so many times from people who genuinely argue it, and then people say that's just rage bait, and it's like, you haven't seen what I've seen. You have not seen what I've seen. Like, I don't know how to tell you guys, it's not rage bait. It's not rage bait. That's an opinion that people genuinely have. No, it's okay. It's we got there in the end. Well, listen, you started your argument with the worst take ever, which is the revs don't really don't prioritize protecting people or whatever it was. What? You set off a hydrogen bomb is what you did. The bomb was enormous. Coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb. Coughing babies have... Is that statistically true? Because I feel like it could be. That's not mad enough. I need an angry one. Pre-time skip Nami would never get scared, cry, and call out to the crew for help. That reminds me of when Nami woke up in Elbaf and she had a huge bug coming after her and she was like crying and screaming, "Where am I?" And people were like telling me, this just doesn't feel like Nami. It just doesn't feel like Nami. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Ah. Hello, first of all, she is terrified of bugs. Second of all, she's woken up in a place all by herself and she is scared. She's literally part of the coward trio. What is going on? Like, I was like, have we all forgotten who Nami is? Like, I was gagged. I was like, she's literally terrified of bugs. And she's being faced by a giant bug. Sanji's also scared of bugs, and we also saw him still being scared of bugs. Because of seeing the huge grasshopper, right? And people were like, this isn't her, this isn't her. Hello? Nami is never not, like, has never been someone who's like, I can't cry. The only time she's been someone who's I can't cry is when she was working for Arlong. And after that, she was fine screaming out and crying because she's put in danger a lot. Like, what is happening? No, don't say anything about the leaked Avatar movie because that's very bad for creators. Let me remind you guys again, leaks are horrible for creators. They're really bad for creators. Everyone who worked on this movie and everyone who got basically paid for this movie would probably be tearing their hair out over those leaks. The leaks are really, really bad for creators. Don't watch it if you can help it. What did someone say to me? But if they're digital, things won't get leaked. Such a lie. Tsubaki, why do you keep saying are you? What's this typo? Coughing babies may beat that. Miss sick babies were probably gotten sick from the people who are in contact with them. True. At this point, if they're digital... Well, look, what gets me is the only reason the One Piece chapters get leaked is because they physically print the copies to send to stores, right? If those physical printed copies did not have to be sent to stores a week before they had to be on shelves, they would not get leaked because there'd be no way to leak them. Digital copies have a bigger chance of being leaked because you can get into digital areas. You can hack into digital places. And they're so much easier to share. That's why. This idea that if they were just digital, they wouldn't be leaked is so false. Digital systems are quite easy to get into. Well, Toei got hacked that one time. And they got a bunch of episodes. Digital systems are... Like, for fuck's sake, guys, banks get hacked into. Digital ones. Digital is a lot more vulnerable than physical. A lot more vulnerable. Once again, pirating, good. Leaking, bad. Creators will promote pirating any day over leaking, especially in this day and age. The only people who do not like pirating are CEOs. And the reason they don't like pirating is because obviously, but that's money I could have. But here's the thing. If you are pirating something, you probably weren't going to pay for it anyway. Now, if something gets leaked, it's very possible you were going to pay for that when it came out. But it's come out early and it's ruined the release date. So now what? And it's ruined a lot of the hype around it. And there's people saying, but studies show that if you know it's coming, blah, blah, blah. That's because people now know what to expect. Right? And I do believe it still does ruin the hype. People are just more prone to wanting to know and to feeling safe that they know. Piracy is an access issue. Piracy also makes it so a copy still exists. So basically, creators hate leaks because leaks ruin the release date. It ruins the hype around the project. It ruins all the work they put in to get to this point. And it feels just rude, basically. Pirating, on the other hand, it's access. And not only is it about access, it's also about having a copy physically. So a lot of people will pirate things because they want to archive something. Exactly. Piracy is preservation. Leaks are not preservation. You know why? Because leaks are usually awful quality and they're rushed. Pirating is not about rushing. It's about, a lot of the time, access and preservation. Leaks are just being impulsive, basically. Leaks are about not having any patience. Right? I'm staying the fuck offline whenever the One Piece is revealed. Because so many people say, when I say I hate leaks and I hate One Piece leaks specifically, so many people say, but Mel, leaks did this for the anime manga, blah, blah. No, piracy did that. Pirating did that. The reason we pirate is so we want things to be more accessible. One Piece is now one of the most accessible medias in the world. In the world. If you're still pirating because you can't afford to read the whole manga, that's fine. But the reason they have made the new chapters free is because they're trying to combat the leaks. They're sick of the leaks, right? There's now absolutely no reason for the leaks to exist. None. Piracy still exists for One Piece because you still have to pay per chapter for the old chapters. That's fine. I always tell people, I'm fine if you pirate things, but there's a difference between leaks and pirating. Hate pirating, love leaks. Sorry. Hate leaks, love pirating. God, I'm all over the place. I just hate leaks. I hate leaks because the creators hate them. They're bad for their industries. And it's just impatience. Stop it! Don't clip it! Like, there's genuinely no benefit to leaks. Just none. There's no benefit to leaks. Apart from people are impatient and want it immediately. That's it.
Howdy do, boys.
Because I've seen so many creators. They promote pirating and they are against leaks. Especially in this digital age. Pirating is a very good thing. But leaks suck! Right? You still wait 7 days! Oh, it's so stupid. It's just so stupid. This is just media opinions. Of course, everyone who works within media, within art, will not have this same opinion. But a lot of them do. Any huge artist, usually, if their shit is leaked, that's panic. That sucks. Majority of them don't like it. The leak qualities are also so dog shit. I don't want my first experience with a chapter to be that kind of quality, honestly. Are the spoilers out? Oh, no. The spoilers wouldn't be out yet for the new chapter. It's Tuesday. Monday, technically. Snoll, whatever you saw is probably fake. Because I have to put up a thing. If the leaks are out. It is Tuesday? Oh, fuck, sorry. They're not out yet. Oh, okay. Either way, don't talk about it. Because maybe it is real, but I don't think it is. I think that would be fake. Can I also say... the way I know these leak websites are benefiting off of people, and the way I know, of course, they're just doing this because they want that notoriety and they want that money because they get it from like the sites they put it up on. They get paid to leak this shit. It's because they do the hints. Because they do the hints. They're fucking messing with you guys. Alright, I'm gonna put it up just in case. Oh, whoops. I closed my YouTube live stream. On my end, not for you guys. You're safe, don't worry. Look, I've told you guys, I don't think you're the devil if you read the leaks. Just don't spread them. I had to get rid of them in my Discord because I was getting sick of it. Because people couldn't contain talking about the leaks within the leak channel I had, and I also hate them. And I was like, never mind, why do we even have a leaks channel? I don't like them. So I had to get rid of leaks altogether. I had to say, if you talk about the leaks, you're kicked. By the way, ever since I've gotten rid of the leaks, like the ability to talk about the leaks in my Discord, this is serious, it's been so much calmer. I truly believe the obsession with the leaks draws in the worst fucking crowd. Because it's a lot of people wanting to gotcha and wanting to fight about like, yeah, this is happening, upscale and downscale and all that kind of shit. Because they argue over dot points. Out of context dot points. And of course it causes problems. Well, that's why when the One Piece gets leaked, because it will be, and I know people are going to want to spoil me because they're assholes, or they'll be too excited and they don't know that I don't read the leaks and I hate them. When I stream, around that time happens, and I'll have my best people on it to message me and say, Mel, they're out. These streams will be emote only. Because otherwise, it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen. I am no fool. Guys, let me give you my tech for how to avoid spoilers. It's quite simple. This is what I tell everyone. Make a second account. Make a second YouTube, make a second Instagram, whatever you have to do. Or just have an account on something that doesn't touch One Piece. For example, my Instagram. I don't touch One Piece on my Instagram. And because of that, I don't say anything about One Piece on my Instagram. For my second YouTube, it's this account. I don't get any One Piece recommendations on my VOD channel. So when I want to go on YouTube, I go on my VOD channel because I don't get any One Piece recommendations. But that's my tech. That's why you don't see me on Twitter at all when the leaks are out, because I don't have a Twitter to scroll. I just go on Instagram and I look at reels. And make sure you mass spam that second account with your other interests. Don't touch One Piece. If you see any One Piece in that second account, say, not interested. Don't show me this again. And you're safe. I promise you're safe. Hello, hello. Hi, Sarah. By the way, if you want to ever meet anyone who is like the most defensive ever of space travel, Sarah's your gal. Sarah, I forgot to respond to them, but she kept sending me people being like, why are we going to space anyway? And Sarah would be like, because we must explore it. And I was like, all right, I believe you. I believe you, girl. I forgot to respond to those, but I saw them and laughed. I mean, I'll be real with you, Sarah. I do not agree with terraforming planets. But I do agree with space exploration. Why not? Because I do truly have the belief that the money we use wanting to terraform a planet should be used on bettering the one we have now. Space exploration to understand things, totally fine. But terraforming a planet when we're currently in the process of like what's happening to our Earth now, that to me will only lead to bad things. I agree, Sarah. That's why I fucking hate Elon Musk and SpaceX. Because Elon's like, we should terraform Mars. And I'm like, no the fuck we shouldn't. Like, that money is useless. How about you use that money on actually wanting to better the Earth before you terraform fucking Mars? Use that money on exploring space. That's all good with me. Bare minimum of 400 years. You're a physicist? You're a physicist? And you had those opinions about Bello Betty. I'm smarter than you. I'm kidding! I'm kidding! I'm kidding, I'm kidding. That's awesome that you're a physicist. Wow, all walks of life, huh? One Piece is amazing. Wait. Snow, do you do rocket science? Like, for your job, have you done rocket science? Well, Snow, here's the thing. I don't have a better memory than you, but my head was like, that doesn't make sense. It was more, I was piecing what I know of the revs together, and I was like, it doesn't make sense that she'd be like that. Anyway, do you do rocket science? I'm so curious to know. Wicker, that's actually a rumor, but I honestly believe it. You don't do rocket science. Damn it. I was gonna be like, do you get to like do something with someone and do you get to say, well, it's not rocket science? Because if I was someone that did rocket science for a job, I would fucking say that all the time. Well, it's not rocket science. I'd be so annoying. That's literally the only reason I wanted to know. I know that's a very stupid reason, but I was... Because if you were a rocket science person and says that, it's not rocket science. And if I were working on a rocket science project with my team and it was hard, I'd sigh and say, it is rocket science. Like, you know what I mean? There are so many ways you could use that. What's harder, rocket science or brain surgeon science, which I assume they have? What's tougher there? French is worse than rocket science? You know what you can say, mate? It's not French. You should do rocket science and say, well, it's not French, just for your own amusement. I would if I were you. That sounds like a fucking One Piece bit. That sounds like a character Oda would write. I had the biggest sleep. That's why I'm full of energy. I stayed up over 24 hours yesterday, by the way. I got a second wind and I was bouncing everywhere. Neurosurgery is harder. Wow, so rocket scientists just get the glam of it. So neurosurgeons can say, I could put a rocket into space. Could you do surgery on a brain? I don't think so. Hello. Wait, I thought rocket scientists put people in space. Now I don't know what a rocket scientist does. It's not One Piece educational video essays. Yeah, well, it's not One Piece fandom's illiteracy. I've genuinely done that before. Wait, someone said something about like... Fuck, what were they talking about? I was talking to one of my friends. They were talking about some show or something. And they said like, God, isn't this annoying? Like, aren't you annoyed by this? And I was like, listen, it's not having to teach One Piece agenda pieces the story, so... It could be worse. What? Oh, I think it was like, how do you have the patience for this? And I was like, girl, my job is trying to teach illiteracy to mostly illiterate men. And she went, oh, you're right. Like, the way I still have to like defend the fact with Zoro, because I'm talking about it now. Defend the fact with Zoro about, hey, he's clearly got his confidence shaken, he's clearly anxious, he's clearly different, and people still go, no, is like a testament in itself of how hard this job is. Well, Sakina, I think people don't know how to read between lines. Not only that, it's people not knowing how to read between the lines and insisting there is nothing between the lines. That's the worst part. They insist there's nothing between the lines. We literally have Oda saying, like, he'll write stuff for the kids, but he's expecting his adult audience to read between the lines, to pick more up. Like, of course there's lines to read between. It's one thing to be like, I can't read between the lines. It's another thing to be like, there are no lines to read between. I'm going to kill you! Head eye. Duh. It's not that deep. I despise it. I despise it. Because guess what? Even if it is not that deep, yes, you can make it that deep. So many people don't know what an allegory is. It's like the BoJack Horseman episode, yes. Free Churro, where BoJack is horsing at his, horse. What did I fucking say? When BoJack is horsing? Oh god, that's such a fucking BoJack bit. When BoJack is talking at his mother's funeral, and a fan, because he used to be the star of a sitcom, and a fan comes up to him and mentions a paper cup that's in one of the episodes, and the fan's like, in every different shot the paper cup is gone. So in one shot the paper cup's there, in another shot the paper cup's gone, and the fan was like, is that supposed to be a metaphor or a showing of what like dementia does and the frailness of memory? And Bojack was like, I didn't have the heart to tell him that some intern just left their cup in the shop. So he said, yeah man, that's what it was about. And I truly believe that's the way you should look at most art. Just because there's not intention behind everything doesn't mean you can't see intention to it that personally you feel towards, right? Just because something may not be what it is, what the author intended, doesn't mean you can't feel that way towards it. And I feel the BoJack Horseman writers felt that way because they made a story that was so intricate that so many people had their own ideas of it. And I'm sure a lot of what people were saying of BoJack Horseman and inferring from it, they didn't intend that to happen. But that's a beautiful thing. That's the point of art, interpretation. Whether the artist implied that or not, or the artist wanted that or not. And I say this about Sanji's story. My thing about Sanji's story is, so many people say, why do people put like queerness onto Sanji? Why do they see anything remotely gay or trans or even lesbian about Sanji, right? And of course the answer to that is because there are parts of his story that we feel connected to. Sanji's past being about not being accepted by his dad, not being accepted by his family, regretting being born the way he is, being guilty for being born the way he is, saying sorry for being born the way he is, being totally rejected from his family. That's a very queer story. An incredibly queer story. Did Oda intend that to be queer? Probably not. That's an allegory. We, as fans who are queer, have felt a connection to Sanji's story as queer people, whether Oda or the author intended that or not, right? And the same thing can be said for example, Kamabaka. On one part, a lot of queer people see that as queerphobic. Did Oda intend that to be queerphobic? I do not believe so. I think that was just written very poorly. However, another side sees that as, I felt that way before I realized I was an egg that needed to be cracked. I felt I needed to run from anything feminine. I needed to run from anything womanly because I had to be a man. I needed to be a man's man. But that was a coping mechanism that you didn't really feel like a man. You knew inside yourself you were not a man, but you had to be extreme and reject things to such an extent that it was ridiculous because you couldn't accept yourself, right? This is not me making this shit up. This is what some true, like real and true and tried trans women have told me on how they saw Sanji's story and how that affected them, right? Or Sanji's bit, basically, and how that affected them. Did Oda intend either of those? No. But there are people that see it that way. That's an allegory and that's interpretation. That's a beautiful thing. It's even a beautiful thing that people see it and say, that's transphobic. That's a beautiful thing too. That's how they see it, right? Because that means they see the Kamabaka queens, the candies, as trans. Again, I do not think Oda meant for them to be trans. But the fact that some trans people see them as trans and have connection in them, that's a beautiful thing too. Which then rubbed off the wrong way because of what Sanji was. But that's what an allegory is. That's a beautiful thing about art. Sanji has a fucking dead name. I love telling people that. Sanji literally has a dead name. And it's Sanji Vinsmoke. It cracks me the fuck up. Like, does Oda intend for Sanji to be an egg that needs to crack? No. Does he keep accidentally stumbling into it? Yes! He does! It's so funny. So many stories can unintentionally be read as gay allegory because of self-acceptance is such a compelling plot line. Yep, for sure. Right, it's fine if someone doesn't want to look deeper into something, but it's annoying when someone says, it's not that deep. Shut up. I am making it that deep. But of course, self-awareness still must be there. For example, Family Guy. Is Family Guy that deep? Probably not. Will I stop people from wanting it to be that deep? No. But there must be an awareness. Applesauce. I'm glad you have found yourself. Lois is the best written character in Family Guy, but she's not well written. I love her though. But that's just because her voice actor, she's so fucking good. I love her. As I've said a million times, Family Guy is so annoying because there's a gem in there. There is one in there. Seth MacFarlane is just Seth MacFarlane, and he won't try anymore. Peter! You don't have to know anything about Family Guy apart from Peter. Ria, that's another thing. Ria said growing up in India as queer, old Hindi media did not have good queer rap, so it was always that deep to me. That's another thing. We get this representation where we can because there's such a lack of it. An example that I have is people making characters who are not a certain race, that race. So for example, people making, let's say Zoro, for example, black. That's a beautiful thing. And they do that because there's not much black representation within anime, even in general media in America. It's very lacking. And I hate when people get mad at people for that. Because it's like, you don't understand them. Right? You don't understand them. You don't understand where this want is coming from. So, because it's the same when it's like cishet men that go, why do you keep making characters gay? Because a lot of characters aren't gay. And there's only a handful of things that are gay, right? Only a handful of things that actually have the representation that I want. It's so easy to be on the side that gets everything. It is so easy to be a cishet white man watching things because you see yourself all the time. All the time. Of course you're not going to understand where this want for making a character something you think they're not comes from, because to you that's a threat. Because to you that's an erasure of you. Because it's like, but they're like me, right? That's why you've got cishet white men being really white men. Zoro's not even fucking white, but that's why you got cishet men being mad when you make Zoro gay. Because, but he's like me. And that feels threatening to them, right? Of course, it's not erasure, for fuck's sake. They are the dominant, the majority of what they see. They see themselves in media all the time. If you barely ever see yourself in media, you're going to do it yourself. You're going to want to make it yourself. You're going to see a character and you're going to want to feel yourself in that character, right? Nami's a lesbian. Is she actually? Probably not. Will I call her that? Yes. Because fucking damn it, she is to me. It's that simple. It's not because I've got this evil gay agenda, although hey, maybe I do have an evil gay agenda. It's because I like seeing myself when I watch things. And it is so, like, again, it's just cishet men, especially cishet white men, they truly do not understand that. They do not understand not seeing yourself in things. So they get mad when people who are not part of their own group change things. It is so fucking annoying, it's unbelievable. Like, just say you don't get it. Just say you don't get it and move on. It doesn't hurt characters, exactly. They're just getting mad for the sake of it. Like, you still win. Leave us alone. No, I know an actress said something. The only thing is that just means very little to me. Because she's not making this series, is she? It's like when voice actors say something about their character. I'm like, okay. You know what I mean? Like, that's great, but will that mean anything? Probably not. Like, I don't need her to say something for me to still think like that. Do you know what I mean? But, you know, I guess I'm happy that she sees it like that, I suppose. It's just a shame I don't like the project. No, Snow. Let me be clear. Let me be queer. I do not think this is all cishet men or cishet white men. It's just the majority of anger comes from that side. Of course, obviously, of course. My hope is the people here, that the audience that I'm creating understands these things. I do not want an audience of cishet men or cishet white men that are like, we hate representation. If you are in this audience and you think like that, I'm doing something wrong, basically. Like, if you think it's okay to be here and think like that, I'm doing something wrong and I need to either change your mind or kick you out. Because I truly do believe an audience reflects, like, the person. Get outworked? Well, of course, the conflictingness about this topic is the reason people create their own representation is because they don't get it. I assume that's the conflict. So, Kaysen, if you had a lot of media, you're not getting kicked, But Kaysen, if you had a lot of media or more media about Aboriginal Australians who were bi, you wouldn't have to really project, would you? You wouldn't have to create that, but you don't have it. So it's kind of a problem of, well, if we just had more of it, this wouldn't be happening. Like, but we don't get it, so we have to do it ourselves. I'm not conflicted about that. That sucks. That just sucks that they're doing that to Usopp. I'm excited for the Wit remake, but that sucks. Because say what you want, Usopp is clearly black-coded. It's just so clear. Like, I know not everyone from Africa is black. The continent. But because Oda said Usopp would be from Africa. All of Africa. Oda. And don't get me wrong, I understand not everyone from Africa is black, but at this point, it's, if you think Usopp isn't at least supposed to be black to a point, you're just purposefully being ignorant, or you just don't want him to be. Yeah, a lot of them are really pale. My hope is that when they're animated, that will change, because we saw some of the shots from like the concept art from in the environment, and they were not that pasty. The thing with AI, again, that's corporate shit. Because listen, Toei use AI too. They're all using AI now, right? That's the most annoying part. The only things that are not using AI are indie companies. So it's like, listen, I trust Wit as far as I can throw them. But if I had to get fucking slop, I don't want it to be Toei anymore. They've pissed me off too much. Like, I am excited for the Wit remake because I do want something better. And I do believe they will be better than Toei. Am I happy that they're using AI? Fuck no. I don't want them to. They said they won't. But like you said, they got caught using it. So I don't know what to do. That's the more conflicting thing. But I want a better anime for One Piece. Toei's just fucking dropped the ball way too many times. Well, Pendra, let me change it. White cishet men who are neurotypical. You are autistic. That is part of representation that you'd want to see. So of course, you would not feel represented by who you see on screen. Because majority of the white cishet men that you would see on screen would not be you. Because they're not autistic. And the issue is autistic representation is also fucking awful. It's awful. It is so awful. Because what do you have? You've got the good doctor. You've got... What's that other one called? Of the kid who's autistic and like is part of like in high school. House. Big Bang Theory. Not Minnie Sheldon. No, fuck. What's that called? Oh god, guys, I'm looking up autistic show. What do you think I'm gonna get? Atypical. That's it, you've got Atypical. I watched an episode of Atypical once and I was like, the issue with shows about... Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The issue with shows about autistic people is they take it to the extremes to the point it feels ableist. And it's even worse because they've got people who are not autistic playing those characters. And that is ableist. Like, I'm sorry. For example, if you've got someone playing someone who... Like, if you've got a character... If you've got a character that, for example, is physically disabled, and they are in a wheelchair, yes, it is actually ableist to make someone who does not actually have to use a wheelchair to play that person. That is a problem, and I stand by that. Because you are cosplaying someone in a wheelchair. And I guarantee you there are many people who act, who would love the opportunity, but don't because they are forced to have to use a wheelchair, right? And you are taking away their job, their opportunity, their experience. But Pendra, is that how you feel? Or is this how you're feeling about it? Because I would say that you are a minority too, right? You are definitely a minority. As someone who is autistic, you suffer the same things the rest of us do, just in a different way, of course. I was gonna say, no, because I'm not autistic, but yes, the representation that people who are autistic get is an accident. Luffy, for example. Is Luffy confirmed autistic or ADHD? Probably not. Does everyone, or nearly everyone, who is neurotypical agree Luffy is neurotypical? Yes. Probably. Same with Zoro. So Zoro is not neurodivergent. Understand, Pedro. I understand. That's beautiful, Rhea. I'm glad you are doing that for him. As I always say, there's someone for everyone in One Piece. The other way or not, Mel. Wait, Sarah, mean what the other way? What did I say? Oh, Oh, sorry. Luffy's neurodivergent. Not neurotypical. My bad. Yep, sorry. Zoro and Luffy are fucking clearly not neurotypical. They are neurodivergent. Like, they're not. They are not neurotypical. Like, look at them. Wait. Hang on. Am I getting this wrong? Neurodivergent is when you have ADHD or autism or something else, right? And neurotypical is when you don't. Am I getting that right? Yes? Yeah, Zoro is 100% neurodivergent. No, he is. I'm sorry, he is. His fixation is swords. He's got a hyperfixation and it's swords. He's also a bit emotionally challenged, I want to say. I have never looked at Zoro and thought he's neurotypical, ever. Could you explain more? Well, the hyperfixation is one thing. But listen, I'm probably not because I'm not the one that came up with this. I was reading through why Zoro would be autistic and it got me. But God, I don't want to quote that verbatim because what if I get something wrong? Does anyone else, like anyone else here who is autistic, who is agreeing with this, please give me your reason because I'm not autistic. But the thread I read truly convinced me, and it was mainly to do with how he carries himself and how he emotes, basically. Autistic and stupid. He just... Autistic is a fair reading. I can't make a good argument. I have to find the thread again. Super blunt with yeah, his social interactions, one of them. Oh my God, we're all struggling here. I need to find the thread again. How about this? I'll look for it, and if I find it, I'll send it to you. But it was someone that I know telling me about it, and I went, all right, you've convinced me. I'll be real though, the fact that he even wants to do three sword style, like there is something there. There is something happening. I just do not believe a neurotypical person would create three sword style. I really don't. That's a good argument. Sorry, I was like, how do I explain this? Because I didn't want to come off as like misinformed and like sounding like I was stereotyping anyone who's autistic in a bad way. So I was like, do I quote? I was gonna say, Oda's got something. I don't know if he knows. I don't know if he'll ever know. I don't know if he'll ever say. But there's no fucking way that man is neurotypical. There's literally no way. There just cannot be. He clearly has a hyperfixation and it's his own story. He loves writing One Piece and it's so obvious. Like, the reason I know is because it's still good. It's still good. No one would be able to create something for this long. And still be able to expand on it, build on it in the ways that he does without this being his like hyperfixation. He's got a fixation on history. He's got a fixation on pirates. It's there. Like, I do not believe Oda is neurotypical. I don't believe that like someone who is neurotypical could create One Piece. I really don't. It's like Pokemon. The creator of Pokemon is autistic. Let's fucking go. Oh, and Vikings. That's because little Vicky. Oh wait, Vicky the Viking. What the fuck is little Vicky? Vicky the Viking. Oh, he loves animals. I've said this and it cracked me up. He got an SBS once that was like, Oda, do you really like animals? And he said, no, I think I like animals a normal amount. I think he thinks that. As in, I think he thinks everyone likes animals as much as he does, and that's normal. I truly think that. I think he's just never thought about it. And he's like, everyone likes animals this much. That is not normal. It is not normal to like giraffes so much that you've got a Lego giraffe in your house. But nice try. Sarah, we are normal. We like animals a normal amount. Sarah and I like animals so much that when we're at zoos or wildlife sanctuaries, we're there for like hours. We were watching a bunch of baby ducks. We were waiting for them to move and we were watching them for like 30 minutes and they moved. And I went, oh, we've got movement. And like the worker walking behind us laughed. And I said, sorry. And he went, no, we love the enthusiasm. It's clearly not normal. I like giraffes. I love giraffes. I'd say normal is seeing an animal going, oh, and moving on, and not spending a few minutes watching it. I'd say that's the normal amount. Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. Listen, I love pigeons so much that when I see an interesting one, I take a photo and I send it to my friends and then I watch it for a while. Like the pigeons with the little hats, the little spiky hairdo. Fucking love those guys. I love looking at them. Doves are pigeons. Just letting you know that. I could spend all day watching pigeons. I love birds. I love the, yeah, I know they're native. I love them. They're so cool in their hats. We don't get them in Melbourne and it makes me sad. At least not to my knowledge. I don't see them. Maybe we do, but they're just in the country. Oh, ducks. I love ducks. Oh my god, don't get me started on ducks. Okay, fine. I'll send the cool pigeons to Discord. I don't go outside much, so you won't get many. Of course we get cockies! I don't see black ones a lot, but I see the white cockatoos. They fly over my fucking house in the morning. Do love them though. I love emus. I don't know if all Australians love emus, but I love them. They're not dangerous, at least not from what I know. They just walk around. How dare you, Kason? I love them. Oh, cockatoo is a cocky. Alright, Snoll, the Discord is you either have to subscribe on Twitter to get in or go on my Patreon to get in. The Patreon is cheaper. I'm sorry, there's a troll toll you have to pay. It's easier to filter the Discord that way. The Patreon is $3 and the Twitch sub is more expensive. And you only have to pay once on the Patreon, just once, and then you're free. Only if you want. Cassowaries are terrifying. Terrifying. Emus are the puppy dog version. I love seagulls. I love them because they are fucking annoying. I love their audacity. I love their power. I love the way they think they can do anything. Their hubris. I think they are one of the creatures that can overtake the world. Yeah, we lost to water puppy dogs. Hey, I'm not ashamed of it. Yeah, I've seen a wild cassowary. I have indeed. And I ran for my fucking life. I love crows too. Ravens, crows, top two birds. Albatross are like as big as people. Did you know that? They're like us sized. They're beautiful, but they're terrifying. I'm not sure if bigger than emu, but they're big. Okay. Bigger than emu in terms of a wingspan. But body size as big as a human. They are huge. They are some big boys. What the hell? If that thing came flying towards me, I would be scared. It's the fact they can fly. That's the scary thing. They've got the biggest wingspan in the animal kingdom, and they are terrifying in the air. I love them, but they big. That's an albatross. How they tuck their wings away is incredible. You saw how big they were. Look at how they can tuck it away. Oh, fuck. What chapter does Zoro get his cock out and egghead? 100 and... 1100 and... Oh! 1111! No, it wasn't! No! That's not true. Okay, it was 11110. If it was 1111, I was about to be like, how the fuck did I never notice that? Well, 1111 is funnier, because that's a Zoro funny number. I have words for Drork. I can't believe when I was explaining this scene to him, and I was like, Sanji said that because he was getting, like, he was aggravated. And Joke was like, are you never not going to see what Sanji does in like a good light? And I was like, excuse me? That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying Sanji's being harsh because he's stressed. I'm not saying, oh, he's doing this for the good of the team. I'm saying he's fucking mad. He's mad because Zoro, what the fuck? You should have had him done in by now. You stupid green idiot. I felt shocked, confronted for something I didn't even think. Bro, why the music like this? It's just rain noise. But I do stand by the reason Sanji was so mad is because he knows Zoro's better than that. He's mad and he's saying like, you know, he's a fucking loser, he's a burden. Because he's like, what the fuck? Like, Usually he's on top of this shit. He doesn't usually have to worry about Zoro with that stuff. But for some reason, Zoro's slacking. So he got mad. Because Zoro should have taken Lucci out quickly. We saw that he could have. And it wasn't because he was playing with him, as everyone keeps saying. It's because he's hesitating. Dadoi. As always, I am like appalled that people think he was just playing with Lucci. Because it's like, he's on an island that's about to blow up with a guy who will happily kill his crew. Why in the world would he play with someone like that? Right? Sanji was disappointed. Of course he got mad. It's just, Zoro doesn't take that shit lightly. He doesn't take someone who could kill his crew like that lightly. Right? He wouldn't play with someone like that. We've never seen him play with someone like that. The most he's done is like have a funny thing to say to them, but he doesn't like actively hold back just to have fun in a fight that determines the outcome of your crew. See, stupid Mosshead putting the entire crew in danger. And then he said here he's a liability. This is not like, he's mad, he's frustrated. He outright says it, he's putting the crew in danger. Odin, lend me some power. This is base Lucci we're dealing with. I say that fucking all the time. Lend me your power. This is base Lucci we're dealing with. I didn't even believe it, but fuck, that cracked me up. More about him hesitating. He's hesitating because he's shaken. I truly believe Zoro is currently afraid to be going all out these days because of what happened with King. I keep telling people that King fight was not normal. That King fight was the most he's ever struggled, save Kuma. Save Kizaru. The King fight fucked him. I think the Monet one fucked him up too, because he was like, I have a weakness here. Because in Punk Hazard, he was shaky. Remember, he yelled at Luffy, get your shit together. And then Sanji said, oh, he's talking about himself. He was shaky in Punk Hazard. And he was shaky in Wano. Now he's shaky in Egghead, and he's shaky in Elbaf, right? He's shaky. He's like that dog on the bucket. He's just trying not to show it. I'm erasing the words in the bubble so I don't get copyrighted. But ever since the Wano fight, Onigashima fight, he's clearly different. Like, he's so clearly different. And there's clearly something going on in there. And the proof is he didn't even realize he had Conqueror's Haki. He didn't even know. Kaido fucking said it. King fucking said it. And he went, buh. And old Zoro would be like, of course I've got Conqueror's Haki. Like, that would be, oh, he used to be very big for his britches, right? One of Zoro's failings used to be he was bigger than he thought he was, and that would actively damage him. Like, that's what his issue was with Mihawk. That really shook him. One of Zoro's issue is he stands so tall that when he's knocked down, it's hard for him to get back up. That's what's going on now. That Wano fight really, really shook him. And now he's finding it hard to kind of get back up. He won, but that was one of the greatest struggles we've ever seen from him. He was literally scurrying around on his hands and knees going, my swords, like Velma with his glasses. He nearly got thrown off the side of the cliff and he was like, kill me with the sword if you're gonna kill me. Like, he was struggling. He was really struggling. King scared him, right? The fucking on top of that, throw Sanji saying, by the way, if I'm different, kill me. This man was being thrown around like fucking putty. Like putty. First he gets thrown off the edge, then his swords get knocked out of his hands, then he doesn't know how to damage King, kind of fucks him on the rooftop, by the way, fucks him. And now he's got one of his crewmates saying, by the way, can you kill me if something happens? Zoro is like, deal with that, and I gotta deal with this. Oh my god, save this man. You know what I mean? That was one of his biggest, toughest fights ever. Ever. Dear God, was he struggling. Oh, his shaking. No, listen, his shakiness started it in Thriller Bark. Water 7 somewhat because his sword got wiped. The fucking evil Ross man that was there just to ruin Zoro's day wiped and rusted his sword. But it started with Mihawk. It started with Mihawk. Mihawk made him realize, fuck, I'm not as good as I thought I was. And that scar constantly reminds him of that. Constantly reminds him he has to get better. But the downside of that is now, every time he does struggle, that's hard for him. Because he knows he needs to be better. He's a perfectionist. He knows he needs to be better, right? So when he does struggle, what he thinks is, I should not be struggling. This shouldn't be a struggle. But of course, you have to struggle to get better. That's his issue. He's in a paradox with himself. So now he's reached the point of Onigashima. And he saw death, King he struggled with. And now he's hesitating. Now I think his hesitation is, what if my best isn't enough? What if my best against Lucci is not going to be enough? That's going to put a real dent in him. Because he's already dented. That's the issue with Zoro. That's the issue he's having. And it's so clear to me. That's why his bandana... He hasn't put his bandana on again. That bandana is him going all out. There's a reason in Egghead he didn't put it on. And there's a reason in Elbaf he currently hasn't put it on. Right? I don't know if he's going to put it on in Elbaf. If he does, that'll be something. But that bandana is a metaphor. That's there for a reason. He puts on that bandana when he's about to go all fucking out. That's what he does. Right? That's why people go, he didn't put his bandana on. That's a reason. There's a reason. You just don't want to think there's one. How did Luffy handle that same struggle? Luffy and Zoro are fundamentally different people, is the issue. Luffy's got a greater willpower than Zoro. That's not just me saying that. That's a showing, right? I'm not saying Zoro's willpower is bad. I'm saying that Luffy knows he's got to take some licks and keep on kicking. He knows that. Zoro struggles with that because Zoro was thinking, I'm the best of the best. Again, his issue was he was a big fish in a small pond. He's got an ego on him. I don't think Luffy has an ego on him. I don't think in the same way that Zoro does. Luffy is more or less like, you know, I'm here to fight for my friends. I'm here to be Pirate King. Zoro's dream is I have to be the strongest. Luffy's dream isn't exactly being the strongest. It's being the Pirate King. Being strong is just part of that, right? But Zoro is his... That's his whole dream. Luffy's got infinite chances. That's something. Luffy's not afraid to die. He's not. Luffy goes in knowing he's not afraid to die. Zoro clearly doesn't. And you want to know why I know that? Because he saw death and he panicked. He saw death and he went, wait. That's why I said it's so interesting that Zoro's mindset, he kept saying, I'm not afraid to die. Dying is my choice. Then we see him face death and he's scared. He's scared. He's a hypocrite, right? We realize he is afraid to face death. He is afraid to see death. Luffy's not afraid of that. Zoro is. That's the difference between the two of them. One of their willpowers extends to death. Zoro's doesn't. Zoro clearly does not want to die, right? Or he's scared to die. That's why when Zoro shakes, he shakes because I could have died. Luffy goes, I could have died! Like, that's the difference between the two of them. Anxiety of Strength was one of them, and the other one was Bushido and Death. I've got two, because I wanted to follow up more on the way he views death. it's not that he wasn't afraid to die in Thriller Bark, he was afraid of losing someone. So Zoro's biggest fear is similar to Luffy's, it's a losing someone. And why is that? Because of Kuina. That was more so he was backed into a corner because there was nothing else he could do. The only way to save who he could save there was by giving himself up, right? But Thriller Bark is the beginning of that insecurity. Thriller Bark is the beginning of I have to do more, I have to be more. Thriller Bark did shake him. Shook him to the point that he tried to go against Kizaru even when he was wounded to the ground. It even had Sanji going, what is he doing? Like he's still wounded, right? Thriller Bark made him push himself because I have to be more than this. I gotta be more than this, right? Even Luffy was like, what the fuck are you doing? Run. He was begging them, please run, just please run. And they weren't doing it. Zoro specifically as well, wasn't happening. So Thriller Bark shook him, but Zoro is terrified of losing people. He's so scared of losing people. As I say, Zoro carrying Kuina's sword, that's him grieving. He's grieving all the time. That single death shook him to his fucking core. He can't lose anyone again. He's not strong enough for that, right? Mr. Incredibles. I just watched The Incredibles last night again. Mr. Incredible, Bob saying, I can't lose you again. I'm not strong enough. That's Zoro. He can't take it. He can't lose someone again. That's why I always say it's so important that Zoro has the Straw Hats. Because the Straw Hats push him to be better. They push him to be stronger. If he didn't have the Straw Hats, he'd really be lacking in something. He'd really be lacking in willpower. He was accepting and ready to die by Mihawk. And the reason I know this is because when Mihawk slashed him, he let go of Wado. He was quite literally letting go. He couldn't do it. But then, of course, he reawakens, he's reborn, and he says, the Pirate King needs a stronger swordsman, right? And Luffy says, yep. And Zoro says, I'm never losing again. If he didn't have the Straw Hats, he would not be who he is. He would not be as strong as he is. The Straw Hats, if he didn't have them, I truly believe by this point, he would have given up by now. Because Mihawk fucked him. Mihawk really ruined him. That's why he's so different after Mihawk. I don't know about the Zoro parent thing, and the reason I don't know about the Zoro parent thing is because that's an assumption, because Zoro never brings up his parents, ever. Kuina's a constant in his life. He mentions Kuina in Wano, and he carries Kuina's sword with him always. I don't know if Zoro even knew his parents. For all we know, Zoro's parents died before he even knew them. As in, he was too young to remember them, similar to Nami's. I can't use Zoro's parents in this because then I'm making that up. Right? It's a belief, it's an headcanon that Zoro is mourning his parents. I don't think he is. And I don't think he is because when someone dies in Zoro's life, he remembers them and carries them like he's doing with Kuina forever. He doesn't stop grieving. I don't think he remembers his parents. I don't think his blood family matter to him. Like, at all. Because if they did, he'd carry them the way he carries Kuina. He would have mentioned them at some point. We would have seen some kind of flashback in the way we did with Sanji and Sora. We don't get anything. I really don't think his parents mattered that much to him. If you want me to be honest, I think it's the fandom trying to make Zoro sadder than he is. But I think the sadness of what he has with Kuina is enough. That's what he needs. That's all he is. His grieving for Kuina, that's him. That's what he carries. Kuina is all he needs. As in, that grieving for Kuina, that's what matters the most here. That was the biggest impact of his life. And that's what turned him into, or pushed him to be what he is today. Oops. Well, with Sanji Sora, again, we found out he was from the north. So with Sanji, it's different. And the reason it's different is because Sanji is ashamed of his past. As I've talked about this, Sanji and Zoro are different people. The reason Sanji's never mentioned his mother, the reason he's never mentioned his family, is because he's ashamed. He was kicked out of that place. right? He's traumatized from his past. He doesn't want to bring that shit up. It's the same way Robin never mentioned her mother. She's traumatized from that. Someone bringing up their past, even the good bits. If you're traumatized, that's horrifying. Sanji carries Sora with him in the sense that he still has the name, right? He looks like her, for fuck's sake. He carries her kindness, but he doesn't mention her by name. We've never seen anything about Zoro and his parents at all. At all. And Zoro is not someone who's ashamed of his past. Ashamed. He is traumatized from it. He's traumatized of Kuina. But I don't know what's holding Zoro back from mentioning his parents. For all we know, we might see his parents one day. And it might be similar to Sanji. He might be ashamed of that. But at this point in time, his parents aren't important. We found out Sanji's parents are important because we found out the reason why he won't say anything. And we know he's ashamed of it because when the North Blue was brought up, he dropped it. He dropped it immediately. He said, I'm from the North. Right? I know the One Piece live action mentions his mother. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm ignoring that. That's wrong. They fundamentally do not understand his character. I don't care whoever says, no, but it makes sense. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's even the context of the scene. Sanji wouldn't just randomly bring her up just to sympathize, right? Just because someone is sick. He wouldn't do that. That pissed me off so much. I'm never coming around to that. I don't care what arguments anyone has. I know Sanji. Okay? He's my favorite character. If we have a scene of Sanji mentioning the North Blue, and then Nami says, Sanji, you're from the North, and Sanji says, I never mentioned that. Anyways, as in, this is an intentional showing that Sanji doesn't want to talk about his past. He doesn't want to talk about where he's from. He avoids that fucking instantly. When he mentioned he's from the North, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. He didn't mean to do that. And you can tell he didn't mean to do that because he went, oh, I never mentioned that. Anyway, what pisses me off is people say, well, Oda didn't mean to do that anyway. But he did mean for Sanji to not want to mention his past. He dropped the tidbit of Sanji being from the North and then never mentions that again. Yes? In a similar way to Robin never mentioning O'Hara. Never mentioning where she's from until we get to the point of she's kind of in a situation where she's forced. Sanji would never mention anything about his past, not even the good parts like his mother. Because he's fucking traumatized. He's ashamed. He doesn't want to bring that shit up. Right? Fuck, even when Reiji says, by the way, Sora died to protect you. You know what Sanji says? He says, so I'm the reason she died. This is a man who is ashamed. He's guilt-ridden. He'd fucking never bring her up outside of being forced to. He'd never bring her up to sympathize or empathize with people. He wouldn't do that because that's way too close and deep to him. Way too close and deep to him. It pissed me off a ridiculous amount. I'm sorry, that just pissed me off. No one will ever convince me that was a good idea.
Howdy do, boys.
He doesn't mention her for a reason. In the same way, Zoro clearly is not mentioning his parents for a reason. I don't think he has a memory of them. And if we do find out he has a memory of them, we'll find a reason for why he hasn't mentioned them. It's that simple. Don't piss me off. Well, someone said to me, oh, but it's a humanizing moment. You can make a humanizing moment with Sanji without him mentioning something that he's never mentioned and that he wouldn't mention. The humanizing moment can be him crying over Nami! It pisses me off because that whole moment was human. The whole moment was human. That scene specifically of when the Straw Hats are seen sleeping around Nami while she's sick, that is one of the scenes that made me go, wow, One Piece is different. Like One Piece, this makes me feel warm, right? That is one of the most human things Oda has ever written. The whole family sleeping around one of their members when they are sick. A family moment is shown, not said. A humanizing moment is shown, not said. I do not believe Sanji mentioning his sick mother is more human than Sanji crying over Nami and wanting to help Nami and also being there for Nami. That is so much more human than I cooked for my mother when she was sick. Because we are showing it. Otherwise, it just feels like a guy trying to gain points to me. I don't fuck with that. I fuck a lot more with Sanji saying, I don't know what to do for Nami. I fuck a lot more with Luffy saying, can't you cook something for her? Right? It's a nod to something the live action will never get to. Let me explain to you why that pisses me the fuck off. So the live action is entry point to the actual manga, right? So if it is, why in the fuck are you spoilering things that people will be reading the manga for? That's my issue with that. I don't fuck with that. You can't have it two ways. You can't say the live action is something to get people into the manga, and you also can't say, well, the live action is a love letter to One Piece fans by name dropping all these things while being so wrong about shit and spoiling it for everyone else. Sanji not talking about his mother, not knowing about his mother, not knowing anything about his past apart from the North Blue was something on purpose, and I stand by that. By having him drop that in the live action, we now know, people who don't know going into the manga, oh, so he had a sick mother. That's supposed to be a reveal. We're not meant to know that yet. Like, there's no excuse for it. I despise that one of Sanji's biggest past moments, biggest parts of himself is turned into a Marvel character looking point pog moment. I don't fuck with that. I keep saying the issue I have hugely with the live action is it's similar to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, in which they'll introduce a character and everyone goes, oh, that's not good writing. That's an Easter egg that is working on being reactionary. Right? That's a different issue altogether. That's what I'm saying, Feather. That's why I'm saying I don't fuck with the excuse. I call it an excuse of, we're not going to get to that anyway. So why are you spoiling it for everyone else who is probably going to get into One Piece by watching this? I think it's lazy, and I think it's just a way to make One Piece fans watch it and go, oh, I know that. I think that's incredibly lazy writing. To stand and clap and point. I think that's lazy writing. That's reactionary writing. It's so easy to just drop, for example, Doflamingo in there and make people go, oh, oh. It's easy. That is easy, simple writing. And it ruins it for when people want to get into it. And yes, I think it is that serious because I love this series to death. I don't like it. I think it's lazy. Oda goes over all the scripts because he doesn't actually confirm everything, Snoll. Because they lied to you. Because Oda is not in charge of this production. I feel like whenever I tune in, you're complaining about it. Okay, then stop tuning in. It's my stream. I'll complain about it. I'm complaining about it because I don't like it. And people keep telling me to watch it. Okay? Because I'm a One Piece content creator and people ask me about it and I give you my honest opinion, which is it sucks. That's why. If you don't like that I complain about it, you don't gotta watch me. Alright? But I will complain about it because I don't care about it. As in, I don't care to like it. And I don't like live actions point blank. And I don't like that so many people are like, oh, but it's better than others. So what? If it's bad, it's still bad. I don't like the way people are dick riding it to the point like it's a great adaptation, but it's not a great adaptation. It's cheap to me. It peeves me. But God, I forgot what I was even talking about. Oh, Oda going over the scripts. Oda's not in charge of the production. He even said that it's not in his contract that they agree they will not release anything unless he has approved it. He said that was word of mouth. That's not in his contract. He's even recently said this is your vision. So, as in he's not even calling this his vision anymore. It's not. Like, I'm sorry. Everything Oda is saying about the live action, you've got to take with a grain of salt. You want to know why? Because he's part of a contract. He's part of a contract and it's Hollywood. If he doesn't like anything, he's not going to say it. Because he's not that kind of guy and he's legally not allowed to. Right? I'm sorry. It's just Hollywood doesn't work like that. They're not listening to this one guy just because he's the writer of the thing. They didn't do it with what's his name? The writer, George R.R. Martin. They didn't do that with him for Game of Thrones. He literally gave the Game of Thrones team notes on how to write the final season. And look what happened. They don't listen to the original creators of these things. They listen to audience testing, right? And they listen to statistics. They're not listening to creatives. Yeah. I finished talking about Zoro's backstory. I have nothing else to add. Also, it's because they added Sanji's backstory in the fucking live action. We don't have Popeyes in Australia, so I've got nothing to say of it. Bye, Crash. Gum Gum Fruit Lemonade. Yeah, we don't get the fun collabs here. They've collabed with Nike before. They made Gear 5 Jordans before. Can I be honest? If someone watches only the live action and then doesn't read the manga or watch the anime, I've got nothing to talk to them about. Because the characters are fundamentally different. I'm not talking about Sanji and I'm not talking about Zoro because they're not talking about Sanji and they're not talking about Zoro. These are different characters. That's my biggest issue with it. Like, the hugest issue is just the writing. I can't talk to someone about One Piece who's only seen the live action because I don't know who the fuck they're talking about. I've experienced this. Their Sanji is not Sanji. Like, who are we talking about? Sam? Like, they are so different that I just can't do it. I feel like I'm talking about a totally different property, and I am. It's not the same. It's not the same characters. And Zoro's this fucking first mate in the live action. Oh my god. Just loss after loss. In the live action, yep, they call Zoro the first mate like 3 fucking times. Do you want to know a fun fact? In the Japanese dub and in the Japanese script, they don't call him the first mate. So you want to know what I think is going on? I think they gave Oda a version of the script that was translated into Japanese, because again, he doesn't speak English. I think he looked over it, and I think he said, no to this, no to this, no to this, yes to this. And I think they took half of his word and didn't take the other half. Because how would he know? How would he know what they're saying in English? He wouldn't. He doesn't speak English. That's what gets me the most. Oda approved the script. Oda fucking doesn't speak English. He'd get a version of the script in Japanese. And then they could translate it however the fuck they want. Like, it's just insane. Bye-bye. Oda did not have that much involvement. Again, I keep telling you guys, they wouldn't listen to him. That's not how Hollywood works. He'd say, I don't want that. And then they'd go yes or no to it. As in, okay, or maybe. But he's not the highest producer. Like, it's just Hollywood. It's just Hollywood. They might listen to him, but they'll only listen to him if they agree with it, right?
How to do, boys?
How to do? They're not going to get to Ennie's lobby. I'm telling you, once season 3 is done, I think it's going to be done. I can't see them continuing. And if they do, it's going to go off the rails. Good luck with Skypiea, I guess. Also, because Netflix works like that. They're looking for a cash cow. It's very obvious. This is not fucking conspiracy shit. This is just how companies work, especially Netflix. Netflix is clearly looking for another cash cow since Stranger Things is ending. One Piece is not going to be that cash cow. It's already declining by season 2. And I think it's so ridiculous. They're trying to make a cash cow out of something that already has a mothership medium, which is the manga. I think that's ridiculous. I don't know what they were expecting from that. I think they're getting the easy money and the easy audience from it, but that audience is not going to stay because they have something else. They have 8 seasons. Where did you read that? They're planning for 8 seasons. If they get it, they have to get bought for that first. So when you get seasons, they buy seasons. They order more seasons. Right? So if season 3 does super well, maybe. Oh, wait, I think I know why. Fuck, I think I know why that's being said. Because, I don't know who's saying it. Right? The writers keep mentioning it. The writers are not the producers. And, there was an interview ages ago of someone adapting it from Tomorrow Studios? And he was like, One Piece has infinite content in it. We can make like tons of seasons from this. And I was like, what a horrible way to look at One Piece. What a horrible way to look at One Piece. Yeah. they have to order the next seasons. So they're not getting any more new seasons unless Netflix, the producers, the CEOs order them. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Also, will Oda stay on for it? I feel like he's kind of done with it. Because if Oda doesn't stay on for it, they're cooked. There's no reason the fans will stick around for it. Sorry, I say fans because of course they're fans. But there's no reason people who are watching it because they heard Oda's working on it. And that's what they did. He's a safety net. They're not going to stick around if Oda leaves. Right, also the cast will be too old. They'll be too old. Netflix aren't financing Wit, they're licensing it, which means Netflix are not paying for Wit to be for the Wit remake to be made. They're just paying to have it on their stream only, on their app only. They are not the producers of it, they're just licensing it. There's a big difference. I know this because they do that with a lot of anime. They do that with a lot of global media on Netflix. That's why the global media on Netflix tends to be the best they have, because they're not actually the producers of those things. They're just licensing that. Devilman Crybaby, for example. Netflix didn't produce that, they licensed it. It's like, oh god, you guys don't have an example. Still Ball Run. Yep. It's like Still Ball Run and Dun Dun Dun. They can fuck with the release schedule. Yep. I mean, again, with AI, you want to know what my issue is? It was unfortunately inevitable. All big companies are using it. Toei 100% uses AI, even if we don't think they do. They're all using it, because a lot of companies think it's a cheap way to make things. Look, they'll get a horrifying reality when they realize AI is not cheap. I don't like that it's happening. Don't get me wrong. But, like, Toei's still bad, so it's like, what the fuck? I'm picking a lesser evil at this point. Netflix are using AI subtitles, so is Crunchyroll. I keep saying translation is no place for AI. The only AI translation that should exist is real time. As in, if I'm talking to you or you're talking to me and I can't understand you, that's useful. AI translation is useful because it has to be quick, and it's okay if there's some inaccuracies, you just got to get the gist of it. Translating is not bot work. That's human interpretation. Humans need to be part of that. Just awful. God, Crunchyroll's fucking awful. Oh, my hair came out of my braid here. That's unfortunate. Oh well. No, I'm excited about the remake. I do think the Wit remake will be better. Toei just really fucked up the perception of a lot of stuff, especially the time skip. The time skip really fucked up how people see the time skip in the manga. Oh my god, speaking of awfully made shows, I watched the first episode of season 3 of Euphoria. A show made by terrible people with terrible people in it, and it's dog shit. It is so dog shit because it's like a car crash. I have to see what they're doing now. I watched season 1 and season 2 and I went, this is nothing. I love Chopper. Something about me, I love all the Straw Hats. And I love Chopper and Chopper's, like, themes of growing up, you know? Yeah, Zendaya, sure. One of my favorite aspects of Chopper is because Chopper is the youngest Straw Hat and he's trying to find how to be a man, essentially, how to be a human. He looks to those around him, especially to the other Straw Hats, and like we see Zoro tells him how to be a man, Sanji tells him how to be a man, Luffy tells him how to be a man, Usopp tells him how to be a man. Like Sanji, Chopper's getting so many views on how to be, basically, and I just love that showing of he's got a little bit of everyone in him, and I think it's so sweet. Well, Chopper became a mascot, but Oda does not write him to be a mascot. See, that's what really pisses me off. Yes, Chopper's a mascot, but he's no Pikachu. Chopper is still a character and still does plenty of things and still has plenty of very strong moments. Like, I understand, I don't like the design change. The design change didn't happen because Oda was like, I need to make a mascot. It's because he heard Chopper's voice in the anime and went, oh, fuck. Oh, that's such a cute voice. I must make him cuter. He said that. And you can see Chopper's design starts changing around Alabasta. By Sky Pier, he's got that little round design. That's because around Alabasta, that's when his voice was introduced. It has nothing to do with making him a mascot. Toei and Shueisha made Chopper a mascot. Oda never made Chopper a mascot. Right, he was cute by Skypiea. Angelica, unfortunately, not. And unfortunately not because, hey, the industry's, how do you say? A little bit racist. In general, not just wit. But who knows? Who knows? But it's a long shot. Unfortunately, a long shot. Well, it's like people saying Chopper's a mascot, Chopper's a mascot in the time skip. And I keep saying in the time skip, Chopper arguably does more. And also arguably does more that make more sense to his character. All of Punk Hazard was majorly Chopper. That was Chopper protecting these kids, trying to stop these kids from literal drug overdoses, being horrified at what was happening to these kids. A lot of Chopper's very strong medical moments were in Punk Hazard. And then in Wano, his whole fight in Onigashima was literally being a doctor, was creating a vaccine. His fight in Onigashima made a lot more sense than his fight in Alabasta, for example. He's not a front runner. He's not a hard hitter. He did what he had to do in Alabasta because that's how they work. But in Onigashima, that's more true to his character. He's being a doctor. That's his fight with a virus. That's the coolest fucking thing ever. Ever. Oh yeah, the design thing I agree with. We do need to see more of his designs. We do actually see more of his designs than we think, is what I'll say to that. But we just see Kung Fu Point a lot more. What I mean by that is he does turn into his walking point, or it's just his reindeer point, more than we all remember. Honestly, he has done that once per arc, even if we don't remember that. But he just uses Kung Fu Point so fucking much that people go, where are the other ones? I do love Horn Point. Well, the reason I think he uses Kung Fu Point so much is because it's easy to draw. I think it's easy to draw, so Oda defaults on it. Didn't he use Brain Point semi-recently? I swear he did. Oh, Luffy used it. Oh, fuck, you're right. Chopper is a kid. He's 17. He's a wee bab. That's what I'm saying. He heard Chopper's voice in the anime. Like, he said this in an interview. This isn't me just making this up. He said, I heard Chopper's voice and I was like, oh my god, I have to make him cuter. He just thought the voice was so adorable. Now, Mr. 2 would not, so Bonchan, thank you very much, would not get bigger. I'm pretty sure we saw that with Chopper. Remember, he put on Chopper's face and he just stayed the same. I'll be honest with you, I don't think Oda gives a fuck who you ship. I'm not saying that to be mean, I'm saying he's literally said interpretation's fine. I just don't think he really thinks about it. Oh, he did get up to Megalon size. Okay, maybe he could be Loki big then. I'm not finding what I want. There it is. It's Bunch on here. We respect that name. God, so much for this being quick. Bye-bye! Sorry I yelled at you. But think before you speak. I also recently rewatched Ratatouille. And one of the scenes in Ratatouille with the lady chef, and she's like teaching Linguini how to cook, like how to be a proper chef. And one of the things she says is like, you have to keep your station clear. And then she says, let me make this simple for you. Keep your station clear or I will kill you. And she reminds me of me. Because that's what I do. Think about what you're saying. I will kill you. Basically. Hang on, let me give you my playlist. There you go. Hey YouTubers, you can have my playlist too. Gets criticized once, fucking dies. Oh god. No problem. I piss and poo. I piss and poo, but mostly pee. Your exam went well? I am... My energy is making you smarter. Truly, trust me. Ah, this is the one I was looking for. Man. Oh, I can't see shit. You know what I was thinking, by the way? I was watching Incredibles, and the scene when Helen, so the mom and the kids are on the plane, and the plane explodes, and Bob, Mr. Incredible, thinks they've died. I was thinking, if we were only from Bob's perspective, we would have been like, people would have been like, oh, fake out death. If we were in only Bob's perspective, it would have been like, oh, they faked out the family death. Bob experienced fake out death. Give me back my emotions. Oops. Give me back my emotion. I'm serious. I fucking know that Summers was made because Oda was sick of people saying, fake out death. I know he was sick of people going, can't you just enjoy the fact that they lived? Like, you masochists. Yay! Yippee! If Summers dies, I'll be upset. He's so fun. Damn. Why are you blurry? No, I know it's blurry. It's because I should have edited it in here. Oh well. Whatever, it's gonna be a little bit blurry. The resolution's just too low. No, never mind. It's pissing me off. Fuck. Well, I guess it's a good thing I don't half-ass things, but whatever. Well, the question is, will this work? No. Yeah! I didn't see the TED Talk, but I know there's a TED Talk. And I am interested. Quick fix. I mean, as I've said about Pell before, I'm fine with Pell living, because I think the metaphor is beautiful. Pell is supposed to be the heart of Alabasta. That was the whole thing. So Pell surviving is meant to be a metaphor for Alabasta surviving. The bomb that was Crocodile, right? Even though Crocodile tried to do what he wanted, he didn't destroy the true heart and soul of Alabasta. That's why Pell survived. The issue is, the bomb was just a bit too big. That was it. That was kind of the only issue. Like, if the bomb wasn't that big, it'd be totally fine. I have no problems with Pell living, because I love what it means. It's just, that was a pretty big explosion. That would have been fried chicken. Where's the kaboom? Oh god, that's so much better. Not blurry. Yay! Yippee! Bro took a nuke. A nuke? Pell versus hydrogen bomb. But again, I think Oda's learned from that. Because he truly has not done that again. I don't care what anyone says about the fucking the soul thing. The whole time I was like, did Pedro really die? Sorry, fuck Pedro. It's because Pedro died. But the whole time I was like, did Saul really die? Because it didn't make sense to me. I remember, I've told you guys, when it happened, I was like, he's on a burning island. And he's frozen. How did that kill him? So I never thought Saul was truly dead. Because I was like, that doesn't make sense. His death didn't make sense to me. Well, Robin was Bob from The Incredibles. Killed my family. Kid's alive. I'm telling you, he's alive! He's alive! Either kill Pell Carly, make the bomb a bit smaller, and make it so the bomb was only targeting, like, the palace or something, or only targeting, like, the heart of Alabasta. So it was big enough to, like, kill a few hundred people, just not the whole of fucking Alabasta. Or, show a panel of Pell, like, letting it go with, like, his wings over him, and we're not sure if he survived that, right? Do one of those. The bomb was only going to blow up the palace in some blocks. Alright, so it's not a full nuke. Showing Pell letting it go, yep. And us not knowing if he managed to get away. Making that more ambiguous. Mini hydrogen bomb. Well, we saw Luffy and Robin both get frozen and they both survived. And it was the same move. And we also knew Saul was Kuzan's friend. So the whole time I was like, how the fuck did Saul die? That's why I was like, how the fuck did Saul die? Because we saw him use it on Robin and Luffy and they lived. And I was like, wait, he's being frozen on a burning island. How the fuck did that kill him? I think the people that thought Saul were dead, and I say this respectfully, are mad that they were successfully tricked. Because all the pieces were there. I don't call that a fake out death because there was enough there to deduce he lived. There was plenty enough there to deduce that Saul got away. Or the possibility that he got away. I wonder why Robin didn't figure that out. Maybe because she was in the middle of a burning, exploding island and she was a kid. Perhaps that. And she was also busy fighting for her life. As an adult, because it's been so long and she didn't get any contact from Sol. I didn't hear anything from him. We're not like her. We're not reading the story, are we? We can't look back at what happened with panel for panel. There's plenty there to assume that Robin thought he was dead, for sure. God, the Robin and Sol reunion was so sweet. I like how he wrote the Robin Sol reunion and then he wrote Sommers going, "Give me my emotions back!" Come on, he must have been a little mad. He must have been a little mad people weren't celebrating the Robin Sol reunion and were instead going, "Boo, he should be dead." He had to be a little bit upset. I was gonna say, there's more actual death in One Piece than fake out deaths as well. There's... what? 3 fake out deaths? 4, I think, if you count Sabo. There's more people that have died that have had fake out deaths in One Piece. It feels like people taking something that's small and making it massive to me. And if Kid survives, I'm not calling that a fake out death. Because he's alive. He's not dead. There's no way he's dead. Well, the reason Saul couldn't go find Robin is because he was in danger. Saul's a giant. He doesn't have a crew. He had nowhere to go. And he told Robin, "You'll find your family out there." And I'm sure he believed that. After all, Robin was probably not going to get what she wants with Saul, which is to find out history. Oh, I did not open that. What the hell? Well, the way I see it is like this. Saul, or Poo Poo Brown. Saul could either put himself in danger to go look for Robin, risking him dying or Robin dying. But specifically him dying because he's a giant. It's not like he can exactly sneak around like Robin could. And risk dying before he could ever see Robin again. Or he could go out and try to find Robin and have no resources, no crew, no nothing. Like, I think people once again underestimate the harshness of One Piece's oceans and seas and world if they think it would be a simple task for Saul to go out and get her. I don't remember the story so perfectly. I forget a lot. I specifically forget geography. I remember a lot of the emotional beats of the story. And that's a lot of the story. But when it comes to like specific like events, I go, ugh. For example, I do not remember a lot of what happens with the reverie. I remember Vivi's moments, Shirahoshi's moments. I remember Cobra's Cobra! I remember that. I struggle to fill in the rest of that. Like, I struggle to remember what people said. Don't tell him. It's so shameful. Don't tell Arthur that I still struggle with the geography. He's really tried with me. He's really tried to teach me. But I also, I reread One Piece so much. So much. Everyone's not insane like I am. But it's also my job, so... I mean, I'm open to collabs, but I'm a little scared of them, I'll be honest. I've only ever collabed with Drork and Goofy. And that's because I really like what Drork and Mama Drork have to say. It's so fun talking to them, and Goofy is like... I feel like a puppy I adopted off the sidewalk sometimes. I always joke with Goofy that, like, he's the Usopp to my Nami, and I'm the Nami to his Usopp. I will beat the shit out of him sometimes. But we vibe. We vibe heavy. He was shocked at my Sanji knowledge. God, I think I'd said this in, like, because we talk all the time, right? He, like, sent some image of Sanji, like a manga panel. No, we're talking about shirtless Sanji. Because it pisses me off that the guy who plays Sanji just wants to be shirtless all the time, because Sanji doesn't do that. That's a Zoro thing. Sanji's quite a modest man, right? He tends to cover up. Because he's a, you know. But, and it's also so funny that he wears a suit, right? He wears a suit on the ship. I think that's one of his charms. And Goofy and I were talking about, like, oh, that just doesn't make sense that Sanji would, like, go shirtless all the time. And I was like, yep, here are the times he's been shirtless off the top of my head. And Goofy was laughing his fucking ass off. And I was like, it's not many. It's not many. That's why I can remember it. I can't tell you every time Zoro's been shirtless because he's fucking always shirtless. I can probably tell you more when Zoro hasn't been shirtless, you know? He's deranged, right? For those who want to know, off the top of my head, I'm going through the arcs in my head. Doesn't happen in Baratier. Doesn't happen in Alabasta. Doesn't happen in Skypiea. No, it does happen in Alabasta. Happens in Alabasta, he goes in the bath. Okay, Alabasta. Doesn't happen in Skypiea. Happens in Water 7 when he goes for Robin and he takes his shirt off to wring it out after he went swimming for her. Doesn't happen in Thriller Bark. Doesn't happen in Saboti. No. Doesn't happen in Saboti. Happens in Fishman Island. Doesn't happen in Punk Hazard. Fishman Island when he jumps in with the mermaids, by the way. Doesn't happen with Punk Hazard. Doesn't happen in Zo. Dressrosa kind of happens in Dressrosa, but not really because he's bandaged. So you don't see anything. He's just wearing his coat. So half Dressrosa. Again, doesn't happen in Zo. Doesn't happen in Whole Cake Island. He does bathe in Whole Cake Island, but we don't see it, unfortunately. Happens at the beginning of Wano. Kind of in Onigashima because he got bandaged again, but again, I don't really count bandaging. And the end of Onigashima when they all bathe. Doesn't happen in Egghead. Hasn't happened in Elbaf. There you go. Because it rarely happens. Shirtless Jinbei. Sanji has been shirtless once or twice in cover arts. Not a lot. My shirtless Sanji memory. It's because he doesn't do it a lot. Zoro with his boobs covered. Boobs covered in East Blue up to Arlong Park. And Arlong Park, they're out. Skypiea, he takes his shirt off, but he mainly wears the singlet in Skypiea. Long Ring Longland on. Sorry, Alabasta. I forgot Alabasta. Alabasta, he's covered until... Sorry, Long Ring Longland. He takes it off. Not Long Ring Longland. Little Garden. He takes it off in Little Garden and in Drum Island. At the end of Little Garden, because he couldn't cut through Steel, so he had his tits out. Still. And Drum Island, because he went swimming. Drum Island, he has his tits out. So Alabasta, they were in until the bath. Skypiea, one takes his top off, but he's got his singlet on the majority of the time. Long Ring Longland, shirts on. Water 7, shirts on until he changes clothes and he has that jacket on. And it's just his jacket. Thriller Bark. Thriller Bark, shirt on. But we get to Saboti and it's shirt off. He's wearing that jacket with his tits out. Fishman Island, here we go. Out. Punk Hazard, out. Even with the coat on, they're out. Dressrosa, he had the suit on, so they were in. Zoro, he was wearing a shirt, in. Whole Cake Island, he wasn't there. Wano, out like a motherfucker. They were pointing at me. Egghead, in. Elbaf, he's been forced in, but at the beginning of Elbaf, out. So there you go. He became more of a slut, a whore in the time skip, as I keep saying. But he did still like the jacket, no shirt look. He wore the jacket, no shirt look a few times. Frankie is the one that has his tits out the most. Frankie's the biggest whore in the crew, it's true. Nothing happened does rip his shirt. It does slutty rip his shirt, you're right. They were pointing at me! Usopp's also become a whore. He's got them things out as well. This is what I'm saying. Sanji is a modest man. Same with Luffy. Luffy's got that shit out too. Guys, Sanji is modest. Most guys on the crew got their shit out. Sanji's a prude. Ah! I keep saying, and I stand by it, Usopp's got more muscle mass than Sanji. That does not make Usopp stronger than Sanji. I'm just saying he's got more muscle mass. I know this to be true. Because Usopp is 2 years younger than Sanji. And look at how he looks. Bro, Sanji has fucking lip hair and he had no lip hair and a little whiskey chin hair at the age Usopp is at now. Uh-huh. Jinbear titty spotted. I stand by the reason Sanji wasn't there when Frankie got his balls grabbed is because Oda was like, I can't make this too freaky. Because everyone was going, but Sanji would have been, it should have been me! Not him! Not true, Chopper isn't always shirtless. In pre-time skip he was. In the time skip, he wears a shirt. No, he doesn't. You can check. You'll add boobies to your name if he does. Are you ready to add boobies to your name? I'm trying to find a panel with him. Hang on. Why am I not just going to the time skip? It's chapter 500, I think. 502. Why ain't that loading? 501 then. There we go. Oh fuck, 600. My bad. $599. Alright, where's Chopper's first appearance? Are you ready to put boobies in your name? He got that shit on him. You fool. Chopper's wearing a shirt like all throughout the time skip. Boobies eminent. Let's go to another arc. Let's go to Punk Hazard. Oh, I think the reason you think he doesn't wear shirts is because Monster Point still doesn't wear shirts. But he does. Here you go, here's Punk Hazard. He's got that shit on him. And let's go to Dressrosa. Dressrosa's got one of my favorite Chopper panels. Got that shit on! You just noticed! You are so confident too! And you can check and I'll change my name. Where's the name change? Hang on, but what did he actually wear like at Dressrosa? Because... that's when they were entering Dressrosa. Oh, he still had his little coat on? When did Big Mom attack them? Now I'm curious. What was little fella wearing when they were attacked? I can't see the name of this file. 7:30. I can't see what he's fucking wearing. Oda's covering him. He's too small to fit in the panels. Oh, he was wearing camo gear. Ah. That's right. And he had that shit on in Zoro because he was wearing a little football helmet. Ah. Elbaf Chopper's first post-time skip arc. I think it is. I think it might be. Sanji, Joestar, don't get me started. That was Toa's abomination. Look, I know I'm not. Look, I know I'm just a pervert. I understand that. I didn't have the changes been done. There you are. But I didn't. I appreciate you stick by your word, by the way. But I didn't think Nami's Elbaf fit looked like lewd. I know I'm a pervert, I know, but her dress Rosa fit showed a lot more skin. Her dress Rosa fit was shorts and a bikini top. So I saw Nami's and I went, what? I felt like this about her egghead fit. Robin's was a lot of skin. Nami's was fine to me. I didn't see her bottoms as panties at all. I saw them as a leotard, so I was like, ah? Like after playing a bunch of Marvel Rivals, I was like, yeah. But again, I'm a pervert, so don't take my word for it. I think the worst, and by that I mean most, her Whole Cake Island fit was skimpy? Was it? Wasn't it just a dress? Like a mini dress? That wasn't skimpy. Her dresses weren't skimpy. I disagree. I don't think her Whole Cake Island fits were skimpy at all. But I think the lewdest fit that Oda has is, and we talked about her Bello Betty. I think Bello Betty has a fucking insane outfit. It's insane. Every time I look at it, I'm like, oh my goodness. This is the craziest outfit Oda has ever made. This one is genuinely insane. He let his dick win when he designed her. This one is fucking crazy. Pussy bones out, miniskirt barely covering. No shirt. No shirt. No shirt. Hmm. Yeah. This is a crazy one. Like, no one ever mentions this. They never mention this. And I'm like, if I had to pick the craziest, most sexual outfit, it's Bello Betty. Yes, even over Rebecca. Rebecca's only bad because she's meant to be like, what, 16? And like, yeah, that's kind of weird. It's weird. But she was also a slave and she doesn't naturally wear that outfit, right? The second she's got the chance, she's out of that outfit. So I do believe that while, yes, it was weird, she was supposed to be humiliated. So that was a humiliating outfit. This is just, Betty just wants to wear this. She just wants to wear this. This is what she's doing. That shit's crazy. Like, we're never seeing Rebecca in that outfit ever again. I truly believe that. Because we haven't seen it again. We see her training. And she's not in that. She's just in regular pants and a shirt. I mean, I'm of the full opinion that Rebecca's outfit is supposed to be a reference to Princess Leia's slave outfit. Right? The first thing I thought of when I saw her was that. And I went, okay. It's still weird though, don't get me wrong. Where are the slaves, Papa? Every single gladiator had like a little mini gladiator skirt on and no top, by the way, just saying. All the ones that Doffy wanted to humiliate did. All the previous citizens and kings and knights of Dressrosa. Again, it's still icky. Like, it's still icky that that's Rebecca. I don't know how to explain, just because there's a reason for it doesn't mean it's not still icky. It is icky, but there's also a reason for it. But it's icky. I assume you're saying ever read a part while reading or watching One Piece that was something downgraded in One Piece. Like, as I kept reading it, I felt like something got downgraded. Not particularly. I'm a pretty big advocate for the time skip. I always say I think Oda's gotten better with the time skip. The number of perverted jokes, of course, did expand, but not to the point where I was like, this is just unreadable, you know what I mean? Not to the point that it truly made me angry or anything. Level 54. Well, nothing's perfect. One Piece isn't perfect, but it's just so engaging. So incredibly engaging. But even Sanji and Thriller Bark, because here's the thing, and again, I know I'm a fucking Sanji copium addict, but he was saying that shit, but my genuine rule is he's a fucking pervert up here. But the whole time he was saying that shit, what was he doing? He was protecting Nami to the most extent. To the point that he wasn't even getting blood on her dress. Like, what he was saying, I was like, ugh. But again, I was also jumping and going, woo, because of, like, the desperation of his protection for Nami. So, I wouldn't even call that a lowest of lows. I'd just say it was annoying. But a low point, you know, annoying, but nothing that makes me clutch my pearls, I must say. I mean, the most pearl-clutching one was in 1-0. But then, again, it's copium. Well, kind of, but no. But the reason I laughed at the 101, even though, yeah, that was weird, is because it was a fucking mixed bath. He had no reason to do that. He had no reason to do that. Also, yeah, it wasn't molesting. I was gonna say, it was fucking... It was peeping, and that's still assault. But it was not molesting. That's a real different thing. Absalom was molesting them. He was fucking taking them and licking them. Oh! He was gross as fuck. Well, peeping on people is still sexual assault, but that's why I'm like... The bath was mixed. Because I swear, like... I do believe Oda doesn't want to go to that length with Sanji. So... he made the bath mixed to make it not make any fucking sense. As in, he didn't have to do that. He didn't have to do that. Like, it's still air. But what the fuck? You could have just walked in, mate. It's a mixed bath. There were other men there. Like, that's why that scene cracks me up. Not because I'm coping, because I'm like, there was genuinely no need for it. There was no need for him to do that. He was shy. Look, if you're totally uncomfortable with those scenes, as always, you're allowed to be. I'm not saying you can't be uncomfortable. Of course people are going to be uncomfortable with shit like that. I've talked about this before. I'm just at the point where I've seen and read so much shit, so much anime and manga that is like horrifically worse. Like Mineta from Hero Academia will always be so much worse than Sanji. Like always so much worse. It's not even a competition. Mineta is so much worse, right? Sanji has icky behavior, but it's not to the point where I despise it. I mean, I'm not saying the behavior isn't icky, but I'm saying to me it became comedic because I was like, you could have just walked in. Like, that's what I'm saying. I know it was icky, but there was no sense of it. Hello. But yeah, my point is I have a very different idea of this stuff because I've seen how low the bar is and Sanji's nowhere near it. The bar is low and Sanji's nowhere near it. At worst, he's a pervert in here. And at worst, he walks into a mixed bath. But he has not assaulted, like physically assaulted anybody, right? And no, I do not count him in Nami's body because that was Nami's hands, you know what I mean? Like, he was calling himself a woman at that point. I think when people count that, I honestly think that's a bit of a reach because it's so unrealistic. It's like, he's literally in her body. I don't think that is really something I can count. At least I didn't see it like that. Some people did, but I didn't. Because I've seen people say he assaulted Nami, and I was like, when the fuck did he assault Nami? And they're counting Punk Hazard, and I was like, if you say so, but I don't count that as that. Oh, whoops, I didn't save it. Well, the thing that helps with Sanji, and again, I get it. He's got problems. He has problems. The thing that helps with Sanji is I truly do believe he'll do anything for women. I truly do believe he does put women above himself and above most people, right? He's not an incel. He is not someone who sees women as something that exists for him. He's someone that feels so blessed to exist where women exist. That's a big fucking difference. Oh yeah, Feather, those people fucking suck. No, those people are unbelievable. Those are people that those are people that don't understand how Sanji is. Right? Watching porn is fine. Hang on, I'm no purist, Zoro's big fat boobies. I've got nothing against watching porn. The issue is watching porn and objectifying women because you watch porn. What I mean by that is you think it's okay to treat women the way you treat them because you watch porn. I don't blame porn for that. I blame the men for that. There's nothing wrong with porn. Sorry, that's a very Puritan way to think. At least I don't think there is. I think it's fine that it exists. Oh, Feather. Yeah, see, that's just weird. See, that shit Sanji would fucking never do. Sanji would rather kill himself than ever hurt anyone, especially a woman. Oh yeah, of course I've heard about the porn bans. The porn bans are ridiculous, and you know why? They're not going to stop anything. They won't stop a damn thing. Like, if we're going to get serious about this topic for a moment, porn is not the problem, and I'm sick of people calling it the problem. And you want to know why I know it's not the problem? Because I am a lesbian. I can enjoy porn of women from time to time, and you know what I don't do? I don't hurt women. I don't assault women. I don't think women exist just for me, for my sexual pleasure. I'm sick of porn being the excuse for men's behavior. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of men going, oh, but porn taught me to do that. It didn't fucking teach you anything. You just want an excuse to be awful. And then you're awful, and then you spiral into an addiction because no one wants to talk to me. No one wants to talk to me. No one wants to be around me. Women don't want to talk to me. It's because you're a fucking incel, man. It's because you're an incel that is treating women like shit. You're becoming addicted to porn because you're an incel. Right? Because you're like, this is how I should be treating women. I'm sick of people blaming the media that they're consuming for their behaviors. No. That is not the media you're consuming. It's this whole, oh, media turned you into this. I keep saying this. Media does not turn you into anything, right? It is introducing you to things, but what you are doing and what you are saying, that is something that you are doing. You're not turning into something because you watch something. Like, again, I know this is to some people, this is a very, very black and white conversation. As I keep telling people, media affects reality, but it isn't reality. I'm sick of people saying that, right? It is an incredibly conservative thing. You're just joking, I know, but now let's have this conversation. It's an incredibly conservative thing to think the things that you watch turn you into something. It's incredibly Puritan, right? What prompted this discussion? Oh, someone made a joke. It was a joke about Sanji and porn. And it's only okay if Sanji does it. It was a joke. I know it was a joke, but I was like, this is a topic that I fucking despise because, again, I see it as a way to blame women. And the reason I see it as a way to blame women is because the majority of porn stars, of course, and things that people watch, OnlyFans and everything, are women. And it's like, oh, these lecherous women, these lecherous sirens using their sexual powers on me to make me want to hurt women. Are we understanding how that sounds? Like, no, mate. That gorgeous porn star who is a woman, that gorgeous OnlyFans model is not why you treat women like shit. Stop using that as an excuse. You can watch tons of porn and be normal. Did you know that? Did you know that? You are simply falling into a mindset where you're thinking this is okay because you want that to be the way it is. You want it to be that easy to fuck a woman. That's what you want. That's why you spiral into that addiction, right? It pisses me off. No, media can be aspirational, right? But it's to the point. I don't agree with blaming a media for something you have become. I don't agree with that, right? Because that is outright grooming. And I honestly don't believe a media can groom someone. I believe if someone pushes it on you, if you have other influence outside of that media you can be groomed by using that media. Yes, media can normalize things. Media can affect people. But like, if you kill someone and you say, that movie told me to kill someone, I don't agree with that. I think that is something you are being pushed to do or you are wanting to do. I think it's somewhere back there. I think it's, let's blame something else for my behaviors is my issue. Negative effects to someone with a weak willpower. No, it does negative effects to someone who... I want to say someone who's not educated. I really do think this is an education problem. This is why media literacy, I think, is so important. The more media literate you are, the less you will have this problem. But it affects person to person. But the other thing we need to learn is if you are watching something and you're feeling something intensely effective from that media, you need to learn to put that down. And instead of going on a tirade going, no one should be able to watch this, no one should be able to see this, it should be an understanding of, I can't watch this specific thing because it affects me specifically in certain ways. That doesn't mean it should be fucking banned outright for everyone, right? That's the way I see it. I just don't agree in media censorship, point blank, right? And by media censorship, I mean fictional media censorship. By that I mean if it's like fucking gore videos, like real gore videos, that's snuff. Snuff films, snuff content, that should be gone. Outright. Totally outright, that should be gone. Also, violence should... I don't think violence should be more policed than sex at all. And fictional medias, no! I don't think that needs to be policed at all. And fictional medias, what it needs is ratings, right? I love ratings. I love the rating of people this young should not be able to watch this. That's perfect. I think that's great. But I don't know, I'm seeing a whole generation of men committing atrocities to women, being violent towards women, and in a roundabout way they're blaming women by saying, but that porn star, and I hate it. I hate it. Take responsibility for your fucking actions. But also, some people spiral into addiction because they're lonely. And it can be addiction of anything. Like, for example, there are a lot of people that spiral into a porn addiction when they have a wife because they feel like they can't tell their wife things. And it's like, well, that's inevitable. If you're feeling sexually frustrated because you are with someone who you feel you can't tell everything to, especially sexual things, that addiction to porn will be inevitable. Because you feel like you can't say anything, right? Oh yeah, that's called victim blaming. Zoro's big fat boobies. That's victim blaming. Dawn of time that existed. Indeed, indeed. By the way, that's not the wife's fault in those situations. Because, hello, why aren't you telling her everything? If you are going to get with someone who says, I feel like, or I don't want you to watch those things, you either respect that and do that, or you understand this relationship won't work. Instead of keeping secrets. But yeah, the way I see it is... The way I see censorship of a lot of media, because that's disgusting and it normalizes this and that, I just want to say something really obvious. Oh god. Fictional incest does not normalize real world incest. And do you want to know why I fucking know this? Because real life incest rates are actually down. Back in the day, it was abundant. And now, it's obviously disgusting. It doesn't happen. It doesn't matter how much media you're gonna make of that shit. People are not going to start believing something like incest is okay. The same way people are not gonna start believing something like murder is okay. Right? It gets to a point where it's like, are people really, really this vulnerable to the things they're watching? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you'd have to start watching that shit at a really young age to grow up thinking that shit's okay. Really young, like super young. But like, no one is watching something about the topic of incest and going, now it's okay. Like, it's just bizarre to me that people think that's what happens. It's not that common in movies. That's true, Sabaki. That's also true. It's just strange to me. I don't know. Because of course I've taken media courses. I've talked about the effects of fiction and reality and how it is and how it works. And the answer is it differs from person to person. Some people are heavily affected by what they watch. Other people aren't. Some people understand they are affected by what they watch. Other people aren't. But to me, banning a media or banning a topic or theme in media because it could harm people is the same as just get rid of all alcohol because some people are alcoholics. I think it's incredibly extreme. I think it's wrong. I think that's the wrong way to think about things. By the way, for those wondering why I'm arguing this or why I'm saying this, because historically speaking, if you censor one thing in media, it's a snowball effect. The first people and themes they target are queer people. Always. We are already in a world currently where trans people specifically are being targeted. If we start banning medias outright, trans media is going. It's gone. We don't even have a lot of it, but it's gone. Right? We are literally in a world where we are blaming trans women for fucking everything, and I don't know why. I mean, I know why. Even though, statistically speaking, trans women are the most passive group of people to ever exist. To ever exist. Right? I'm very passionate about this because I feel like when I see people advocating for we gotta censor this, they don't understand that's the monkey's paw. It will curl, and you will cage yourselves, and you will see things, you'll stop getting things that you want to get. It just makes me crazy. Because it's like people go, that won't happen. It will. It will. Do you seriously trust whoever to censor things? Because you're not the one censoring things. Boards are. Countries are. And I don't trust politicians. I do not trust groups of men to censor things. The first thing that's going to go is any kind of trans media. It will be censored. It's already censored, for fuck's sake. Remember the live journal ban? To this day, it's the most textbook example. Yep. Oh! Hays Code! Yep, that's what I studied.
Do you like it? I told you.
I told you.
me your belly. Show me your belly. Oh, fine, don't show me. Your belly? Your belly? Hey? Hey, belly puppy! Give me belly! Give me your belly! Give me, yay! Give me your belly! Oh, you are so cute! You are so cute! Oh, I love your belly! I love your belly! So cute!
She is Babby. But also, hey, I believe in the freedom of expression. And you know what I also like? I like fucked up stories. I like a story that makes my skin crawl. I don't want shit to be censored because I like when people write deranged shit. Because it's fake. And it makes them go, ew! Berserk, exactly. I did read Goodnight Pun Pun, and the fella who kept begging me to read it has not been in my stream, and I'm waiting for him to come back so I can tell him, guess what I read? I read Goodnight Pun Pun. I haven't finished Berserk. I haven't finished Witch Hat. I haven't caught up with Witch Hat, and I haven't caught up with Berserk. Ah. Well, Marco, we're talking about literature, not just anime. So yes, the manga would be censored too. We're talking about media censorship overall. I'll be honest with you, while Pun Pun was good, it didn't hit me as much as it hit others, and that's because I've read No Longer Human. I've read Junji Ito's No Longer Human, and the whole time I was reading Pun Pun, I was like, this is very similar to No Longer Human. And I honestly think No Longer Human is a lot more disturbing than Pun Pun, and that's saying something. For Pun Pun, I just felt sad. I just felt sad. I felt sad for him, and I felt sad for the world he was in. Favorite Junji Ito story? Well, look, the fucking Spiral one is undefeated, but his story about the beautiful girl, so beautiful people just want to kill her and consume her. That one's pretty close to my heart. Tomoe. Yes, sorry, I forget their names. Tomoe. My friend has talked to me about Bloodborne and she's told me all this and I never knew that. As in, I didn't know until she told me and I went, oh. Did not watch the original Sin, no. But do you guys want to know an example of if we had censored media, we wouldn't have gotten that? Lolita. And here's the thing. The issue with Lolita is because of some people that found it and their interpretations of it, it became kind of gross. As in, they were taking this as, oh, I can be like that, yuck. But the literal story of Lolita is this guy is a fucking disgusting creep. It's meant to be horrifying. It's honestly a good story because the whole thing within his story is, oh, look at what she's doing to me. Look at what she's doing to me and how she's making me feeling. And the she he's talking about is a child. You are supposed to read that book and think, this man is fucking insane. This man is a creep. Right? That's how you're meant to read that book. And the author of Lolita, I remember he talked about the issue of he was worried about releasing this book onto the world because of how some people would take it. And that's a tale as old as time. Unfortunately, that's something you can't stop. The same thing happened with, I'm bringing it up again, BoJack Horseman. BoJack Horseman is not meant to make weird, creepy men feel good about themselves. BoJack Horseman was meant to make them look at BoJack and reflect on themselves and not want to be like him. And when the author of BoJack Horseman, the writer, found out that's what men were doing, he was horrified. He was horrified to the point he put in twice how strong of a point it was. You don't want to be like BoJack, right? He did it at the beginning of, I think, season 4, I think it was, 5 with Philbit, when BoJack made a show where Philbit was, the character he was playing, Philbit, was just like him. And Diane, one of the characters, was like, I didn't write this show so weird men could feel good about themselves. And BoJack was like, well, that's what you did, basically. And then at the very end of BoJack Horseman, the whole episode at the end of BoJack Horseman is, you're a piece of shit. You think you don't have influence on people. You think you can't control your actions. You can. You do have influence on people. That's the whole point, right? BoJack's a piece of shit. And he's like, but I know I'm a piece of shit, so that makes me better. No, it doesn't. That makes you worse because you know it and you're not doing anything about it, right? That's the issue with this stuff. And that's the issue that a lot of people have with this stuff. And it's like, unfortunately, this is why media literacy needs to be a thing. This is why it's so concerning when media literacy is down. Look at what happened. Yep. Stories like BoJack Horseman and stories like Lolita are really good. But you run the risk as a creator of people interpreting your work poorly. Toxically. And again, that is what's going to happen sometimes. But I don't think that happening means we should ban everything outright. I don't think that happening means we should ban things like BoJack Horseman. Or we should ban books like Lolita, because they are good stories and they are so interesting to read and horrifying as well, right? Again, Lolita's a horrifying book. It's a horrifying book, but it's a great book to read a man going, none of this is my fault. To read the insights of a disgusting man, right? That's what it's for. Media literacy is taught in schools. It is taught. It is taught. It's just, we don't teach it well. That is the death of the author, correct? I don't like the way media literacy is taught in schools, and the reason I don't like it is because it's a yes or no answer in schools. It's a one answer in schools. I hate that. I totally disagree with that. You can steer kids away from having that thing, but what they don't do is they don't go, give me your reason for why you've interpreted the media like this. They don't do it. They have to grade you on, right, what the right answer is, and I hate that. It's more like that in France. God, I wish I had that. But this is what art is for. This is why asking people, especially kids, what do you think of that piece is a good thing. Asking a kid, how do you feel when you look at that? And letting that kid ramble on if they want to. That's such a good thing. That's so good for their critical thinking. I don't even fucking like kids. Art's just good. Art's good for your brain. No interest in doing that because of their own choice or because of the environment around them and incentivizes them to never do so. Yep. And isn't that funny? Because that's just like BoJack. That's exactly what BoJack is. The way fiction affects reality to the heaviest extent is saying, dude, Luffy would hate you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the sub. I've never seen someone so, like, people so affected than by that statement. Dude, this fictional character that doesn't exist would hate you. Damn. That shit works. Speaking of censorship, isn't it fucked up that we can't say porn? Isn't it fucked up that you can't say kill or murder or suicide or rape? Isn't it fucked up? It's just because that is, here's the thing, and this is what gets me about this, it makes these topics sound lesser than they are. It softens these topics. And I hate it. It's not only language censorship. There's been many essays about this. Many studies about this. It's not just language censorship. It's become self-imposed language censorship. Now people go to any app, write on anything, and now censor themselves. Thinking they can't say that. That is so dangerous. That is so dangerous. But you're not endorsing it, Marco. Like, for example, if you're talking about the effects of suicide and the dangers of suicide and like how someone is pushed to suicide, you're not endorsing committing suicide. It's people discussing the issues with suicide. But when you have to turn that word into suicide, suddenly this conversation comes a lot more lighthearted, doesn't it? Suddenly this conversation isn't as serious as it should be. It's frou-frou language. It's making things fluffy and child-friendly. And it's dumb. Isn't the goal of people who censor? Yep, that's their goal. And that's straight up censorship, and I hate it. Unalive. Fuck, Unalive's such a bad one. It's like, am I a child? Are we children? Why am I saying unalive? Why the fuck do I have to censor suicide? Why can't I even say fuck sometimes? Are we kids? Like, what are we doing? I understand if you're... But even then... I'm not saying kids should be... I'm not saying kids should be told to kill themselves, but I'm saying I think a children is allowed to look at the word kill. I think a child is allowed to look at the word suicide. Oh, PDF is the fucking worst one. Because that really, really softens that shit. It really softens it. I hate that. But like, I don't think there's any issue with a child reading the word kill, reading the word suicide. There's fucking no issue. Like, what are we protecting exactly? We're protecting advertisers, not children. We're just making these kids dumber. I hate you, censorship. You want proof about how censorship spirals into just more and more and more? That's proof. Word censorship on platforms. Right? Because you know what? On some games, in some chat rooms, you can't even say gay. Doesn't let you say gay. And I always think about how bad that is. I always think about that. Can't say gay. Like, gay's a nasty word. A nasty word for bad little boys and girls. Don't say gay. Can't say gay. Gauge. Remember, I like gay and giggling because they use it in a gay, I'm happy way instead of, well, gay. I thought it was smart. Well, here's the thing, because when I have these conversations, a lot of devil's advocate people say, what about slurs? Should we censor slurs? And here's my answer to that. You can say it, but you have to face the consequences. I remember someone said to me, but why can't I say this slur? I said, you can, but you'll get yelled at. You'll get punched. Like, it's not that you can't say it, it's that you will face consequences if you do say it. People will think you're a piece of shit, and that is in their right, right? On top of that, slurs are also hate speech. There is a difference of freedom of speech and hate speech, right? Hate speech is not freedom of speech, it's hate speech. That's a whole fucking different thing. But I always tell people, right? Look, no one is fucking chaining you to not say it, but you will face consequences. You're an awful person. And you're getting mad, not because I can't say it, but because you are facing consequences if you say it. That's what they're getting mad at. It's that fucking simple. Like, you're getting mad because, why can't I say this and not be a horrible person? Well, too bad, mate. If you say it, you're a horrible person. If you say it, you clearly don't care about your fellow people. You clearly do not think about others. You're just edgy for edgy's sake. You're an uncomfortable, vile person to be around. It's that fucking simple. And the other people are in the right to not want to fucking talk to you, to hang around you, to even lecture you. And say, dude, why are you saying that if you say it? They're not mad because I can't say it. They're mad because people don't like them if they say it. Like, fine, say it. But I'm never gonna fucking talk to you again. I don't want to talk to you again. I think you're a shitty person. You dumbass. It reminds me of anti-vax stuff. And people going, anti-vax, anti-vax, don't make us get vaccinated. You're not being forced to get vaccinated. No one is holding you down and forcing you. You just can't do some things if you don't get vaccinated. Those are the consequences you're gonna have to accept, honey. You don't want to get vaccinated, fine. But you can't go to these crowded areas. And those are the consequences you must face, right? And you're gonna have to deal with it. Carly, I'm not sure what that means. Yep, to sell, what was it? Horse fucking medicine or something they were taking. Yeah, that was the whole thing. But look, I have genuinely lectured people, friends, on the arse slur. Because I was very upset at them for it. I got through to them eventually. But like, I'm not letting that shit slide, you know what I mean? Oops. There's a connection between the arse-slur coming back and conservatives being in power, by the way. Trump being in power. But hey, what do I know? It's not like this happened before in 2016. It's not like we had tons of fucking Nazi memes and fascist memes and bigoted movements and words coming back in 2016. But what do I know? What do I know? It's not like that when certain powers take power, the freaks, the bigots, the racists, everyone feel more comfortable being bigots and freaks and racists because they have a bigot and a freak and a racist in power. But hey, what do I know? What do I know? Hang on, Carly, I'm gonna get rid of that because you did not have to say that. You could have just left it as is. Please don't do that again. You could have just left that censored. Censored. How ironic. No, I asked what you meant by what you were saying. I know what the word is. I understood the word you were referring to. I meant I didn't understand what you were asking. I know you didn't mean any malice behind it, but for future reference, don't do that. Trust me, people know what you mean when you say the N-word. It's okay, but don't do it again. So I'm reading your responses to it. Well, you're all right. It's the history of the word. It's about understanding the history of the word. And again, being a weirdo if you're like, I want to say it, understanding the history of it. Like, no. And I know so many people, because for me it's like dyke, right? So many people are like, why would you want to use that word if it was like used nastily against you? Because it's powerful to take a word that was used in a derogatory way and the community going, you can't hurt us with that, right? That's us. It's not exactly derogatory for us to use it on us anymore, but you are still an asshole if you use it. You are taking a power away from it being that slur. But that doesn't mean you're not a fucking asshole if you're not part of that group and you say it. Right? Again, no one's chaining you saying you can't say it, but you are an uncomfortable, annoying person if you say it. And it's straight up hate speech if you're using it in a derogatory term. You can slap someone, but people will hate you. Exactly. To me, it comes down to caring about your fellow person. It comes down to, once again, being empathetic and educated. Why don't you say that word? Because I don't want to. Because I know it hurts people. It's that simple. Why don't you say it? Because I've been asked not to. I could still do it, or I could do it, but I am educated to the point of, hey, this word can be harmful. It's just that simple. It's called just being a good and nice person. That's really it. It differs from person to person, of course. Compassionate and kindness? Are they synonyms? Now you got me curious. It is. They're synonyms. They're the same thing. compassionate and kind. Something about English, we love having multiple words for the same thing. Well, listen, having multiple words for one meaning is great for writers. That's why it exists. Because a writer made a ton of those words. Shakespeare was like, I'm fucking sick of using the same word over and over again. I must make another one. It makes reading more interesting. Shakespeare made bubbles. He made the word bubbles. Did you know that? It's my favorite word he's created. Because I look at bubbles and I go, yeah, those are bubbles. Hit the nail on the head. God, aren't sayings fun? Hit the nail on the head. Who came up with that? I was thinking like a few nights ago, like when a saying first comes about, how long does it take for that saying to weave into like a society? Like the first guy who said, hit the nail on the head, did people look at him like, or did they go, fuck does that mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, did they think he was a genius? Or were they like, what does that mean? What are you talking about? Raining cats on dogs? Who the fuck came up with that one? Makes no sense to me, that one. But someone once in history said, wow, it's raining cats and dogs. And they were either looked at like they were a genius or they were asked, what? But either way, that stuck. Maybe I need to start a new saying. I just said. The Sanji tax has been created because of me. But that's One Piece specific. Six, seven isn't a saying. That's a meme. Those are memes. Memes are different. They're memes. 6-7 is not a saying. You don't say, well, that was 6-7. Oh, how's 6-7? You go 6-7. Because it's a meme. It's not a saying. Leopards eating face party. Oh, fuck. That's such a good one. First time I heard that, I went... That's poggers. But that's not you hit the nail on the head, you know what I mean? I don't know, a saying feels different. How's 6-7 of you? There's a word for what I'm talking about. Idioms. An idiom. I don't think poggers is an idiom. Spill the beans. Fuck. When pigs fly? Oh, I love saying that. My white people saying when pigs fly. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. That's a banger. See eye to eye. Kick the bucket. No, an idiom is... Let me say what an idiom is. A phrase or expression whose meaning cannot be understood from the literal definition of its individual words. So poggers is just a word. Right? That's not a saying. That's not an idiom. Because it's just poggers. Like, we've created a new definition for the word poggers, but that's not an idiom. An expression is what Google is calling it. It rhymes. My expression will be put some pink on it. It's good to put some pink on it. And that's gonna mean it's good to be emotional. It's good to be like, it's good to get excited. Put some pink on it. Like if you go, yay. Someone's gonna say, put some pink on that. Yay! You know what I mean? That's what it means. Put some pink on it. If someone's not excited, put some pink on it. If someone goes, whoa! Then, oh, you really put pink on that one. You know what I mean? That's my saying. Put some pink on it. That's what it's gonna mean. You gotta be a bit more excited. Put some pink on it. We can make this a thing. Start saying that and convince your family members and your friends this is a saying. This is an idiom. Oh, come on, put some pink on it. Wow! Puss boy. Nice, we could put some pink on it. We could make it more exciting. Oh my god, I'm gonna start saying this in videos. Put some pink on it. Oda really put some pink on this. I will be putting some pink on it. If this ever catches on, and a lot of people start saying it, I am the original. That was nice. I don't think they tried to put some pink on it though. I would have put some pink on it. This is it. I'm gonna have to start saying this a lot so I can spread it. Pink on your panel. You put some pink on it. It's because it's got alliteration. Put some pink. Put some pink on it. MelonTeee. Do I know you? Are we oofs on Twitter? I'm horrible. Fuck. I knew it. Because the second you said I'm putting pink on a panel, I was like, wait, I follow artists. I'm horrible with names, sorry. But I was like, I know you. Go on, show them your art. Show the group your art. Nami not trusting Luffy. Oh. Well, I know you. Your name was very familiar, and I was like, I swear I know him. It's called Pink City because 80% of the houses are pink. Oh god. The dream. Editing's going good. Sarah, we came up with a new saying. I came up with a new saying because I was like, how did sayings come about? Do you want to hear it? The saying is put some pink on it. And that means zest things up. Make things more exciting. So my example is if someone goes, yay, you gotta say put some pink on it. And they go, yay! That's what it means. If something was boring, they didn't put some pink on it. How much time does it take for me to edit one video? Like 2-3 weeks? Not be saying that. Oh, come on, Sarah! Put some pink on it. Ow. Draw Sanji. To see life in pink. Rose tinted glasses. To see life in pink. Vaguely I've heard that. How can you be sad or angry and say put some pink on it? You gotta, it's the passion. It's about the passion. If you're not feeling the passion, you're gonna say, put some pink on it. More! Oops. Wicca, pink and blue are utilized at gender reveal parties. You don't like those? You don't like setting a forest fire? Because your baby's a boy? I've said this many times, and of course, context does matter. But it just feels to me, if you have a huge, expensive wedding and a huge, expensive gender reveal, I feel like there's something going on. I feel like you're compensating. I really do. And of course it differs because big wedding celebrations can also be cultural, for example, right? But big wedding celebration from white woman who hates her fiance, or her fiance hates her and they're tired of each other. I feel like it gets to a point where it's like they know this is like the high point and then it's done. So they gotta go all out. Learn something about you. Just saw Garp and got mad. Ukulele total. Oh fuck. It's not funny. It's not funny. I'm not laughing. It's not funny. It's a little funny. Yeah. It's blue. Put some pink on it. See, I'm such a social norms hater that if I ever did have a gender reveal party, I'd make it pink means boy and blue means girl. If I was fucking forced, gun to my head. Make it green and yellow. I'll never forget that study that was done of, like, if you put a color on a baby, what do people think it is? And the study was, they made a baby wear pink, everyone thought it was a girl. They made a baby wear blue, everyone thought it was a girl. When they made the baby wear any other color, such as orange or yellow or red, fucking no one knew what gender this baby was. I think about that all the time. $11.64. Yeah, it's a baby. Well, this is why I don't get upset when, for example, people misgender Blueberry. She's a fucking cat. She doesn't even know what gender is. Right? If I'm asked is she a boy or a girl, she's a girl. If you call Blueberry a he, doesn't give a fuck. She doesn't even understand the concept of pronouns, of sex, of gender. Look at her. You think she knows what that is?
Hey, Poppy, do you think you know what that is?
She's listening to me, but she's not looking up at me. Blueberry's 10. 10.
Yeah.
Does this look like a middle-aged woman? That's a baby. You're a baby. You are baby age. She's baby aged. She is a teen mom. She had kids. Isn't that weird? Not under my roof. Never would I allow that. Her breath is stinking though. I need to brush her teeth. Oh, stop it, she said. Baby Ace, hey. Fun fact. A fun fact about... Oh god, I pissed her off. Now she's out. Fun fact about baby Ace. Did you know he was born with kneecaps? Brush your teeth. I hold her in my lap and in fact, do you want to watch me do it? Let me show you. Alright. Now for anyone who sees this video and thinks they're a little animal activist and thinks this is going to be a cruel thing. Animals are like kids. And they're like kids who have to eat their vegetables. Sometimes you got to do the thing that makes the pet uncomfortable because it's good for them. And this is one of them. I'm about to make Blueberry eat her vegetables. Alright. Here we go. Hang on, let's get the pose on. Okay. I know. I know, it's gross. It's gross, isn't it? Not fun. She's got toothpaste all over her face. This happens every time. You've got back teeth. I gotta get those. Ooh, so clean. So clean. There you go. Your collar came off. Now you're naked. Oh my goodness. Good job, Bobby. Good job. I know, that was no fun, was it? That was no fun. But I'm gonna have to do that for you more, because you're getting stinky breath. She's pissed. It has to happen. Your collar came off, you big fatty, hey? There you go, back on. And that's a happy cat with clean teeth. It wasn't that bad. You are so dramatic. You are so dramatic. And she slowly walks away from me, by the way. She's literally sitting in my doorway. Here's the thing with Blueberry. I can't use her as an example of how to maintain and like keep a cat healthy because she's a very passive cat. A lot of cats would scratch the fuck out of you and bite you if you tried that. Blueberry, it just goes, ah, ah. She just gets upset, as you saw. Well, look, I didn't think you had to look after cats' teeth until I had multiple cats whose gums had rotted when they got old and teeth had to be pulled out. Turns out looking after cat teeth is important, especially for their breath. Thank you, Brig. And I can't give Blueberry a treat because she doesn't like treats. I can't fucking Pavlov dog her. I can't make her think this is good because you get a treat afterwards. Because she doesn't like treats. She only wants to eat her slop. Might do that, Sarah, but Blueberry's... she senses that shit immediately. But I'll try. I'm not giving her a whole new dinner packet just for that. Maybe I can brush her teeth before dinner. And that will help. That's a good idea. Sorry to pee. Oh. No, because if I give her 2 dinner packets, she's gonna expect it, and then she's gonna get super annoying, and then she's gonna get fat. She's eating her bickies. MelonTeee Super Cruise. When you guys fund it. How about this? You guys buy a ticket to 1 Super Cruise. Fund me to give me the Super Suite. And I'll call that the MelonTeee unofficial MelonTeee Cruise. The Doffy barbecue one. Fuck. Please. He's such a shit stirrer. Bye. She's back. You see? You see how dramatic she is? She understands I'm not hurting. Oh, making biscuits. You're very hard at work. Oh, clocked into the biscuit factory. It's tough work out here. But this is what I mean. She knows I'm not out to hurt her. She knows what I do is beneficial. She's just dramatic. I know she knows I'd never hurt her, and I know that because she will stand in the doorway when I'm walking in with an armful of groceries, knowing that I am going to step around her even if it makes me fall over. She doesn't flinch at anything I do. Well, here's the thing. She's like, am I in trouble? So now she's trying to smooch up. Hello. Hey? Yeah, wash that toothpaste off you. It'll be good for your teeth. Rants about One Piece. What do you want to hear? She's just giving herself a bath. Which straw hat would be my cat if they were a cat? Sanji. He'd be the sweetest fucking cat ever, and he'd scratch men. Perfection. Nami would be similar, but she'd just be a bit too cheeky. She'd steal too much shit. Which straw hat would be the best at FNAF? Usopp. Usopp and Nami are the gamers, and I truly believe that. Robin would love the FNAF lore, but she wouldn't play it. She's just like me. I've talked about before what types of cats the Straw Hats would be. And I stand on... In fact, Lonely Pumpkin in here. I think it was Lonely Pumpkin. Even made art of it. just saw, sorry, I was scrolling through Lonely Pumpkin's art and just saw fucking phenomenal Zoro-san. I'll take that. Hi, I'm looking. Did you draw the Straw Hats as the cats? You did. That's what I was looking for. Let me open them all. Now, forgive me, I've forgotten the breed names of a lot of these cats. Sorry, I'm trying to organize everything. Of course, Zoro accidentally made me close my fucking tab. My Viz tab, you bastard, Zoro. Was that 1164? Okay. Like I've said, forgive me. I've forgotten a lot of the breed names of these cats. I had a list somewhere. In fact, let me get the list up. This shouldn't take long. My job after One Piece ends. Talk about other shit I like. The reason I'm talking about One Piece is not because it's my job. I love talking about it. I'll make video essays on other things. One on Witch Hat Atelier, one on Berserk, one on Kids on the Slope. The world will be my oyster. Alright, found it. And my reasonings on top of it. Perfect. Don't look at this. Don't look at that. Alright, here we go. Art from Lonely Pumpkin. I will continue making videos about One Piece. Alright. So here's Luffy. Thank you, Lonely Pumpkin, for the art. Luffy, a tuxedo cat. Tuxedo cats are insane. Every single tuxedo cat I've met is hyperactive and a menace. So all I can see Luffy is as a tuxedo cat. And I stand by that. They are hyperactive and they are menaces. Every single one of them. Because, the officials usually make Luffy calico or tortoiseshell. It's calico, right? He is not a calico. Calicos are way too calm. Way too calm. Zoro is a Bengal. They're tiger cats who are pretty wild. I don't think I have to say anything more than that. That's Zoro. green, and he's of course he's green. Orange cat does also fit for Luffy. I just like the look of him as a tuxedo cat more. I think orange cats, honestly, I think orange cats and tuxedo cats are very similar. But I view physically Luffy as more of a tuxedo than an orange. I think this suits him more. Anyway. No, tuxedo cats have tuxedo behavior. You're not listening to me, Wicker. Tuxedo cats are insane. They're insane and they're stupid and they go crazy. Tuxedo cats don't have that reputation and I don't know why. Genuinely, any tuxedo cat I've ever met, they are just fucking crazy. Alright, next cat. Nami. An Abyssinian cat. They naturally have an orange golden tint and they're very sneaky and they're very beautiful. They're like a designer cat. And that's exactly what she'd look like. Exactly what she'd look like. They are just gorgeous cats. Next cat, Usopp. La Perm cat. La Perm cats look like they are fucking frazzled all the time. All the time. Have you seen a La Perm cat? If you haven't, look it up. They genuinely look like they've always been jump scared. It's exactly what Usopp like reminds me of. The squirrel cats. Next cat is Sanji. A ragdoll. They're the designer of designer cats with big beautiful eyes. And Sanji would be more of an uptown cat considering his royal background. Because he would be a cat of impeccable breed, would he not? If he's from fucking royalty, he'd be gorgeous. He'd be a show cat. So he'd be a beautiful ragdoll. And everyone is like, what is this ragdoll cat doing on the streets? But he's vicious, you know? It's similar to Nami being an Abyssinian. She looks beautiful, but she's vicious. Exactly. Next one is Chopper. A York chocolate kitten. He'd be a baby. And he'd have long fur because he's a snow animal. I don't have much to say about Chopper. I just know he'd be a kitten. And he'd have long hair. So a York chocolate kitten. And he's beautiful. Tsubaki. Sanji. Zeph would be a cat with Sanji. And Zeph would be like an older tattered cat. And he's just got this kitten that's a little ragdoll. That is so cute. Oh, fuck. Oh, they look like they're in two completely different worlds. Or a goose. But this is Cat World. We're talking about Cat World. I don't know. Zeph would just be like a real rough looking cat. Not a show cat at all. Not a purebred cat in any way. Just a real rough looking cat from the streets. Raggedy ass alley cat. And he's got a little ragdoll kitten that he's looking after. That's his son. Oh. Alright. Next cat is Robin. Russian Blue. They're very cool and calm looking cats. And I think she's perfect for it. Have you seen a Russian Blue? They look so mysterious. And they look so gorgeous. I think she's perfect for a Russian Blue. At least I always thought that. And they're also quite purebred, showy cats as well. A three-legged cat, of course he would be. Zeph, I mean. Next cat is Frankie. I'm quite proud of this one. Maine Coon. Have you seen a Maine Coon? They look like men. They've got the jawline of a man. That is Frankie, and they're massive. That's Frankie. Big ass cat. Next cat is Brooke. A Devon Rex. A black Devon Rex. They have a little bit of hair, but are still mostly hairless. And they're very sweet and sociable. Very sweet and sociable. And this one is quite close to my heart because when I was growing up, my family cat was a Devon Rex, a black Devon Rex. Trust me, that's Brooke. Now, black Devon Rex, I mean, now he'd probably be a skeleton. But when he was not a skeleton, he'd be a black Devon Rex because of the fluff on his head. Close enough. Next one is Jinbe, a Norwegian forest cat. They are so large and round. And I think they suit him so well. Norwegian forest cats are the roundest cats I've ever seen. They're so round. And I was like, that's Jimb. That's Jimb. And the last cat is Vivi, because I love Vivi. An Egyptian Mao. They're a designer breed again. And she has the elegance of these beautiful looking cats. And also Egyptian Maos are, from what I know, like the origin of cat breeds. That's where all cats have come from. The Egyptian Mao. Just suits her, doesn't it? Gorgeous. And I also love that the Egyptians found a cat. And they said, what are you? And the cat went, meow. And they went, yeah. Okay, it's a meow. The oldest known domestic cat. Yeah. That's her. But yeah, as you can probably guess, thank you for the art, Lonely Pumpkin. Lonely Pumpkin did this on their own, by the way. They just started making these. And they're gorgeous. Obviously, my heart is to Sanji's. Look at the little love heart nose. Wow, what a good detail. Perfect little love heart nose. But yeah, the officials make Sanji... One of the officials... Oh, it's in my bag. One of the officials make Sanji's cat a ragdoll. A little ragdoll. And it's perfect. I prefer ragdoll Sanji over the Nyanji that they have. I've got Nyanji on my back shelf somewhere. Oh, on my wall. Nyanji's on my wall. I prefer the ragdoll Sanji to Nyanji because I think the ragdoll suits him a lot more. But that's just me. I'll give the link to all of these. I'm glad you had fun. I had fun looking at them and going, woo! Oh my god, Lonely Pumpkin also drew Sanji as a Witch Hat Atelier student. You're the fucking goat. I don't know why you do these things, but I appreciate it. It's so cute. Alright, here you go everyone. The link to the cat art. The rest of the cat pieces are... Actually, you know what? I'll do the most recent QRT one so you can see them all. So I'll start with Jumb. Oops. Now I'm just looking at their art. Hang on. Wait, let me retweet something. Okay, I'm done. That wasn't an alligator, that was a brush buddy. Ugh, just no culture, no culture. I inspire you to draw stuff up. Stop. A brush bug or a brush buddy. Chop through One Piece arcs. I can give you 2. Whole Cake Island and Dressrosa. I don't know how to rank them after that. I struggle. I always say Whole Cake Island, Dressrosa, and after that, it would either be Alabasta or Skypiea. Only because I really like Wiper and I really like Vivi. But I super struggle. It's like the Straw Hats. I can tell you my favorite Straw Hat, it's Sanji. I can't tell you after that. I like them all. Sanji and no, shh. No, but Whole Cake Island was made for me specifically. Dressrosa was also made for me specifically. Because I love the themes of familial abuse and breaking away from it. And I love the themes of cults and how fucking scary they are. Whole Cake Island could be made into a musical. In fact, it was technically a musical. Oda was trying to throw some music numbers in there. Least favorite arc? I don't got one. Again, that's like asking least favorite Straw Hat. I truly don't have one. Because I fully and thoroughly enjoy every single arc. Does that mean 7 hours? It really doesn't feel like that when I'm streaming. Pwa, 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 pwa. Oda, why'd you make Imru hot? Why'd you make him hot? Now I can't look at this the same. Because I know there's a hot demon in there. I will be making more shorts. I'm so sorry. I've really been slacking. No, trust me, I've been kicking myself. I'm like, fuck, I should make more shorts. I've been meaning to make a short on, but they said first mate in the live action, so I can tell everyone to shut up! It doesn't say first mate in the live action. Not in the Japanese version. I think Imu's got multiple forms. I don't know how Imu works, but I think Imu is like a Dark Souls boss. I think there's going to be like 3 to 4 versions of Imu. I could clip things and make them shorts, but there's a side to me, and it's the perfectionist side of me that is saying, but that's just not making new content for another platform. I don't know what that is. There's something in me that's like, that's shameful. Don't do that. Like, that's lazy, you know? For the record, I don't even think it's lazy when other creators do it. But for some reason, in my head, it's like, not good enough. Japanese has him use his disguise name in the live action. Oh, I'm telling you guys, they're giving Oda a different script. I know this to be true. They are giving him a different script and saying, yeah, we'll make that. Just do it. I know. I should. You gotta be patient with me because it's like the VOD stream. So many people said, where are your VODs? Where are your VODs? I didn't have VODs for the longest time. And I was like nervous that I didn't want to upload them because I was like, I think my live streams are not interesting enough for people to want to look at the VODs. And I felt like conscious about that. I need to work my way up to it. Now, can I be insane? I think Oda himself has pushed a Sanji Nami agenda for the longest time. Because Sanji, or at least Robin, we've been told there'll always be someone there to help Nami. And that's Sanji. Sanji has said, I'm Nami's servant. Sanji has said many beautiful things about Nami specifically. I think Oda likes Sanji and Nami. Do I think that means they're ever going to be canon? No. I don't think that means anything. Do I think that means anything for the live action? Also no. I don't think that means anything for what I'm saying about the live action, but I do think Oda has a soft spot for those two because they are always together. They are always nearly next to each other, or they are always in arcs together. I think Oda's had a soft spot for them for a long time. But that's not affecting his writing. Like, I don't think they're going to end up together. At all. I just think he does like their dynamic. A lot of his gag is simping over Nami, but what about Robin? Right? Robin's there too. But it's clearly more towards Nami than Robin. And I think it's because Oda's got a soft spot for the dynamic that Nami and Sanji share. Sanji was even the one standing up for Nami in Fishman Island with the Jinbei situation, and so many people, the way so many people took that the wrong way, and I hate the way they speak of him there, because it's like, why is he speaking for Nami? He's not speaking over her. When Nami tells him to shut up, he even shuts up. He's mad for her. He's not trying to fucking, like, get some points with her. He's genuinely upset for her. It's the way anyone would be with someone you care about. If you encounter one of the root causes of your friend's issues, even abusers, right? That has set an event in place that has caused something horrible to happen to your friend, would you not be mad at them? Unbelievably mad at them? Would you not want to yell at them for what they've done to your friend? How could you possibly hold that in? Because so many people go, well, Jinbei didn't do that. Jinbei was the captain of Arlong. And Jinbei becoming the captain of Arlong made Arlong go free from jail. And due to that, Arlong went off to the East Blue. Jinbei even said, I should have been keeping tabs on him. But he didn't. Right? He didn't keep tabs on him. And that led to Arlong running free, causing chaos. Jinbei was the former captain of Arlong. He feels some responsibility towards Arlong. In the same way, Whitebeard felt some responsibility towards Blackbeard. Right? But, Sanji and Nami have had a very specific and close dynamic for a very long time. After all, it was Nami the one that wanted to go get Sanji from Whole Cake Island. But yeah, I've noticed it a lot. A lot. Oda even made both Nami and Sanji scared of bugs together. I've noticed it that I think he really likes their dynamic. He barely interacts with Vivi in the live action. Yeah, well, fuck him. Fuck him. I don't give a shit about it. Like, Sanji also had a good friendship and dynamic with Vivi as well. He was one of the girls, honestly. There were a lot of scenes of Sanji just talking with only Nami and Vivi. And him realizing how close they were as well. I think about that all the time. He specifically understood how close Nami and Vivi had gotten to each other. And I always think about when they were running off from Alabasta, Sanji asking Nami, "Nami, are you okay? I know how close you were with Vivi." It was so sweet. He so should have. But yeah, I always say this. I hate the idea that a lot of people have that Nami doesn't like Sanji or Nami's uncomfortable with Sanji. Because again, yes, I understand the perv gags can be a lot. But she's clearly not uncomfortable with him and she trusts him with her life. She loves him and he loves her. Again, not in a romantic way, just they love each other way, in the way the Straw Hats love each other. They are two of the closest crew members, truly. Well, that's what I mean. I'm not saying Nami and Sanji are romantic. I'm saying he likes their dynamic. He likes them being together. Not romantically, he just likes their dynamic. He just always puts them together. If you reread One Piece, you'll see exactly what I mean. One of the only arcs where he doesn't put them together was Skypiea. And then after that, they're just always around each other. Well, I love their pairing because I love that Nami knows she can always rely on Sanji. But at the same time, she also will know that Sanji will need that help sometimes. Think about Eni's lobby. She wasn't even mad at him for that. She somewhat respected him for that, which that's Oda being a man. There's something to say about that. But she wanted to help him, right? She's happy to help Sanji where Sanji needs the help. And she's so more than happy to know that she'll always have someone there to help her, always. Because think about her past. Think about what she went through. She was literally like an errand girl for Arlong. She was trapped. And now she has someone she can boss around in good faith. And he knows that it's in good faith. And she knows he likes it. Like, they're like a symbiotic relationship. They work very well together. But even Nami just going after Sanji in Whole Cake Island, that's proof. She loves him. She truly, dearly loves him. And again, I have to keep saying, I'm not saying love romantically. Just she cares deeply about him as she would any Straw Hat. But Whole Cake Island really got to her, right? It really got to her. Because that was horrifying to her, to lose Sanji like that. Especially after everything Sanji has done to help her, I'm sure she felt some responsibility for that. She felt a lot of responsibility for that. She even apologized. She said, "Luffy, I'm sorry." Right? And then it hurt her. It hurt her to watch Sanji hurting Luffy. To the point that she was like, that broke her heart, right? And Sanji knew that. He was terrified of that. And he was sacrificing that. She felt betrayed. She gave so much of her heart to him for that. And then she watches that happen and she feels betrayed. And so many people say, oh, well, but Nami experienced Arlong Park. How could she not know what's going on? And I say to you guys, experiencing Arlong Park would make that hurt more. Because she went through an incredibly vulnerable time in her life. She came to accept the Straw Hats and understand that her family want to help her. And now it's like Sanji is rejecting that. Like, she would give her heart and be vulnerable, but Sanji wouldn't give that back. That would hurt a lot. That would hurt a lot to witness that, right? But of course, she knew that behind all that, something was happening, and that's why she was very quick to forgive Sanji. And that's why she still wanted to help him. Like, we get Nami going, I'm not going to forgive you, but then of course she's like, but, you know, I want you back. Right? And then her crying and hugging Sanji when they get him back. Oh, all of that. It was just a fucking up and down of emotions. In the moment, she was enraged. But of course, she didn't really feel like that. She was just very upset. Again, I think it's very human. I think the way Oda writes is very human. Because what Nami did was very reactionary. And how could you not be? I always tell people, you have to understand when you're reading these characters, they are in that moment. They're experiencing that right now. Right? And not only that, there are plenty of people that are angry at Sanji for doing what he did. Plenty. So it's like, I think Nami's reaction was totally fair. She was upset and she was reactionary. It's not like she could in that moment go, like it was happening in fucking instance right in front of her. She couldn't pause and take a breath. Frody, I totally disagree with you. I totally disagree with you. He has never ever gone to serve a woman to get something from them. Every woman we've seen him serve and help is because usually he's helping them or he just likes them. He has never ever served a woman expecting something from it. That's incel behavior. He's not the nice guy, right? That's just what he does. And again, don't get me wrong. The way Sanji can treat women who are not conventionally attractive, it can be improper. It can be a bit yucky, but he still helps them and he still protects them when he can. He doesn't leave them to fucking rot without his help. That's not what he does. He's not attracted to them. And I guess that's something in itself, but he never, ever leaves a woman to dust. Also, when Sanji pointed a gun at Robin to protect the crew, he even said, I don't know what's going on. He said, I don't know what's going on. And Usopp was like, do you know what you're doing? Sanji said, honestly, no. He said, I don't know what's going on, but I think a threat is here. And then he's never done that again. Yeah, help and serving is two different things. I'll give you that. But he doesn't leave any women to rot. Right? He doesn't do that. But also, serve, listen, there's his over-the-top lovey ooey gooey serving, and then there's just serve in general. He still will serve and help women, even women who are conventionally unattractive. But again, he's not fucking not doing anything. He's not ignoring them. That's not what he does. That's not what he does at all. He's not serving any woman in bad faith. Like, he goes goo goo gaga. He gets goo-goo-eyed for them, but there's not a single woman that he serves in bad faith. That it does not happen. Because to me, bad faith is he's serving a woman because he wants, like, bad faith because he wants something from them. Like, he wants to get in their pants. That's not what he does. He doesn't do that to get in any woman's pants. I don't think there's going to be any endgames. I've said this multiple times. I just can't see it happening. But it's not what he does. Listen, there's a difference. Well, I mean, there's a conversation to be had between who he finds attractive and who he doesn't find attractive, and the differences in how he treats those two. But oh, women who have bad faith. when he does something that he doesn't know for simply being hot and it's in bad faith, that bad faith thing pisses me off. That is not what you said. That is not what you said. But when he's serving women, even in like those women who are in bad faith, think of the amount of times he's done that, and that has changed the course of something. Right? Sanji very well knows that he's vulnerable to that. But he's done the same thing for Gin. He's done the same thing for enemies who are not women. Right? He helped Gin knowing Gin was an enemy. And that went sour very quickly, but then it turned. The whole point of Sanji is his kindness turns enemies into allies. All the bad faith women that he served, or a majority of them, have ended up turning around because of his kindness, right? That's kind of the whole point. I honestly think, again, I don't know, maybe you can call it copium, but I think it's one of the things that make him so endearing to me. Yeah. He helps women, he helps men too. But that's something that makes him so endearing to me. That he'll just be fucking twirly pathetic no matter what. I fuck with that. Usopp Kai confirmed the LA. Stop for a second. The LA isn't One Piece. Stop using the live action to say anything. I'm serious. Usopp and Kai are fucking kissing in the live action does not mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. Stop thinking Oda was the fucking final call on everything. It's pissing me off. Sorry, but if any of your arguments are used with but the live action, I'm shutting down. I'm not listening to you. It's nothing. It means nothing. There's a reason Oda didn't write that in the original. And there's a reason he hasn't written that since. It's not happening. God! Stuff for Mel. Oh! My beautiful Sanji. Wow, he's beautiful. I love the 3D effect you got going on. He looks tortured. You really got the torturedness in his eyes. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Well, again, Oda even said about the live action, well, it's your version. In the nicest roundabout way possible, he said, this isn't my version. And this isn't my vision. Like he said, this is your vision. He said that in one of his most recent interviews. Like, I've just had it. I've had enough. Well, the thing that gets me with Pudding, because a lot of people go Pudding and Sanji, but I'm like, I just don't think they're going to have any endgames. One, for the reason being, I can't see Oda wanting to do that when everyone had a mentor that was not with someone. But the second thing being, they're not the Roger Pirates, and people keep trying to one-to-one them with the Roger Pirates. And that also pisses me off. But the thing with Pudding is the whole story of them was to let him go. That was the whole point of their story. That Pudding realized to make him happy, he had to let her go. And that's a hold up to me. That's a big hold up to me. I think that's kind of the point. I think their story starts and ends with Whole Cake Island. But also, Sanji has 2 times said, I'm a man for all ladies. I don't know, like, I can't see Sanji getting married. I just can't see it. Because people go, but Gaban, okay, Gaban is not Sanji. Right? Gaban was fucking. Sanji is serving. There's a difference. Like, Sanji does not have a lover per port. Not in the way Gaban did. I don't like how he treated Kokoro either.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Alice. Did you consider it would be cute if they did get together? I did consider that. I don't like the way he treated Kokoro either, but this is something I say all the time. That wasn't just him. That was all the Straw Hats. And it really peeves me when people are like, Sanji did that to her. And it's like, that was a fucking horrible, horrible gag from Oda. Horrible. Because all the Straw Hats were mean to her. Right? Nami even yelled at them. All of them. Because she was like, shut up. That wasn't Sanji specific. But for the Okama, yep, that was shitty. But that's another thing of intention of the author. I don't think... Again, I don't think the candies on Kamabaka were supposed to be women. I think they were meant to be drag queens. And again, I think the translation was just horrible there. I'm not saying Sanji's perfect, by the way, because the issues Sanji has is Oda's a man. The issues that Sanji has is Oda's a man, Oda has man and sexist problems and patriarchal problems. But Sanji is still good. He is still very good. Luffy compared Gaban to Sanji, but Sanji is not Gaban! Like, do you seriously think Sanji's gonna follow what Gaban's doing just because? Luffy is similar to Roger. Do you think Luffy's gonna be just like Roger? No, Luffy isn't just like Roger. Roger went goo goo gaga over women. Luffy didn't. Luffy doesn't. Just because Gaban says something that makes Luffy say, whoa, he's just like Sanji. That doesn't mean Sanji's gonna be Gaban. They're not meant to be one-to-one parallels. They're different characters with different courses. Gaban's not even a cook, by the way. He's not even a cook. I've just had it. He is no cook. The reason Luffy said, wow, he sounds like Gaban is because Gaban went, love is free, love is everything. That does sound like Sanji. But for everything else, that does not sound like Sanji. Well, my opinion on that sentence is that doesn't mean Gaban and Sanji are gonna have the same fucking course. That doesn't mean anything. It's just, wow, that was a very Sanji-like thing to say. But this one-to-one thing that people have with the Straw Hats and the fucking Roger Pirates is driving me insane. It's driving me nuts. There are similarities in them because the Straw Hats are the next generation of influential pirates, right? But they are not the Roger Pirates. They have very different crewmates and very different character traits. Right? They use fucking Rayleigh and Gaban as proof that Zoro and Sanji are gonna have endgames. And I'm like... What are you talking about? So it's like, who is Sanji gonna end up like? Zeph, his mentor, which he, by the way, imitates when he's older, or Gaban? A guy whose will he doesn't even carry. He just has a similarity because he's a wing of a pirate king. It just drives me nuts. Sanji becomes someone's wife. I just can't see it because Sanji's whole thing is, I want to be a man for all women. I want to serve all women. I can't see him even wanting to get married, genuinely. But let's be real. The reason so many people say endgame is because that's what they expect to happen because it's a shonen. There is literally no indication that the Straw Hats will end up with anyone. And here's the thing. Oda's a better writer than that. He's a better writer than that. Right? There's no implication that any of these characters want to get married. That any of these characters want to be with someone like that. And he's a good writer. He won't just pull that out of nowhere. It has to make sense. Chopper does like Milky on Zoro. But I think Milky's an adult. And Chopper's 17. By the way. I think that was more of a gag because, oh my god, a reindeer. But Oda doesn't write like that. I think the only reason everyone's saying endgame pairings is because of other shonen. And it drives me nuts because it's like everyone is so sure about it. Well, here's the other thing. Every time there's a romance in One Piece, and I've noticed this, it's always for a plot reason. He doesn't just put two people together, right? Because for the longest time, I was like, why are Rayleigh and Shakky together? What's that about? To connect Rayleigh to Amazon Lily. And then Shakky goes back to God Valley. And then Rayleigh and Shakky, they have that moment in God Valley. There's a plot reason for it. Same with Gabon and Ripley. Why is Gabon on Elbaf? Oh, because he's married to a giant, to Ripley. Why does Gabon have such a close heart to what's going on here? Oh, his son. His son is part of this whole conflict. That's going to be rough. Roger and Rogue didn't even have an on-screen relationship. They just had a kid. And that kid was Ace. And again, that was for a plot reason. Boa and Luffy are not an exception. Boa likes Luffy because the sickness disease in Amazon Lily is a thing. That's been a thing in Amazon Lily for a while, right? Not only that, Luffy is someone that doesn't objectify Boa. Again, Boa liking Luffy, that's like a trauma response. And it's very clear that's why. Even that has a plot reason. There is literally not a single romance in One Piece that does not have a plot reason. Which is why I look at the endgame stuff and I'm like, but what would be their plot reason? Just cause? Because he could make a plot... I guess he could make a plot reason, but like at the end? I don't know. I can't see him wanting to do that. Even Baby 5 is plot relevant. Exactly. That was totally plot relevant. Sai was breaking her out of what she'd suffered through. Even Sai saying, I guess no one taught you to not do that. Baby 5 and Sai was Baby 5 getting broken out of the cult. Like, Oda doesn't put people together just cause. He's never done that. That's one of the things I appreciate. That's why I can like Rayleigh and Shakky. Because it doesn't feel like, oh, just putting boy and girl together. Because that's one of the things that drives me insane about so many straight couplings, straight endgame stuff. It's like, where the fuck did that come from? They kind of never liked each other. That's why Hiyori and Zoro being endgame, I could think of nothing worse. Zoro did not fucking care about her at all. And it is not to the same extent that Rayleigh was with Shakky. So many people use Rayleigh and Shakky. Rayleigh liked Shakky. He actively liked Shakky. That's why he was weird around her, because he also liked her. And he didn't know how to reciprocate that because he didn't want to be tied down, as he said. Zoro does not like Hiyori. He doesn't like her. He's made that pretty clear. I've said this to people. If Hiyori was kidnapped in the same way Shakky was, would Zoro have the response about Hiyori the same way Rayleigh had about Shakky? No. No, he wouldn't. Sanji would have a bigger reaction than Zoro would at that. But Luffy, Oda making it so Roger has hard eyes for girlies was like, thank God, because now I can keep telling people, see, they're not meant to be one-to-ones. They're not meant to end up like the Straw Hats or the Roger Pirates. They just share wills. Their crews share wills with each other, but they do not share lifestyles with each other. Sanji Joestar, I thought it was a plus 200 Sanji aura. Oh, sorry, Sanji aura. Well, it was. I thought it was a plus 200 one-up for Sanji, because some of the strongest characters in One Piece went goo goo gaga. Well, this is why when people say, will we ever know who Luffy's mum is? My answer is, if it's plot relevant, we'll know. All I know is I'm confident that Oda will shake shit up and he will not follow shonen tropes and conventions because he's actively gone against them before. Gear 5. Gear 5 was actively going against the power-up trope, and he said that. He said he knows that in shonen it's expected to get more serious. Power-ups are expected to get cooler, and he said, I don't want to do that. I don't want Luffy to be that. He's going to be happy and silly for as long as I can make him be. And the amount of people, when I said that, the amount of people said, how is Gear 5 going against shonen tropes? They were clearly not there for when Gear 5 happened. Because the amount of people that were going grr, grr, grr at it, and it's like, it made the usual shonen only watchers mad. Because they weren't expecting silly, happy, goofy power up. They were expecting gear death. There are still people doing that, exactly. The best example I have is even Goku. When Goku has his final power up, and if you look up images of his final power up, what do you get? He's not smiling. He's not smiling, he's not happy, he's very serious. You look up Gear 5, it's such a stark contrast. Nothing but joy. Well, that's the joke with Gear 5. Not the joke, but that's the switch up with Gear 5. We do get Luffy's gears, and it seems they're getting more serious. Because we go from Gear 2nd, which is his fast movement, to Gear 3rd, which is his going big in parts of his arms and stuff. Then we go to Gear 4, which is Bound Man and Snake Man. And of course, they're quite... right? So it seems, oh, we're going to get serious. Then we get to Gear 5, and Otis says, gotcha! Luffy's not that kind of guy. It was a perfect switch up. I've said this many times. One of my favorite scenes ever, and my favorite Luffy scene, is him unlocking Gear 5. And him laughing like that. And him saying to Kaido, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I'm going to be king of the pirates, in his Gear 5 form. It's just such good payoff. It's an insanely good payoff. It gave me goosebumps. It still does give me goosebumps. What? Do you think Gear 5 is better than Gear Death? No. This can't be. I don't know how you get girls. Why are you asking me this? Well, are you a woman? When I feel like it. Okay, feel like a woman more and you might succeed. If you're a man, I don't know, man. I don't know how to help you with that. How do you get Sanji to want me? There's many answers to this. Because I know many people would say, just be a hot, sexy woman. Well, here's the thing. Because I also do believe he has a draw towards some rough-looking men as well. But he won't admit it. Six. Hook Sanji up to a lie detector test and ask, do you like Zoro? Just like. Doesn't really have to be any kind of romance. I'm watching him go. He doesn't want to answer it. He doesn't want to answer it. I always think about when he got stuck on Kamabaka Island and Iva was showing him like the posters. And he was like, so you know Luffy? And Sanji went, yeah. And he went, so you know Usopp? And Sanji went, yeah. You know Nami? And he went, yeah! And then he went, and you know Zoro? And Sanji went, I don't know that fucking guy! He is so funny. He did it in the time skip again. Where he was asking the fisherman where Zoro was, if he'd seen him. Because the fisherman was like, the guy with like green hair and 3 swords and a scar over his eye got on my boat, but he got on the wrong boat. And Sanji was like, oh, this guy, and put out Zoro's poster. And the fisherman went, are you friends with him? And Sanji went, not really. These fuckers have nearly died for each other countless times. Oh, they're so funny. Oh yeah, I know. Fuck that guy. I want Zoro to say Sanji's name in a moment of pure panic. It has to be a highly emotional, highly intense moment. So I can go, yeah! And my little Fujo freak self can, Fujo out. I believe it's gonna happen, by the way. Because Oda's even acknowledged, yeah, I don't make Zoro say Sanji's name. I feel it in my fucking blood and bones, I'm telling you. Only once. Only once, and it's perfect. In my shipper gonads. But also, I feel Oda is whimsical enough, is so much of a shit story that he will end the series without Zoro ever saying Sanji's name. Because that's also funny, right? They've been on this adventure together. They've nearly died for each other. They've gone through the highs and lows of so much together, and he never said his fucking name. I am still streaming. I'm nearly done though. Nope. Zoro was never called Sanji by his name. The only times it looks like Zoro has called Sanji by name is in translations that are wrong and in the anime. He's never called him by name ever in the actual manga. Like, for an example I have is in the Viz, one of the first translations of it is Sanji in Arlong Park. He's popping up from the water. And in the official translation, again, this is from like the early 2000s. Zoro goes, Sanji? He doesn't say that. He says, it's you! Or, Ba? He never said his name. And I remember thinking, why the fuck did they make him say his name? And it's because apparently back then they thought babies are reading this and babies need more context. Alright. I guess, look, some babies are reading it now, but they're not. No, that's mean. The old Viz translation is a victim of American localization. A real victim of it. They literally 4-kidsed the old Viz translations. Oh, you're from Drogstream. That's why you have such bad opinions. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't tell him I said that. No, you can tell him I said that. He'd laugh. He'll crack up. Tell him she said it as a joke. Well, I mentioned Bello Betty once before, and it was to once again comment on her outfit and say it's the craziest fucking outfit Oda's ever had. Why did I copy and paste that? You thought you could get away from me, you little bastard. Okay, Snarl, you're getting kicked for that one. I can handle many opinions. But not that one. Do we really want to have this conversation? Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you real quick, okay? Let me explain it to you. I so apologize for everyone who did not see the comment. It was about... It's about top, bottom, Zoro-san discourse. Let me explain this to you. I am not adverse to seeing Zoro as a bottom. But... Sanji? This is not Zoro-san specific. It is Sanji in general. I cannot see that man topping anyone. Anyone. Men or women. It's not happening. It's a fucking far off dream in a parallel universe that doesn't exist. It's not happening. This is not anti-bottom Zoro agenda. It's anti-top Sanji agenda. No, not even like that, Yanarina. It's not happening. He's not made for that life. He's not made for it. He's told, sit, roll over. He's... I don't want to keep going into this. All I'm saying is, maybe he just wants to turn his brain off. Maybe he just enjoys turning his brain off, alright? Okay, Murdia, you didn't add context to that. I did say I don't want to think about Zoro's butthole. But it's not because, oh, he can't bottom. It's because he doesn't fucking shower. He doesn't shower for a full week. So there are two things happening here. First off, I can't see Sanji topping fucking anybody. Anyone. Second off, do you really think Sanji wants to go in there? Maybe with a fucking hazmat suit. But that's not happening. A week, guys. A week. A week. That's not happening. I keep telling people, this is not me hating Zoro bottoming. I don't see it like that. I am so fucking avidly against Sanji topping anyone. Anyone. Not in my house, not on my watch. I can't see it at all. He's not doing that. No, not even that, Snoll. Because, again, it's not just that. I just don't see it from Sanji. I'm not seeing it. Not in my house. Not in my house. And that's that. You're welcome, Lonely Pumpkin. I see top Sanji, I clutch my pearls. That's not him. That's not him. That's not him. That's a fake. That's a fake Sanji that doesn't exist. That's fucking live action Sanji. Never in my life. Yeah, exactly. 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 But Yanarina, here's the issue. I think he'd cry and pass out. We want to talk about it. You think Sanji could last with a woman? You think he could last seconds, mate? Seconds. He fucking exploded and died at the sight of a tit. You think he's making it? He's a no ability or possibility. It's not happening. It's not happening. Not my Sanji. That's not happening. He will die. He will die. He is dead. He would flail around and cry and say thank you. I love him. He's my favorite character. He's my favorite character. But Yanarina, you can't like have a service top if the service top is passed out and died, can you? Like, that can't happen. It can't happen. You're not gonna fucking get anywhere. I'm a fool. No one will ever change my mind on this. I also think he's allowed just some fun and relaxation. I think he's allowed to have a moment where he can turn his brain off. That's all I'm saying. And he doesn't have to think. How's the other person feeling? Right? This is a conversation with Imu on the screen. Because here's the issue with topping, everyone. Here's the issue. It's work. I don't mind. But it's work. And I think Sanji works so much already. I think he'd just be exhausted by that point. I think he deserves a little R&R. A little love and care. That's all I'm saying. Imu is investing. Snow, how do you have the wrong opinions all the time? How do you have them all the time? My reason for the Buggy Shanks thing is not anything similar to Sanji, by the way. I just like Buggy being a pathetic bottom. I just prefer it. I'm sorry. There's nothing huge. There's no plot relevance to it. There's no character relevance to it. I just like seeing Sanji being a pathetic bottom. And sometimes that's enough. Sometimes that's enough. Snow, you don't understand. Making someone with a big ego bottom is the best part. It's the tsundere. You guys, listen, you guys can see Shanks as that. That's your power to you. That's power to you. I just don't. I just don't. I just don't. I want to see Buggy in different ways. Listen, I'm here for Buggy. I'm not here for Shanks. He works hard outside of the bedroom. I take Shanks as a pathetic top. Look, I'll even accept switching. But I definitely prefer Buggy. What the fuck are we talking about? Oh my god, welcome to the MelonTeee stream. Welcome to my internal dialogues. I'm sorry. I'm not even sorry. I just prefer it. Because here's the thing. Because for Sanji, I have my reasons. Because it's Sanji. And I've thought a lot about this. And also, I'm totally not projecting. For the things I wish for Sanji. However, here's the thing, guys. And I've said this a million times. You don't even need a reason for this shit. You just don't. You don't need a reason for like, here's why I think he's the Alpha and he's the Omega. You can just want that. You don't need some kind of convoluted reasoning. You can just say, I just want that like that. It's that simple. I've already told my reasons for bottom Sanji. You missed the whole conversation. Amir, Amir, you're here. That's my friend, by the way. That's the artist that made my YouTube icon. And my Twitter icon. And my Blue Sky icon. And my TikTok icon. Everyone say thank you, Amir. She usually lurks, so I never see her. Bye-bye. Just Carl, that's a crazy reasoning. That's crazy. But do you want to know what I've noticed over the years? What I've noticed in my Fujo lifetime? Usually, the character the person likes the most is who they want bottoming. That's what I've noticed the most. Is it all the time? No, it is not all the time. But do I notice it more often than not? I do. I notice it a lot. Usually someone's favorite character will be on the bottom. I'm not exactly sure why. And I want to think it's because it's just more fun. More fun to like read and look at. Okay, you can have that thought. I don't want that thought. Now imagine that thought, but instead... Oh, never mind. I agree with you. I thought you said, no, imagine Sanji topping tenderly. Ew! Never mind, you didn't say that. You may keep that thought and I'll think that with you. I had a meme that I sent to my friend fucking eons ago. Because they were laughing at how much I don't want to see Top Sanji. I just don't want to see it. I'm just not into it. And I think that's fair. I think it's just my preferences. But they were like laughing like, Mel, why do you not like him so much? And I sent a meme that was the fucking troll saying, because Top Sanji killed my grandma. Okay? I swear I still have it on my phone. I've got a few memes. Hang on, I will be sending these. I knew I made this one. It's not that serious, by the way. It's not that serious. There it is. Found it. I also have this one. Wait, wow. I'm funny. I made a lot of shit. Here you go. The reason I made this is because, God, there's such stupid fucking discords. The reason I made this is because the friend laughed about that, but the other reason is because it's such online fucking discourse. It's like people saying like, oh, you're stupid or you're whatever if you're only like top-bottom dynamics because everyone switches or something. So like people basically like demonizing people for only liking characters that bottom and only liking characters that top. And I'm like, that's so fucking stupid. So I'm like, oh, he killed my grandma, okay? It's not that serious. It's not that serious, okay? I just don't like it. It's that simple. If I post it on Twitter, I'm gonna get a few angry mobs after me. The other one I made is this. And yes, Sanji was in mind for this. He was in mind for this. Because the original said, let's see her relationship with her father. And I went, it's nearly good enough. But I have to make this about Sanji. Oh god. Sorry, I'm trying to open this with my claws. There we go. But of course, obviously this was about Judge and Sanji. And also, I don't like a character unless they have daddy issues. What makes daddy issues so attractive? In fictional men, it's vulnerability. It's total vulnerability. It's my dad doesn't like me. And in fictional men, yeah. And when you have mommy issues, you're straight up fucking evil. You are just evil. Oops. Fictionally, of course. Sorry, I'm trying to... My claws are clawing. I can't get my battery into charge. What the hell? Wait, did I put it in the wrong way? Oh my god, I did. God, that was stupid of me. I didn't damage it, did I? No. Whew. I don't have the money to replace it right now. My grandma. What about both parents' issues? Mate, good luck. The other one I made was this. Do you see, guys? Not in my house. Not in my house. If Nami lifted him up and did that to him, he's fucking melting. Let's be real. If any woman did that to him, he's melting. Come on. Come on. Yanarina, I fuck with you. I fuck with you so much. What I've been saying. Do you know how mad it makes me? I very rarely read fanfic, but do you know how mad it makes me where I very rarely read the alpha, beta, omega fanfic. So, Omegaverse fanfic, which is, you know, alphas, betas, and omegas. Do you know how mad it makes me when they make Nami not an alpha? Nami is a fucking alpha. You are pissing me off. She's an alpha through and through. It makes me so mad when they make, for example, Luffy and Zoro alphas and not Nami. Excuse me. She is a fucking alpha. Put some respect on her name. You assholes. Because some of the Omega verse fics that I've read have included Nami and Vivi. But it's never like Alpha and Omega Nami and Vivi. It's like, oh, they're two Omegas making it work. Bitch! Nami is an Alpha. You piss me off. You piss me off. It also pisses me off when people make Luffy and Omega. Not in my house. Not in my house. That is not happening. Not in my house. I don't have fanfic recs. I do not read enough fanfiction. It's rare. I am very, very picky with my characterization. So picky. If I get to a line where it's like they wouldn't say that, I'm soured. I don't want to keep reading it. How am I right all the time? And this is the last. Baby, can you touch me already? Hold on, someone just mischaracterized Luffy again. Uh-huh. Hello. I'm way too picky with my fanfic. And listen, I'm allowed to be. Because it's fanfic. It's not official. Like, I'm not going into these comments going, blah, blah, blah. How dare you? People are writing this shit for fun. I don't give a fuck. But if I get frustrated at what I'm reading, I close it. That's just how I am. I love all Sanji ships. That's my joy in life. I fuck with all of them. You know what Sanji is to me? A whore. I am whoring him out. And no one can stop me. Yeah, even Sanji and Brook. Bro, fuck it. I'd fuck with that. Why wouldn't I? Yeah, kiss the skeleton. Dude, you know what ship has been gaining traction? Jinbei and Brook. And you know what? Let's think about this. Brook and a fishman who's a whale shark. A whale shark. I think that's genius. I think that's genius. Laboon has a daddy. A new one, and it's Jinbei. And guess what? Jinbei can swim with him. They're onto something, urethra. But like, I've seen art for it, and I went, you know what? Yeah, like I don't tend to like. I'm not a prude, you know. I'm not a prude. The only time I'm a prude is when I see Zoro with women. I don't fuck with that. Yes, even Kiku and Zoro. I don't fuck with it. That is a gay man to me. It's a gay man to me. If I see art or anything of Zoro with a woman, I go, ew. Ew. What are you doing? Not in my house. Not in my house. I know a lot of people like Kiku and Zoro. I'm sorry I don't see it. Because he's just so... He's so unbelievably gay to me. I'm not seeing it. I don't see it. Oh, obviously not like the super fucked up ones, man. Come on. Stop trolling. You're rage baiting me. But outside of that, whatever. He's bisexual to you. Not once in my fucking life have I ever thought of him like that. Yeah, Sanji and Katakuri, fuck it. I can see them liking each other in a way. Why not? By the way, you want to know a ship that I genuinely don't give a fuck about? And by don't give a fuck, I mean I don't care if people ship it. And I think people overreact about it because of fandom head canon and fandom everything. Hang on, let me save this first. Because I'm pretty chill with shipping. Like, I see what I want to see and I don't see what I don't want to see. And that's how the internet is meant to be. The one that I think people... Do you think some shippers take things too far? Yeah, some do. Some let their ship affect the way they read the series. I think that's too far. But of course, like I say, power scalers and shippers, same hat. Same hat. Right? Power scalers let the way they see their agenda, they take that too far. Some shippers do the same thing. They're extremists to all sides. Anyway, Zoro and Perona, I don't give a fuck about. As in, I don't like it because I don't like Zoro with women. I don't like Zoro with women. But that wasn't the one I was going to say. The one I think the fandom is so overreactive to, and the one I honestly, I don't care that people ship it. It's Perona and Mihawk. Because people are like, oh, first of all, age difference, and oh, second of all, that's like a dad and his daughter. I don't see them like that. I don't see Mihawk thinking of Perona as his daughter. That's such a fandom headcanon. They have, like, I have seen nothing like that between them. I don't see that at all. I just see they've all been in a fucked up housemate situation, right? But it's like, but people go, the age difference, the age difference. Mihawk is what, in his 30s? Perona already has a daddy. And also Perona is what, 26? And it's like, listen, you can think it's weird or whatever, but it's like, that's a full-grown adult with a fully developed frontal lobe. If Perona wants a hot girl summer, why can't she have a hot girl summer? What's the issue? What's the issue? I'm not saying they'd be good together. I'm saying I think people overreact the fuck out of those two being together. I think they really do. And on that note, same with Zoro and Mihawk. I don't give a fuck. That is not Zoro's daddy. That's not even his uncle. That man tried to kill him. Can you tell me why, when I have seen art of Zoro and Mihawk, by the way, can you tell me why, when I see art of Zoro and Mihawk, the first thing people say are not the age gap. It's not the fact that Mihawk tried to kill him. It's ill. That's his dad. What? That's not his fucking dad. What's the first thing you go to? And Zoro tried to kill him too. God forbid Zoro have a hot girl summer. Like, there's nothing wrong with giving a little love to an old man when you're an adult. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm talking fictionally, by the way. But some people are so reactionary to it. And it's like, I just think it doesn't matter. Like, I think it's whatever. I don't even like ship it, by the way, but I've seen the amount of boiling water people have gotten into because of it, and I'm like, oh my god, who fucking cares? Who cares? I just like, oh, Claire the laughing. Hi, we're talking about problematic ships and which ones we should care about and which ones we don't care about. Zoro's trans. Yeah, that rocks. New viewers, how are you? What are you guys saying? Yeah, Claire is in the air. Brilliant, love that. But yeah, I don't know. I saw there was an artist I really liked. They made art of Zoro and Mihawk, and it was like so tame. It was Zoro sitting on Mihawk's sword and giving him a kiss. And they got fucking bombarded. And it's like, chill the fuck out. Chill out. It's not that serious. Those are two adults. Two adults. and they are not related. Like, leave him alone. It's truly not that serious. But also, it's fictional ships. It's not even fucking canon. The beauty of crack shipping. Now, what if I said this? What if I said this? Mihawk's a bottom. And doesn't that change things? Exactly. I see it. Mihawk's the vampire goth baddie, Sarah. Yeah, why not? I stand by. I am making my own One Piece. I'm making my own One Piece. I stand by Mihawk was the buggy rebound. And Mihawk went, ugh. Mihawk, you're too pretty for that man. You're better than this. Mihawk J. These are such stupid conversations. Loki is bottom. Who do you think I am? Who do you think I am? I like how I say things and some people go, yeah! And other people go, no! You're cracking me up. How about rocks? To Harold? I haven't thought about this one because I know Harold and rocks are a thing. Yeah, right, Yanarina? I was thinking that. I was considering. I think you're right. I think I agree with Yanarina. I think rocks tops. Rocks is kind of butch law. This is why no one takes me seriously. But I also have to have pride because, you know what? I'm allowed to be an open, stupid shipper and talk about One Piece theoretically. I represent you all. Other people talk about who would beat who. We are talking about who's topping who. The shipper switch is simple. When your two ship characters are standing next to each other, you jump and cheer. Outside of that, you understand not everything they're doing is about each other, unless we see it or we feel it, right? Here's another thing, but I've talked about this. Robin. I hate when people make Robin this dommy mummy. I don't like it. And I don't like it because that's a persona. That was a persona she put on. I think Robin more than anyone needs that TLC. I think Robin more than anyone would love to be looked after. I don't agree with dommy mummy Robin. I think this is both a projection and a trick because that's how she was in Alabaster and with Baroque Works. But that was a persona she had to put on. Same with Water 7. That was a persona she had to put on. The most dommy mummy thing she did was pull Frankie's balls. But that was because Frankie wasn't being honest with himself. Blackbeard top or bottom? I think bottom. I don't know. I don't want to see him topping, you know? I don't think he deserves that. As in, he's already got too much power. I don't want to see him having been a power top, you know what I mean? Oh, law bottom. Law's down! Law's down there with Sanji and he's not coming up. Law and Sanji are like shoulder to shoulder in my head. He doesn't deserve it, but he is it. Okay, I see what you mean about Blackbeard. It's like Doffy for me. Do I want Doffy to be a top? No. Is he? Yes, he would be, and that pisses me off. So you might be right about that. I can see that with Law. But for my desires... Croco Mum, I know exactly the image you're thinking of. And they were both bottoms. Crocodile bottom. He is not lifting a finger. A finger. Laura, Sanji, neither of them. Neither of them. Not in my house. We do not have a dilemma with Lawson. Because to me it's beautiful. And the Cross Guild who? I don't know. The Cross Guild is comprised of bottoms. I don't know, man. They're all different types of bottoms, but they're all bottoms. What's that meme? Well-behaved bottoms rarely make history. by the way, do you guys want to know the most fucking online stupid debate that exists with top-bottom stuff? The debate that, and I hate this, the debate that topping or bottoming is heteronormative. That is the most fucking online Twitter thing ever. Ever. Because for one thing, if it is two people of the same gender, it can't be heteronormative. But even, what if one wears a dress and what if one wears heels and what if one is masculine? It's not heteronormative. Because guess what? Even if it's two women and one of the women is butch, she's not heteronormative. Even if it's two men and one of the men wears a dress, he's not heteronormative. A man in a dress bottoming is not fucking heteronormative. I don't care what people try to say. I am sick of people calling that heteronormative. It actually drives me nuts. But the other thing that gets me is people are calling topping and bottoming, they're calling those rules heteronormative. Fun fact, the gay community created those roles. They created those roles. Calling that heteronormative is telling me these people don't know their queer history and they've never been to a gay bar in their life. In their life. And I can tell you now, on personal experience, and this might be TMI, the first fucking thing you get asked when you are, let's say, vibing with someone is, what do you prefer? Are you top or are you bottom? Maybe even a switch. That's like the first fucking thing you're asked. Because it's about, hey, what are you more comfortable with? It's called a preference. It's normal. It's the most fucking online debate I've ever seen. Every time I see people saying topping and bottoming is not a thing, I'm like, you've never been to a gay bar. Ever. Ever. You've never been to a gay bar ever. It is such a thing that is even an ongoing joke in the gay community that tops are rare. It's an ongoing joke. Hang on, I literally have like something that I saved ages ago. And it was literally this very joke. And it cracked me the fuck up. This comic was made by a gay man, by the way. And I'm like, what kind of fucking online discourse is this? Online discourse is this that is so far removed from how queer people in the world actually work. Sorry, this has been a personal peeve of mine. Because I'm queer. I'm gay. And hearing people saying top and bottoming isn't a thing, that's heteronormative, makes my fucking blood boil. Like, you are calling real life queer people heteronormative by doing that. It is so fucking infuriating. Where is it? Found it. This has been an ongoing gag in the queer community for fucking years. Again, comic made by a gay man. If you can't read that, it says, okay, all bottoms over on that side and all the, come on, we gotta have some tops in here. This was made in like, what? I don't even know what year this was made, but it was like either 1990s or 2000s. It's quite literally an ongoing gag within the queer community that there are no tops. So when people go, oh, top and bottom isn't a real thing, like fellow queer people who are online, I'm like, you guys drive me fucking nuts. You drive me nuts. Peak reality draw. Are they a myth? No, they're not a myth. It's just most people have a bigger preference than another. Any discourse that's on TikTok is on Twitter, by the way. Sorry, this is I know this is like, why the fuck is she talking about this? It's because I'm queer. And this discourse is so fucking annoying. Of people being like, no, everyone has to switch. It's like, it's a preference. You are quite literally saying to real life queer people, you should all be switchers. And it's like, that's not how the world works. That's not how queer people work. Stop it. Shut up. It's not more gay to switch. It's just not. Like, I just hate it. It's so fucking online. Again, please go to a gay bar. Talk to people. Your world will be opened. I promise you. And most switch people have preferences too. They say switch, leaning, whatever. It's so annoying. JD Colors, you can still go to a queer bar. You're ace, you're queer. I don't know. I've just seen the discourse so much of if you make one of the men more effeminate and you make him bottom, that's heteronormative. And I'm like, are we hearing ourselves? What about that is fucking heteronormative? You guys are crazy. You're insane. There's truly a lack of that, Yanarina, but secret about me, I love femme for femme. I love femme for femme. So it's like, I personally don't look for like Yuri art of butchers with femmes, because I prefer femme for femme myself. So where's my medal? Where's my medal? I'm so woke. Give me my medal. I deserve it. Look, if you're hetero, you can go to a gay bar, but it's not your scene, let's just say that. I have complicated feelings about gay bars and straight women, because on one hand, I understand why. On the other hand, it actively works to push lesbians out. So I'm not sure about it. Liberal, liberal, liberal. La 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 la. Anyway, with that whole discussion, I'm done. Oh, there's a huge lack of lesbian bars. I've talked about this. Fun fact, let's talk for a little bit. The fact of lesbian bars being so thin, that's patriarchy. So here's the thing about men, and especially gay men, that I say all the time. I love you, gay men. I love you, my fellow queer brothers. But you are still a man, right? And I think that's something a lot of gay men don't understand or don't remember. The reason there's such a lack of lesbian bars and lesbian spaces is because it's women only. It's a woman-full community. And we're still in a world that prioritizes men. The reason there are so many gay bars specifically for gay men is because they did have the ability to make that money, to open businesses, to be able to create those spaces. Lesbians did not have the opportunity or the ability to create that space. And we're seeing the runoff of that to this day. There's such a mass avalanche distinction between how many gay bars are out there and how many lesbian bars are out there. There is such a big distinction. And it's not because gay men have it better, it's just because they're men. So they were given the ability to be able to do that because their sex and their gender did not hold them back from being able to open businesses, right? Unless they were discovered to be gay. That's a whole other thing. But that's patriarchy. As a trans woman, it's hard when 99% of gay bars in New York are mostly gay men. It would be hard. But look, I don't want to sour you, but it also be hard because so many lesbians, well not so many, but a lot of lesbians are fucking TERFs. And I'm so sorry that you have to go through that. Same with fucking, ugh. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get, lesbians being TERFs, because it's like, you're part of the leopards will eat my face party. You're a fucking idiot. Like, you're just an idiot. You're an idiot for being queer and being a TERF. Don't let it discourage you, but of course, you gotta be careful out there. But any lesbian who's a TERF, who fucking cares? Fuck them. They're an idiot. And they don't understand history, and they don't understand protecting your fellow queer sisters. They just don't understand. Oh, I love lesbian spaces, don't get me wrong, but it can be intimidating. Fuck my Sanji vote! I got a vote for my ultimate One Piece bottom.
Howdy do, boys.
I got silver Sanji today. I was hoping for gold. Ah, blasting. That's another topic as well. Look, this is the last thing I'll say before I end stream. I've said this before. If you're any way bigoted, if you're racist in any way, if you're queerphobic in any way, you're an idiot. You're just an idiot. And that's not me just saying, haha, you're an idiot. Statistically speaking, you are an idiot. You're dumb, right? But I truly believe if you are queer in any way, and you're queer and you're transphobic, or you're queer and you're racist, you're an even fucking bigger idiot. You are a bigger idiot than those other idiots, because you are in the group where you must all protect each other. You are in the group where you have to look out for each other, and you're turning to someone and saying, I won't look after you because I don't agree with you. And of course, that is going to snowball into the leopards are going to eat your face, love. It's unbelievable. Yep. If you're part of those groups and you're bigoted to someone within the group, just fuck you. You're just an idiot. Anyway. Ow. Scratch my fingers. It's stupid. Again, this is not me saying, haha, you're dumb. It's me saying, no, you are actually stupid. And I will happily call you stupid to your face. Anyway, let me stop the music. I'm done. In I go. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. I appreciate you all sticking around. We always have good conversations here. We always have good conversations here. I always get to learn more and I get to teach you guys some things. Now you all know my fucking Sanji preferences. All right. Thanks, everyone. I super appreciate it. I'm not playing Pokemon because my girl is waiting to watch a movie with me. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. 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 Bye. And put some pink on it.